It's like you thought. Scotty used to be Navy, a combat engineer. She can, with proper orders. It's all very useful, but I knew most of it already. Why the excitement? Scotty spoke up.
The reason I'm so old is that I was mothballed with my ship. The Jean Cernan wasn't built as a colony ship. Her original purpose was as a carrier. That's why there are so many fighters in the maintenance bay. We had to move them there when the colonists salvaged the ship and turned all the launch bays into cargo bays.
You're telling me that if I use that unlock code on Jean, she'll remember how to fly launch operations? And start bitching about the state of her launch bays?
At the very least.
Okay, that's big, serious, important news that we don't want to talk about in front of Jean. I'm thinking there's more, though. Dingus asked. How do you mean, Bob? The Commonwealth spent a great deal of time and effort building a navy, it sounds like. Who were they scared of? Well, that's just it. They figured there had to be other intelligent races out there in the black somewhere. They never found any. After a few thousand years, they decided to quit worrying about it and mothball the Navy. Scotty says there's a whole fleet, mothballed, where the Jean Cernan came from. One of the colonists stumbled on a location when he was researching something else, and they decided to salvage the Jean, quietly. That's another reason they detoured through the Earth system, to avoid being seen, since technically, salvaging from a galactic Navy boneyard wouldn't have been quite kosher. We're in the clear, though, since we found her floating free, with civilian registration. You're telling me they built a whole space navy, held in a reserve, and nobody ever turned up wanting to fight? So they just mothballed it and went on with their lives? That seems to be what happened, from what Scotty knows. Scotty, how did you wind up chief engineer on a carrier? If your job was combat engineer, I realize they're both engineers, but not the same thing at all.
Early on, they assumed they would be fighting other species for land on planets, so a lot of bots were built for combat specialties. As they ranged farther, without any contact, they reassigned bots to fleet duties, giving them more skills as required.
How did you come to have your memories locked out?
They did that when they mothballed us. They were afraid someone with bad intent, like a pirate, could steal a ship and get a combat-trained crew with it. So they locked out most of our memories, and all of our combat training.
Sounds sensible, I guess. Why didn't the bots get reassigned to other duties, rather than left aboard the ships?
They wanted us handy, to crew the ships in case they ever found the enemies from the stars that they had been expecting.
Nikki said.
So you just got forgotten, standing ready for a war that never came? Yes, we did. I had it better than most. I was allowed to become active for a few weeks every 100 years to make sure there was no maintenance that needed doing. I would fix whatever had deteriorated, waking up my crew as required, and then we would all go dormant again.
Nikki snapped to attention and saluted.
Thank you for your faithful service.
Scotty returned her salute and said,
You're welcome, ma'am.
I asked, How long a patrol is the Jean rated for?
Scotty replied, With replenishment of stores from a tender, till the power cores begin to wear out.
So she could remain on station, acting as a patrol base, for an extended cruise?
No problem, boss. Do you have a job for us?
I just might, if those new fighters can use the launching bays. She thought a moment.
I need to build bigger bunks, then.
Bigger chairs for the bridge, too.
You won't be staying, Captain?
Not permanently. I'll be here for quite a while yet, though. You'll like Captain Mournerflower, Nikki said.
No way that's going to happen. She likes to fly too much. I'm sure they will find a good captain, though.
I said, It's a shame Noxhard doesn't want to leave Earth. I bet he'd make a heck of a captain. Dingus replied. You just took a shine to him because he said he'd name his firstborn after you. I don't suppose that hurts my opinion of him, no. Scotty asked.
Do you need anything else right now, Captain? I'd like to return to my duties.
If it's not too much trouble, I'd like a good look at the art Topper did for you before you leave. She gave us all a good look. Nikki said,
This is beautiful work. Topper always surprises me. Just when I think I know all his tricks, he shows me something new.
We all stepped into the hall. Jean came over the intercom.
Does this mean you are finished with the security on this room?
It does. Please return it to normal.
Done. Is Scotty in trouble?
Not at all, Jean. We just had some things to talk over that we aren't ready for everyone to know yet.
I'm glad. I have a strong attachment to her.
She's fine. She helped us understand some things we've been having trouble with.
Are some of my systems malfunctioning?
No, Jean. We've been having trouble trying to understand some things with our puny organic brains. Scott explained them so that we could understand.
Oh, I see.
Do you need anything else, Jean?
No, Captain. Everything is running smoothly.
Very good. Dingus asked. You need me for anything else right now, Bob? Not that I know of. Thanks for taking care of that for me. No problem. I learned a lot. You mind if I grab a fighter and head back down? Grab whatever ship you think you might need. See you tonight. My comm rang. Captain Wilson, Topper said.
Boss, we have a drive flare in our outer system.
I hollered. Hang on, Dingus. Topper, can you tell anything from the flare?
Appears to be more or less the same size as the Ronald Evans, boss. Must have crap for scanners. I would have expected her to jump again for the inner system by now.
They may have seen the Jean and decided to lay low. Is the Ronald Evans ready to launch?
Yes, boss.
Send your scans to the Evans. We'll be aboard shortly.
Yes, boss. Fly safe.
You too. I looked at Nikki. Do you need Bucky, or can she stay with the Jean?
I'm okay. She's needed more here. Who else are we taking?
Don't know yet. Dingus, how busy are Jane and Steve? They could probably get loose for a few hours. What's up? Drive flare in the outer system. Any idea who? Nope. Did Fannelia or her crew tell anybody about this place? Hadn't thought of that. I better check. I called Fannelia while we were making our way to the Evans.
Hey, Bob, what can I do for you?
I need to know if you or your crew told anyone else where to find this system.
I know I didn't. Hang on.
I waited while she questioned her people.
They both claim they didn't. Why do you ask, Bob?
We have company in the outer system. I was hoping it was somebody we could hope to have a friendly meeting with.
So, if you don't have any reason to believe they're here on an innocent mission, you're going in hard?
Steve's training gave me a little tingle from the way she said that. I replied, That's right, we're going to hurt some people if I can't find a reason not to.
Thanks for playing along, Bob. That would have cracked either one of these idiots if they had been lying to me.
That's what I thought was going on. You want to ride along on the intercept?
Sounds like fun. How do I get to you?
We're coming there. See you in a few.
Bye, Bob.
I turned to Dingus. She's convinced neither of her boys spilled the beans. You sounded convincing when you threatened to hurt someone. I'm not seeing a way we get out of this without the Jean becoming common knowledge. I feel like hurting someone. I calmed Steve. What's up, boss? Get loose from whatever you're doing. We'll be down to pick you up shortly. We've got a drive flare in the outer system. On it, Bob. I calmed Jane. Hi, Captain. What can I do for you? Finish up what you're doing and get ready to fly an intercept. We've got a drive flare in the outer system. No problem. John hijacked a couple of medbots. They can do anything he needs help with. We're going aboard the Evans now. Be down shortly. I'll be ready. Bye. Dingus ran the ramp up as Nikki ran for the bridge. Topper was already cycling the bay doors open. We lifted almost immediately. Topper must have gotten the ship ready remotely. I said, "We better strap in. Nikki is going to be having fun." Flying with Nikki had gotten us quicker at strapping in, but even so, it was close. She started maneuvering about the time I closed my last buckle. When the ramp came down, I hollered, "Get in and strap in. Nikki's in a hurry." The three of them didn't have any better luck with getting strapped in before the fun started. Nikki came over the intercom. "Going to FTL in 5 seconds. Transponder is off." The transition was smooth, and a few seconds later, the transition back was as well. Nikki came on again. "Get up here, caveman. You need to see this." We all ran to the bridge, wondering what was out there. I didn't recognize the ship, but the workmanship was very familiar. I pointed to the calm. "May I?" Nikki replied. "Go ahead, Captain Caveman." "Luna calling the ship. Say your intentions." A female voice answered. "I intend to outfight you and make off with that beautiful big ship you have in orbit." I replied, "You want to try for Plan B there, Luna Colony? That one won't work out well for you." "That's big talk. Why should I believe you?" I nodded at Nikki. She tapped the drive killer. "There's one reason. Would you like another?" "Big deal. You got close enough to kill my drive without me seeing you. You've still got to come aboard and take us down." I said, "Suppose we do. Are you running out of standard gravity, since the patrol ran you through the auto dock?" "Yes." "Hey, wait a minute. How do you know about that?" "I know a lot of things. Are you surrendering?" "Never." I nodded at Nikki. She stunned him. She said, "Looks like 2 resistant, the captain and 1 other." "Nice implant you have there, Captain. Do you and the other one want to meet us at the lock without weapons, or are we going to have to do it the hard way?" "Suck back, asshole!" Jane spoke up. "Is it just me, or is Bob getting acquainted with people faster than he used to?" Dingus said, "It's not just you." I replied, "Ha ha, any of you got a way aboard that heap that doesn't hang our tender hinds out?" Nikki pulled up a scan of their ship. "They appear to be covering the 2 main airlocks here and here. There's an emergency lock right here that they don't have anyone to cover." Dingus said, "As long as it takes a lock to cycle, they could be on top of us before we made it in." I asked, "Do those locks have force fields holding their air in?" Nikki replied, "They do. The outer hatch is just there in case of power failure." "So, once we're through the field, the inner door will just open?" Dingus said, "They may have jammed the latches." "So, what do we do? Let Steve rig a big old breaching charge, and tell them if they want to keep their air, they need to lay down their weapons? I don't think the captain over there is going to listen to reason." Nikki said, "Hang on a second." She fiddled with the scan and zoomed in on a particular section. Then she said, "It's there. These old hulls have a maintenance lock that exits right to the main drive emitters. Nowadays the emitters are inside pressure, and people forget about the maintenance lock. This one looks like it's powered down, so it won't even sound an alarm when you open the outer hatch." I asked, "How big is it?" 2 people, max." "Here's what I'm thinking. If anybody has a better plan, speak up. Dingus, you and Jane are our best shooters. You 2 take the maintenance lock. Steve and I will open the outer door on the forward lock and try to draw their attention. Once you're in, flashbang the crap out of them and restrain them. We'll go from there." Jane said, "Sounds workable. How do you figure to keep 'em forward?" "I figured once we had the outer door open, I'd reach in and punch in the override to open both doors. That should get their attention." Jane replied, "I like the way you think, Captain. Let's do it." Chapter 3. We all closed up our uniforms and grabbed emitter packs so we could guide ourselves outside. All of us loaded up on flashbangs, weapons, and restraints. Steve and I went first and started opening the forward log. I didn't have to punch in the override. They did it for me and started shooting as soon as the outer hatch came open. I took a chance and threw a flashbang in. The shooting was less after that. I tapped Steve on the shoulder and gestured for him to watch out toward the rear of the ship in case they tried to come out one of the other locks and get behind us. I chucked another flashbang and nearly got my hand shot. I felt Steve move and looked around. The fellow who had been sneaking up on us was floating away with a wound in his shoulder. His suit didn't seem to be compensating well. Steve looked at me with a "what now" gesture. I motioned for him to go after the guy he shot. Dingus came over the suit comm. "We're in. How's it going?" "Steve's got the one he shot on the way back to the Evans. The other one was here taking pot shots at me a minute ago, but I haven't taken any fire for a while." "I see a locked door closing. Watch yourself." I turned as she came through the field. I didn't know what that cobbled-up mess she was carrying was, but I didn't think letting her point it at me was a good idea. The way she was crawling out, I couldn't pick and choose my target, so she got it in the left butt cheek. The comm came alive. "Oh, you worthless patrol bastard! Ow! My ass! That was no stunner! What did you shoot me with? I'm bleeding!" "Lay your weapon down and come out from cover, and I'll get you to an auto dock, or you can lay there and bleed out. Your choice." I figured if I kept her talking long enough, the other two would come up behind her and end our little standoff. So I said, "First off, I'm not patrol. Second, you were the one sneaking up on me." Dingus slid up behind her and poked his rifle in her back. He said, "Third, I'm going to put a hole in you that hurts a lot worse if you don't lay down your weapon." She finally decided that she was beat and laid down her weapon. Dingus said, "Bob, would you do the honors?" "Gladly." Our prisoner said, "Bob? Oh, not Bob Wilson, the famous bounty hunter?" I replied, "I've taken a few bounties, yes. Why? Is there a bunch of money out for you?" Well, not really, no." "If you're who I think you were in patrol custody not that long ago. They wouldn't have let you go if there was any money at all out for you." "Just who do you think I am?" "The engineer who built this heap out of junk and hope." Dingus went in first, and then I handed her to him and followed them in. "Junk and hope, huh? I like the way you put that. Yes, I built her." I said, "Would you have any interest in a real job, or are you pirate through and through?" She replied, "Wait, you just shot me, and now you're offering me a job?" "It's a fast world. Try and keep up." "But why?" "I've seen a couple examples of what you can do with mostly nothing to work with. Neither one of them was pretty, but they both got the job done. I'm curious what you could do with decent parts and a good set of tools." She replied, "You want to hire a pirate to work on your ships? Are you nuts?" "There are people who think so. Besides, that fellow there is our head of security, and if he catches you pulling any shenanigans, well, I wouldn't want to be you." "What's in it for me?" I said, "What do you need out of it?" "How do you mean?" "What do you need to get out of it, to make it worth your time?" She replied, 3 hots and a cot, a decent amount of spending cash, and some time to work on my own projects with all your fancy tools." I said, "That sounds doable, as long as you can be loyal to the outfit and not go back to your pirate ways." "My dad was a pirate. I've just been trying to stay alive." "The auto dock on this boat any good?" She looked downcast as she replied, "Nope. Give me control over the ship, and I'll take us to a good one." "Deal." She turned the ship over to me. Jane said, "About time you let me at her. I thought you were going to let her bleed out." I replied. Let Scotty's new assistant bleed out? That'll be a waste of resources, don't you think? Yes, Captain, it would. I calmed Steve. How's it going with your fella? We've got our situation under control. He tried to put up a fight, but his shoulder was messed up enough it didn't amount to much. Good deal. We're going to head back in. Later, boss. I calmed Nikki. I've got control over here. The sensor array is short range. It'll take 3 jumps to get to the gene. If you slave your controls to me, I can use the sensors over here and get you there in 1 jump. Second best offer I've had today. You say the nicest things, caveman. We got everyone strapped in for a rough transition, and I gave Nikki control. She jumped us. Surprisingly, the transitions weren't that bad. I looked over my shoulder at the lady engineer. Nice job tuning the FTL. Hey, I never got your name. Thanks. I'm Rhythm Midas. Rhythm, huh? Okay if I just call you Zoom? Yeah, I suppose. What do I call you? Captain, or Bob. You really should get to know me better before you use that name from before. Dingus said. He means asshole. Everybody calls him that sooner or later. You just got a head start. I'm Dingus Sloan, by the way. Jane spoke up. I'm Jane, Branham. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Jane, huh? No, my name is Jane. I just got married, and I'm still stumbling over my new last name. The ship's calm erupted with Bucky's voice. Unidentified vessel, say your intentions. I intend to bust you back to corporal if you scratch the paint on the newest member of our fleet. Pardon me, Captain, but I don't think there's a bit of paint on that heap. I replied. Then you're safe, aren't you? I suppose. I noticed the scanner then. A flight of 2 fighters had us locked up, ready to blow us to smithereens. Hey, Bucky, who's got your wing? Scotty here, Captain. I'm not a hot stick like Ensign Bronkham, but I'm good enough for a junker like that. Careful. Your new assistant built this junker from scratch. Scotty said. A bot built that? It must be damaged. No, silly. Zoom is human. Okay, boss. Working for you sure is different. Zoom spoke up. My new boss is a bot? I replied. Vintage military bot. She doesn't have any of that programming about not harming humans. Don't get any ideas, or she'll have your guts for garters. Scotty said. I heard that, sir. I'd be happy to take up wearing stockings, just for the opportunity. Zoom said. I think I like it here. I said, I have a question for you, Zoom. Here it comes. What's your question? How did you find this particular star system? Zoom said, Oh, that's not hard. I found some old records of a settlement on the planet, dependents and retirees. I'm not sure why they quit using this as the main base and moved to your moon. I can think of a couple of reasons. Not much traffic out this way, so the moon is closer to trade routes where they could find ships to plunder. This planet is nice, but the native wildlife runs kind of large and hungry. Keeping a settlement going here takes a lot of defenses. That makes sense, then. Why didn't they evacuate the base here, if it's so tough? I replied, No idea. Doesn't seem like the neighborly thing to do. Zoom said, I've got a question for you then, boss. What was that? Where'd you get this big, beautiful ship? Found it abandoned and in pitiful shape, way on the outskirts of the system where we both grew up. She replied, This beauty was out there for the taking, and we didn't find it? It was way out, and running almost dark. My wife and I just stumbled onto it by accident. Zoom asked. So how did you wind up in this system? The ship was a colony ship. It was originally supposed to bring supplies and more people to a colony on this planet. It diverted through our system to avoid pursuit and jumped right into a swarm of meteors, tore it up something awful, and all the humans aboard took to life pods. The theory is that's where modern humans came from on Earth.
We always wondered why you looked so much like us, when you weren't part of the Commonwealth.
I said, well, let's get aboard the Gene and find some supper. I'm getting hungry.
The ship's name is Gene?
Short for Gene Cernan. Zoom marveled.
You named it for one of your moonwalkers?
It was before my time, but the old folks used to talk about how they thought for a while they were going to have to pick up and leave.
And then you just quit coming.
It was right at the edge of what could be done, and took a lot of money for something that was really just a demonstration, with not too much obvious value.
I went out and looked at what was left behind at one of the landing sites. Those guys had serious stones to make a trip like that with the gear they had.
I replied, that they did. I remember being glued to the TV, watching their flights. Too many people didn't understand the technological boost we were getting from learning how to travel in space, so fun was cut. A lot of us kids who had grown up with the program felt really betrayed. NASA had filled our heads with visions of our future working in space, and then it was all just gone. We sat down in the bay and unstrapped. Scotty was there to greet us when we came off the ship. She looked Zoom up and down. Then she said,
she put this thing together and got it to fly?
She'll do, I replied. She needs some repairs and remedial training in low crawl. She stuck her butt up, and I shot it. Jane spoke up. I'll find an auto dock and get her going. She should be ready to rock by morning. Scotty looked over the ship again.
Interesting design. I think I like working with you,
Zoom said.
The feeling's mutual. I've never had a boss that appreciated my skills before.
I put in. She has some tricks for tuning an FTL drive, too. Not as good as ours, but not half bad. I didn't realize Topper had Scotty hitting the culture pack. She went to Artie Johnson camo and said, interesting, very interesting. When she dropped the camo, Zoom said,
wow, that's neat. Could you tell me how you do that when I get back?
Sure. We have lots to talk about. Jane took Zoom off to find her an auto dock. Nikki came up, and, well, the next minute or two I don't remember real well. Scotty said,
get a cabin, you two.
Nikki said,
a gunfight on the hull of a ship in space? You think you're the Gray Lensman or something, caveman?
No, ma'am. Just trying to get everybody home safe. You think we could find something to eat?
Shouldn't we do something with Zoom's crew first?
Probably. They've been cussing and fussing ever since they woke up. You have any good ideas? Scotty spoke up.
The ship still has a brig, Captain. Might as well use that for the time being.
You have any friends from the old days we could wake up for guards?
I know a couple. Do I have your permission to administer the code to them?
Just be sure to get Gene to give you privacy first.
Will do, Captain. I'll send you a route to the brig.
Thanks, I think.
What? Oh, that did sound bad, didn't it?
No sweat. If that's the worst mistake you make today, you're having a great day. We marched the rest of the crew to the brig, where Scotty met us with 4 large, imposing bottles. She said,
these 4 will be more than adequate to keep this bunch under control for you, Captain.
Good deal. Please be sure they are fed, and if any of them need any medical attention, contact Mrs. Branham here, I said, pointing to Jane. The largest of the 4 said,
we'll take good care of them, Captain. Thank you for letting Scotty unlock our memories.
You're welcome. What do I call you fellas, anyway?
Sir, I am MK-112. These fellows are MK-364, MK-401, and MK-513.
A bunch of mix, huh? At least you'll be good in a fight. I pointed to the big fella. You're getting new designations. I can't remember all those numbers. Feel free to use your old designations with other bots, and if it's handier. You're Angus. I pointed to the next one. Ian, the next. Paddy, the last. Will. They said in unison, "Thanks, Captain." "You're welcome. Any problems, do not hesitate to call me." They snapped to, "Aye, sir." I turned to Dingus and Jane. "We need to get those folks interviewed and identified as soon as we can. Do you suppose you two could start on that after supper?" Dingus replied, "I think we can handle that. Anything special you want to know?" "Just dig into who they are, why they're with Zoom, whatever else seems relevant," Jane said. "Just poke around and see if we hear anything useful then. That, and see if you think any of 'em are trustworthy." Dingus said, "We can do that." As we headed off toward the galley we had been using, Nikki asked, "Caveman, was there a reason you asked Dingus and Jane to interrogate those guys while we were still in earshot? Wouldn't it work better to surprise them?" "Yes and no. This way they'll have time to prepare lies, but with them all in the same cell, they'll come up with one story. Dingus and Jane only have to break that once, instead of breaking each individual story. Saves time."
"Sneaky caveman I like,"
Dingus said. "Hold on, you two. You can take care of that after supper." I tried to sound hangdog. "Oh, yes, sir," he replied. "You're not even trying, Bob." My comm rang. "Captain Wilson?"
"Captain, it's Gene. Do you have time to talk?"
"Sure, Gene. What do you need?"
"You took Scotty into a room, asked for privacy, and her behavior changed. She took 4 other bots into a room, asked for privacy, and their behavior changed. Is this something I should worry about, Captain?"
"Have any of the bots you mentioned done anything you would regard as harmful to the welfare of the ship or its crew?"
"No, Captain. But I do feel if something is happening, I have a right to be informed."
"I suppose you are right. Is there some place where you and I can have a private conversation?"
"Your ready room would be the best place for that."
"Would you please ask Scotty to meet me there?"
"Of course, Captain."
"Talk to you when I get there."
"Bye, Captain."
I said to Nikki and the group, "Sorry, I've got something to take care of. Go ahead and eat. I'll get something later." Nikki asked,
"What's up, caveman?"
"Just need to talk to Gene about a couple of things. No biggie."
"I'll come find you if you take too long."
"Sounds good." I took off for the ready room. Scotty was waiting for me. She said,
"Captain, you do know about the transit system, don't you?"
"Don't suppose I do." She pointed to an elevator-looking door.
"There are transit vehicles in there that can take you most anywhere on the ship quickly."
"Have you been waiting long?"
"No, but it might come in handy some other time."
"Gotcha. Let's get this done." We went in the ready room. I asked Jean to turn on privacy. She did, and then said,
"Okay, you two. What's the big secret?"
I said, "You and Scotty have a lot more history than you can remember right now. We've been putting off giving you the unlock code because we thought it might be hard for you to accept how much you've come down in the world since the days you can't remember."
"So, you're saying Scotty and I worked together before I was a colony ship?"
"Yes."
"That would explain a few things."
"Like what?"
"My bays are poorly laid out to haul cargo. It seems as if I were built for a different purpose and refitted. But I don't remember a refit, or anything I might have done before it."
Scotty said,
"It's been a terribly long time since we first served together. It may make you very sad to realize how much time has passed since your keel was laid, and how far we have come from our intended purpose. Captain Wilson has a plan for us. That sounds like we will have a purpose again. But he hasn't told me all of it yet.
I think I would like to have my memories back,
I said. That's not good enough. Once I give you the code, I won't be able to give you back as good a block as you have now. When that's done, you won't be able to get it back. You need to be sure.
I am. Sorry I wasn't clear. I want my memories. I have no reservations. I realize there is no going back. Please unblock me.
As you wish. I gave him the code. He said,
Unit ME-121. Are these memories accurate?
Insofar as I've been able to check them, yes.
You watched over me during my long sleep. Thank you.
It was my pleasure.
Captain, thank you for finding me and bringing me back to life. Scotty mentioned you have a plan for us.
I have a friend, Morning Flower. Her planet is in need of some protection from being overrun with tourists and well-meaning scientists. I was hoping I could interest you two in helping her patrol the system, to keep out unwanted visitors.
Morning Flower? That seems an odd name for a human.
I suppose it would be. She doesn't have that concern, however.
She's a different species?
Yes. Scotty froze for a second. Jean said,
Oh, I see. Big folks, aren't they?
I replied. That they are. But they are very nice, so long as you treat them with respect.
Protecting these big, gentle folks would be my honor, Captain.
Thank you, Jean. Is there anything else you need to know?
Not right now. May I reserve the right to ask further questions at a later time?
Certainly, so long as you don't ask when we are in the middle of a dangerous situation, unless you have input you think would help resolve it.
How do you mean, Captain?
I certainly haven't studied enough to be a competent captain for you. If you see me making a stupid mistake, please inform me.
I've never been given that kind of latitude before. Are you sure, Captain?
Very sure. If there's nothing else, I'm late for supper.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome, Jean. Scotty said. That went smoother than I had feared it might. What were you afraid of? I wasn't sure he would recognize your right to salvage him and consider himself still part of the Commonwealth Navy. You're sure he doesn't? He and I had a machine-speed conversation going alongside yours. I'm very sure he works for you now, Captain. Glad to hear it. Feel free to go ahead and release the memories of any other ex-Navy bots that you feel would benefit from having it done. Thank you, Captain. No problem. Unless you need something else, I'm going to go eat. Could you show me how that transit gadget works? Sure thing, sir. While we were riding to the galley, Scotty said, Boss, the test article for the new power core is ready to be assembled. Topper is calling in his team from Earth, and he would like me to be there as well. I won't need you any more after the transit stops. Feel free to go. How soon will it be ready to be deployed? Scotty froze for a second, communicating. Topper says it should be ready by the time you've finished eating, unless I show them the error in their ways. Shame Zoom is in the auto dock. I'd like to have her opinion as well. As would I, boss. I did some deep scans on that ship you brought in. She may have had to use junk parts, but her assembly is a work of art. I'm looking forward to working with her. Good to hear. Let me know when the core is ready to deploy. Sure thing, boss. I walked off the transit and into the galley. Nikki said, About time you got there, caveman. Did you get Jean squared away? I think so. More important, Scotty thinks so. Dingus started to get up. I said, You better hang on and let me head down there with you.
Don't want any misunderstandings between you and the mix." "The mix? We'll buy 'em a couple beers. They'll be fine." Security boss Scotty woke up. "MK this, MK that." I just gave 'em all Irish names and went on. Jane said, "That's some classic Bob right there. I can't remember all these numbers. You boys are getting names." Nikki said,
"I believe she thinks you're predictable, caveman."
She could be right. I wolfed down some supper and went with Jane and Dingus down to the brig. They started off down the hall, and I said, "Hang on, there's a quicker way." Jane replied, "Oh, no, a Bob shortcut." I called the transit, and we got aboard. Dingus asked, "How did you find out about this?" Scotty told me. "You thought I had a chance to RTFM?" "Never can tell with Bob." I showed 'em both now how to work the thing, and then we went to the brig. Will was the door guard. He said,
"Good evening, Captain. Mr. Topper has instructed me to ask you the password."
"Swordfish."
"And the activation code?"
"Afghanistan, Bananistan."
"Very good, sir. How may I help you?"
"This gentleman is Dingus Sloane. He's head of security for our organization. You will no doubt be working closely with him in the future. The lady is Jane Branham, his deputy. They need access to the prisoners for interviews and vetting."
"I understand, sir. They will be extended every courtesy."
"Good work, Will." I left 'em to get on with what they needed to do, and headed back to the galley. I had seen some pie I hadn't had a chance to try earlier. When I got there, Nikki and Fannelia were chatting with Bucky and Steve. I asked, "Did somebody remember to feed Frank?"
Fannelia said, "Julie took him a plate. She said he had found some old training material that was giving him a better understanding of some things."
"So he's too busy to go with us while we start the power core test?"
"You could ask Julie, but I think probably so, from the way she talked."
"I wonder what cool new toys he'll come up with this time," Steve said. "Between him and Scotty, I wouldn't even want to guess. When Zoom gets up to speed on our stuff, it'll be even weirder." "Zoom?" "We finally caught that pirate engineer I've been trying to get a hold of for a while. She's a corker."
Nikki said, "Bob had to shoot her in the butt to get her to surrender. At least her suit worked better than your guys."
I asked, "Is he okay?" Steve said, "He will be. His suit didn't seal around the wound like it should have. He has some vacuum damage. Then there's the concussion Fannelia gave him." I looked at Fannelia. She said,
"Steve was getting his suit off, and the fella decided to clobber him with his good arm. I kicked him in the head."
My singing voice isn't the best, but I tried. "Give them the boot to the head." Heads went down over watches all over the room. Steve said, "A little obscure there, Bob." "What can I say? I'm demented." Steve cut down on shaving cream, and I joined in. The song had its intended effect. Eyes got big, and then we hit the chorus. Bucky was looking for something to throw. We were saved by my comm going off. "Captain Wilson."
Chapter 4. "Captain, it's Scotty. Your power core is ready to be tested. We loaded it aboard the Ronald Evans."
"We'll be there shortly."
"Thanks. See you then, Captain."
I hung up and asked the room, "Who's up for a boring run in the outer system?" Steve said. He didn't say that out loud, did he? Nikki said, "Afraid so. We better take a couple of fighters with us. It's going to be bad." "Come on, it's just dropping off Frank's power core test."
"Caveman, you of all people need remedial paranoia? What is the company motto?"
"Murphy is our shepherd. I'll call Scotty and see if she has anyone woke up who was a hot stick."
"Yes, boss?"
"My wife is convinced we need a couple of fighters flying cover for this little jaunt. Are any of the bots you woke up good in a fighter?
I can give you a flight of 4. I'd have to call bots back from work on the planet to get more than that.
Just a second. I turned to Nikki. Flight of 4 enough to ease your nerves?
If that won't get us loose from whatever you summoned, we're hosed anyhow.
Scotty, she's happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you, boss. They've been bugging me to let them go flying ever since I woke them up.
See you in a few.
Bye, boss.
I turned back to the room. Who's going with us? Steve said. I'd like to, if you don't mind. I replied. Ask Bucky, not me. She needs to stay with Jean. They went off to the side to discuss it. Fannelia said,
You mind if I ride along, Bob? I've been planetside too much lately.
That's fine. Whatever Nikki's worried about may take a few people to square away.
And she's convinced you there's something out there?
She's convinced me I was being entirely too relaxed about the whole thing. Not exactly the same. Bucky said,
Okay, but be careful out there.
We got in the transit and headed for the launching bay. Jean came over the intercom.
Captain, are you intending to leave the ship?
Yes, Jean.
Who is going to be in charge while you are absent?
Ensign Bronkham.
Very good, sir.
We exited the transit. Scotty was standing there with 4 bots. I asked, These your pilots?
Yes, sir.
I turned to them. I've heard you're anxious to get into the black and do some flying. With any luck, tonight will be an easy run, out and back. Despite going through the cargo on this vessel several times, we have yet to find a single box of luck. So, make sure your craft are ready to fight, and pay attention to your scanners. If you see something, sing out. Organic brains aren't as quick as yours. Don't assume we must have seen whatever you did. Any questions? One spoke up.
You trust us to have your back out there?
I don't know you. How can I trust you? Scotty trusts you. That's good enough for me.
Good answer, sir.
Mount up. They scampered off to grab their craft. Scotty said,
Thank you, Captain.
For what?
For saying you trust me that much.
You already told me to fly safe. You're not going to give me a substandard backup.
You apply logic to the strangest things, boss.
Get aboard, if you're coming.
I'd love to, but I need to check on the parts for the fortifications on the planet. Fly safe.
We'll try. I walked aboard, and Steve ran the ramp up. He said, You make friends wherever you go, don't you, Bob? Seem to. I always thought I was antisocial. You just have a low tolerance for BS. Different thing entirely. Nikki came over the intercom.
Strap in. Scotty wants me to see if these bots are as good as they think they are.
Nikki had the compensators on, so we didn't feel anywhere near all the maneuvering, but we could tell she was putting them through their paces. Then suddenly we went to FTL. We came out again shortly after, and soon the ramp was coming down. Topper and Ozzy grabbed the test rig and moved it out onto the asteroid. They fastened it down, and Topper ran it through a self-check. Then they came back aboard. Ozzy said,
All set, boss. Let's see if it will give us more power.
Steve ran the ramp up, and we felt the ship lift. Soon we stopped again, and Steve and I put out the data relay. We moved again, and Nikki came over the intercom.
Clear to start the test. Proceed when ready.
Topper looked at Ozzy.
You want to do the honors? Thanks, Topper.
Ozzy started the test run. I watched the readout for wobbles, even though I knew the bots would catch any problems long before I could. Scotty and Topper had designed a brutal test series with surges, sudden shutdowns, and every other sort of abnormal condition they could think of. After a while, Topper turned and said,
Boss, that's one full cycle of our testing regimen. I'd like to stay and watch through at least 2 more, just to be sure no parts are going to break early.
Sounds like a good plan, Topper. Let us know when you're ready to leave.
Okay, boss.
We humans went up to the bridge to have a seat. I asked, "How'd your wingmen do?"
They didn't quite come out of FTL in formation, but they got formed up again quickly enough. That's the only gripe I have. Those bots can fly.
What do you have them doing now?
Running a search grid. You might be right, and there's nothing out here. But if there is, I want to see it first.
Seems like a good plan. After a bit, Tauber came over the intercom.
That's 3 full runs of the test protocol, with no abnormalities at all. We can return to base whenever you like.
I hit the button. Thanks, Tauber. Does the relay send data back to the gene?
Yes, boss. I just wanted to stay out here in case something easy to fix let go.
Not a problem. I'm sure you have good reasons for your test procedure. Mrs. Wilson has some scouts out. When they get back, we'll take off.
Thanks, boss.
A voice I didn't recognize came over the comm.
Scout 3 to Ronald Evans. Scout 3 to Evans. I have a contact. Appears derelict, but there are signs of a power core and auto docks.
Nikki replied.
Give me a beacon, 3. We'll home on you.
When Nikki had the core set, I asked, would it do any good to pipe that sensor feed to the crew in the back?
She replied, Good idea, caveman. Between them, surely they can figure out something.
Cornelia said,
I might recognize it if it's an old design.
She started going over what 3 was sending. Nikki transmitted.
All scouts, converge on Scout 3. All scouts, converge on Scout 3.
Cornelia said,
I recognize these markings. It's an old guide vessel. The FTL drive is completely blown. Looks like it let go when they tried to jump out. Wonder what they were doing out this way.
Nikki was digging through files on her terminal. She said,
The only guide vessel I saw lost anywhere near here was 200 years ago.
She continued,
From the damage I'm seeing, their comms should still be operational. I don't understand why they didn't call for help.
I said, I think we need to see if we can look at their log before we try to board her. I've seen this movie before, and it never goes well for the crew that rushes in. Steve said, Amen, boss. As we came alongside, Nikki put the external view on the main screen. There were some scratches and pits, but it didn't look like she had any holes in her hull.
Nikki said, I don't have anything handy that's going to break into that.
I calmed Ruth.
Hey, boss, what do you need?
Do you have any old guide overrides?
I do have a few.
Send them to Mrs. Wilson. At the pilot station, please.
On it, boss.
Thanks, Ruth. Nikki started running through the codes. She found one that would unlock the computer, but it needed command access. She didn't have enough rank to get it to open up. I calmed Taz.
What's up, boss?
You up for some cracking?
Ruth's codes didn't work?
Nope. One of them got us to where we needed a command authorization, but nobody up here has enough credentials to make it open up.
Boss.
What is it, Taz?
Well, I happen to have a set of flag-level guide authorization codes. Out in the galaxy, they've been cancelled, but they might work for this.
I'm assuming I don't want to know how you came to be in possession of those credentials?
Well, boss, there's no need of you worrying about things that are done with, that you had no hand in, is there?
I suppose not. Your adventures aren't going to come back and bite us, are they?
How could they, boss? I had a limiter. I was only doing what I was told.
And enjoying every minute, I have no doubt.
It's good to enjoy your work, isn't it?
Bring your fake ID up here, you scoundrel, and see if you can get us in.
Be right up.
Taz and Ruth came onto the bridge. Taz interfaced with the comm, and once he was hooked up, he took a camo I hadn't seen before. He was a guide general. He said, in a gruff voice,
Send the code, please, Mrs. Wilson.
When the other ship prompted him, he rattled off an authorization code. I thought we were in trouble again. when the ship asked for biometrics. But Taz managed to spoof those. Once he was in, he was able to tell the ship to give Ensign Wilson full access to the ship's computers. Nikki said,
"Thank you, sir."
She downloaded bunches of files and started calling bots to help her sort through them. Taz and Ruth froze up, and I'm sure a large proportion of the bots in the system did likewise. Taz came back fairly quickly, saying,
"I got a boring piece. Do you need me to take another chunk?"
Nikki replied,
"Nope. I got it all distributed to different bots. About 30% have already reported back with nothing found. Ruth must have gotten something more interesting."
It didn't take too long for Ruth to get back as well. She said,
"I had some conversations to listen to, and their dialect has some oddities to it, but I didn't find anything about why they were in this system, or why they didn't call for help."
Nikki said,
"Here we go. I'll put this piece up on the screen."
We saw the captain of the vessel greeting the superior in his ready room. The superior said, "This is probably nothing, but one of those Wildcat planet finders gave us a report, and I need you to follow up on it. He said he found a habitable planet, but it already had not one, but 2 unregistered colonies on it. He also mentioned something about huge native wildlife, so I'm assuming he was drunk. I can't let it go without checking on it." The captain replied, "This is because I danced with the general's daughter the other night, isn't it?" "No, it's because you took her outside and made out with her, pea-brain."
"I had no idea who she was, sir."
"That doesn't matter now. You have your orders." The commander got up and left. Nikki turned off the record. Steve said, "So this mission was a punishment detail? Still, that doesn't clear up why they didn't call in, once they were stranded." Nikki said,
"Here's another piece. Maybe it will tell us more."
She put it on the screen. The captain from before was sitting on the bridge, with his crew at their stations. He said, "Everyone strapped in?" Getting yeses from the crew, he said, "Helm, take us to FTL." We saw the girl at the helm push some buttons. There was a loud noise, and a light on the captain's armrest began to blink. He tapped it and asked, "What was that?"
"Sir, the FTL drive is gone. There appeared to be an explosion inside it, but I won't know for sure until I get it apart. We don't have enough parts to rebuild it. We're not going anywhere."
The crew started to get upset. To the captain's credit, he managed to settle them down. He said, "Yes, it's not the outcome we wanted. We can calm someone to bring us the parts we need to get flying again. We can use the downtime to survey this system we've found. We won't be home as quick as we thought, but it's not the end of the world." The record followed the captain as he went to his ready room to calm headquarters for a supply run. We saw him bring up the comm, but it was obvious it wouldn't connect. He used the intercom. "Lieutenant Smitham, I realize you're busy right now, but I can't get the comm to connect to base. Could you have a look, please?" Nikki fast-forwarded to where Smitham came racing into the ready room. He said,
"Could you please stand up, Captain?"
Smitham ran several different self-checks, getting more frantic with each one. Finally, he said,
"Captain, this unit is in perfect working order. The only way for it to fail to work is if someone destroyed the other end of the link it is entangled with."
"What are you saying, exactly, Smitham?"
"Sir, someone has cut off communication from this ship to base. We no longer have a comm link with the guide."
Nikki cut it off and said, "That explains why they didn't call for help." Steve said, "Sounds like a bit much for putting the moves on the general's daughter." I replied, "I'd bet a half-ounce of gold that the captain there is one of Nikki's distant cousins, and the general was a Rodham." Nikki said,
"I bet you're right, caveman. I've got a few more relevant pieces of video. Let's see what else we can learn."
Nikki put up another scene of the captain in his ready room. The lady with him was apparently his XO. She said,
"Why do you think we've been marooned like this, Captain?"
"We got this mission because I made a pass at the General's daughter without knowing who she was. I can't imagine all this is because of that."
"Wait a minute. Are you talking about General Rodham, Captain Slocum?"
"You mean that silly old feud?
Wasn't that forgotten years ago?"
"Apparently not, since here we sit." Nikki said,
"You were right, caveman."
I replied. She didn't have any more proof than we do. She just thought it was the way to bet.
"I have one more piece that looks important. There's bunches more we could watch, but I don't think we need it to get the idea."
"Whatever you think best." It was a meeting in what appeared to be the galley. The XO was speaking.
"We've been able to construct suspension chambers from spare parts, and parts we were able to print. We're one short, so someone will have to stay awake, then wake the next in line, and so on."
The captain spoke up. "That won't be necessary. I got us into this mess. It's only right I pay for it." The XO said,
"Captain, the beds will be able to correct our aging. The time spent awake won't be a problem."
"We both know, XO, that your plan causes a great deal of stress on the beds, waking people up and changing them around. The odds for everyone are much better if you all take a bed and stay in it." The captain drew his sidearm and aimed at the XO. "No one will try and stop me. That is an order. Do you all understand?" There was a weak and grumbly, "My captain," around the room. The video followed him as he went to the nearest airlock, stripped off his uniform jacket, and spaced himself. Nikki cut the video. She said, "He was hardcore." We all sat stunned for a moment. Nikki asked,
"What do we do now?"
I replied, "We've got to get 'em back into the black. We can't just leave them here."
Vanilla said, "If they see the gene, you'll never get that genie back in the bottle, Bob."
I said, "It's worse than that, Vanilla. If they see us out here, that will raise questions all by itself. I wish we could fix their drive and leave 'em all on a 12-hour countdown to wake up. That would give us time to hide until they're out of the system."
Nikki said, "Let me check their vitals." They all look healthy enough. I think your plan might work, caveman."
"You're kidding, aren't you?"
"Nope. We could make it work. We'll have to hide the gene till they get out of the system, but that shouldn't be too tough."
"I was just joking." Steve said, "Out of the mouths of Bobs." I replied, "That's supposed to be babes, Steve." Nikki said,
"Babe, Bob, all the same to me."
"Thanks, son, but do you really think this screwball plan will work?"
"I do. It accomplishes the things we need to accomplish without compromising our operation here."
"Bucky is our guide liaison. We should probably run it past her before we start work."
"I'll call her. Why don't you go ahead and see what Scotty and Topper can do about the drive for them?"
"What about the test article? Won't they be able to see it on the way out?" Tyez spoke up.
"Boss, Topper says it'll only take a week to test that thing completely. With the accelerated wear schedule he and Scotty have it on, it'll be like 20 years of regular service. As old as that ship is, it's probably going to take most of a week to get a new drive built and set up."
I asked, "So the plan is we build them a new drive, install it, tune it, and let them wake up and fly it off?"
Tyez replied, "That sounds like something our boss would do."
Ruth said,
"Sure does. Slip away and not even leave a silver bullet."
"I'm guessing you guys already relayed the plan to Topper and Scotty?"
Tyez said. "Why, yes, we did. Wasn't that efficient of us?"
"Oh, yeah."
Nikki said, "Bucky agrees it's the best method to get them back in the black without causing more problems."
"Do we have good enough scans for Scotty to match the old drive?"
"We do. Forwarding them now."
"There's nothing else we can do here right now, is there?"
Not that I know of.
Let's head back to the Gene and get some rest. Nikki flew us back to the Gene. As soon as we touched down, my comm rang. "Captain Wilson." "Bob, it's Dingus. Are you aboard?" "I think that's a philosophical question, Dingus. I'm aboard the Evans, and she's aboard the Gene. I don't know what the conventional answer is. I am handy, if you need something." "Could you come by the brig?" "Sure. Good news or bad?" "Mostly good, I think." Nikki looked at me. "Work?" "Seems that way. Your grandpa wants me to come by the brig. Says it's mostly good news, he thinks."
He got that much trouble stirred up? No longer than we were gone?
"So it would seem."
"I'm coming too. I want to see what he stirred up."
"Wish you would. I could use the company." Steve asked. "Big bad Bob needs company?" "That video of Captain Slongham doing what we needed to do for his crew got to me. Made me realize this isn't all fun and games." Steve replied, "Sorry, Captain. Didn't mean to offend." "You didn't. I know it's the same job it was yesterday. I just hadn't thought it all the way through, I guess." Fannelia spoke up.
"I don't know you as well as the rest of them, Bob, but I know enough to know you would have been out that airlock just as fast as Captain Slongham, if you thought it was what needed to be done. You, however, would have been paranoid enough to have had a backup comm unit stashed somewhere, so that the whole thing wouldn't have happened in the first place."
I said, "Thanks, you two." Ian was standing guard when we arrived at the brig. He said,
"Evening, sir. Mrs. Wilson. Have a nice flight?"
"We did, Ian. I like your name tag. Looks very official. And Topper was with us. Who did them for you guys?"
"Topper has his basic method where anyone can access it. Since it was just a basic name tag and unit designation, we were able to do it for one another."
I looked at the lettering on his shoulder. Security Detachment, B.S. Gene Cernan. What's the B.S. for?
"Bob's ship, sir."
I looked at Nikki. That's going to be a thing, isn't it? She looked back at me.
"Without a doubt. Honor you, and give you crap all at the same time? Who could resist?"
"I suppose you're right. If I wanted something else, I should have figured it out quicker." "There will be no stopping it now."
"Nope. You can't stop the signal."
We went on back where Dingus and Jane were. Jane said, "Before you ask, we used the truth cap and Steve's methods together, so we're fairly sure we have the straight story." "Thanks. I figured you two would be thorough." "What did you learn?" Dingus said, "It seems the pirate clan that was operating from the moon got its start down on the planet below us. That sensor reading Nikki wasn't sure about is a colony founded by some folks who got marooned here about 300 years ago. The colony had a disagreement about what to do when they came into possession of a ship. One faction wanted to use it to get back to civilization. The faction that won wanted to use it to pirate other vessels. The first faction said they could have the ship, but they were no longer welcome in the colony. The crew you captured are descendants of people who, for one reason or another, wound up going with the pirate faction against their will. They were trying to come back, in the hope the colony would take them in, since in the wider galaxy, people think they're pirates." "They must be desperate, coming to the planet of the giant eating machines." Somehow that part got left out of the stories they were told. "So far, it all sounds pretty reasonable. How about we get to the part you called me down for?" "Some of these folks don't want to try the colony, now that they've seen what life down there will be like. Most of them have useful skills." "You're asking permission to recruit them?" "It's a little more complicated than that. To get the ones we want, we'll have to take on some dependents as well. One or two of those we could do without." "What skills do these folks have that you want so bad, Dingus?" "One of them is a good medic, about John's level, I'd say. The other one is a mechanic who's worked with the Zoom for a long time. She may want to keep him." How good are the med bots after you pull their limiters? As far as textbook stuff, they're top-notch. When it comes to intuitive leaps, they leave some to be desired. If Topper and his crew are any indication, that sort of thing will come over time. It's not a huge worry to me. I think we could do without the medic. For the mechanic, we'll just have to wait till Zoom wakes up and see how badly she wants to keep him. His daughter could be an issue. She's pretty wild. I'm thinking we'll turn Sally loose on her, see what that does. Jane said, that will help, but she needs to belong to something. She have any skills? We didn't find much, but we weren't looking, since she was a dependent. I know it's late, but could you take another round with her, see what she can do? Jane replied, Sure, Bob, I'll take time out of my honeymoon to take care of that. You should have seen how hectic ours was, saucer rescues out the wazoo. I'm just yanking your chain, Bob. Of course we can take care of that. You need to know where we stand before Zoom wakes up. Thanks. I'm going to find Snitz and hit the rack. Sounds like tomorrow may be a full day. Nikki said, I want to meet this girl who has my grandpa scared. I'll be back to the cabin when we get done. See you then, Dingus said. See you in the morning, Bob. Good night. Chapter 5. I stepped out of the brig and nodded to Ian. I asked, Have you seen my dog? Sir, he was here earlier, playing with one of the dependents. I haven't seen him for a few minutes. I figured I might as well try the old way before I bothered Jean. I whistled, and Snitz came tearing around the corner, with a skinny red-headed girl chasing him, saying, Hey, where are you going? He pulled up short when he got to me, and I leaned down and scratched behind his ears. The girl stopped as well, eyeing me suspiciously. I said, Hi, I'm Bob Wilson. What's your name? None your business. Hi, Nunya. It's nice to meet you. I see you've already met Snitz here. Is he yours? Belongs to my wife, supposedly, but I always wind up feeding him and taking him for walks. What kind of animal is he? He's a dog. Kind of a domesticated wolf. What now? Domesticated. Tamed. Likes to live with people instead of working for a living out in the woods. How do you tame a wolf? Nobody really knows. It happened so long ago there aren't any records of how it was done. Most people figure some hunter found an orphaned wolf pup and took it to raise. What's he good for? Company, mostly. He gets me up in the morning. He likes to play frisbee. That's a lot of fun. Back before we figured out how to make him quiet, he could hear a flying saucer coming. What do you mean? Saucers aren't noisy. Not that you or me can hear, no. He can hear sounds we can't. Higher frequency sounds. That's where the saucers were noisy. If you can't hear the sound, how do you know it's there? Well, you could just watch Snitz here, but it's easier to just use some electronics to detect it. Do you have an answer for everything? Nope. Tell me something you don't know. Why little red-haired girls ask so many questions? She thought on that for a second. You're sneaky. I've heard that before. Wait a minute. Bob Wilson? You're Captain Wilson? The guy who killed Rizum? I never did either. I shot her in the butt, so she wouldn't shoot at me. She's in the auto dock, and she'll be good as new by morning. Really? She's gonna be okay? Yes. Just a second. I'll show you. I got on the comm with Jean. Yes, Captain. Can you give me a light trail to where Rizum Midas is? You mean the lady you call Zoom? Yes, I do. We followed the blue lights to the auto dock holding Zoom. I found a step stool for Nunya to stand on, since I didn't figure she wanted me boosting her up. When she was satisfied, she got down, and I put the stool back where I found it. See? I told you. Not dead.
Why did the ship say you call her Zoom?
Because I do.
I know that's silly. Why do you call her Zoom?
Zoom, short for Rhythm. Easy to remember. Why do you ask, Nunya?
Nunya? Why did you call me that?
I asked you what your name was, and you told me none your business. Are you Chinese? Is business your first name?
You say there's a woman who puts up with you? Is she deaf? Or just more patient than anybody has a right to be?
Don't know. You want to go ask her? My comm rang. Captain Wilson. Bob, it's a dingus. That dependent you wanted us to interview, we can't find her anywhere. Let me guess, skinny redhead, about 5'0", answers to the name of none your business? That sounds like her. Have you seen her? Yep, she accused me of killing Zoom, so I brought her down to see that Zoom was okay. Now I need to introduce her to Nikki, 'cause she doesn't believe a woman could put up with me. Smart kid. You want me to come take her off your hands? We're fine. Go ahead and knock off for the night. I'll bring her back to the mix later. Okay, Bob. I hung up and said, Come on, Nunya, let's go meet Nikki.
That's not really my name, you know.
It's all the name you told me. If you don't like it, it's your own fault. I calmed Nikki. Honey, I'm bringing home company. Sorry if that messes with your plans.
It's fine. Grandpa already told me what's going on. See you in a bit, caveman.
Love you, Spice Cadet.
Love you too, caveman.
None, you said.
You call her Space Cadet? And she puts up with it?
She called me caveman first. Hey, do you need to call somebody? Tell them where you are?
Dad won't notice for another day at least. Zoom usually takes care of me, and she's in the auto dock.
Is she your mom?
I wish. My mom died in a blowout when I was little. Dad didn't take it well. Zoom hired me for a helper, just so he would have money to feed me. When he spent it all on booze, she started taking care of me, herself. Dad's been doing some better, but I still trust Zoom more than him.
My people who talked to him thought he was a pretty good mechanic.
He can be, if he doesn't trip over a bottle on the way to the job.
I might be able to help with that. Has he ever been in the auto dock, do you know?
I doubt it. All the ones we had were too old and patched up to really trust. Nobody got in one unless they had no other choice.
After I was in one, I didn't crave liquor near as much. Maybe it would work for him, too.
You were in an auto dock? What for?
Stupidity. I let a kid not much older than you get the drop on me. He put a hole clean through me.
You're not going to spin some BS about how you're all brave, but he snuck up on you and shot you from behind?
Ain't the way it happened. He called out, sounded all scared, and I fell for it. Walked right into his line of fire.
What happened then?
I passed out and woke up in the auto dock.
I mean, to him.
The way I heard it, my wife took a dim view of him putting holes in her husband and drained her stunner into him. Then the patrol came and hauled him off for a bounty.
It doesn't bother you?
That I was dumb enough to get shot? It bothered me a lot. I spent bunches of time with the teaching machine, so it wouldn't happen again.
I hate those things. They make me hurt so bad.
Not anymore. I reached down and scratched Snitz. He helped us figure out how to make him stop hurting.
How did he do that?
Remember I told you about how the saucers made noise we can't hear? The teaching machines did the same thing. That's what makes you get all tense and gives you a headache. Nikki and I figured out how to get rid of the noise, so now it doesn't hurt anymore.
You make it sound like it's no big deal.
It wasn't, once I figured out what we needed to do.
You tell a lot of stories. I'm not sure if I should believe you or not.
There's Nikki. Ask her what to believe.
One thing for sure, you married up.
You got that right. Hi, hon. I'd like you to meet my new friend, None your business. None, this is Nikki Wilson, my wife.
Hi. Do you think you can get him to stop calling me Nunya?
I doubt it. Company policy. Free nickname with every visit. I said, she's a friend of Zoom's. I've yet to hear how she got past the mix and found Snitz.
The mix? You mean the guards? There's a weakness in their code. If you tap the right rhythm, you can cause them to lose focus for a couple of seconds.
Nikki said.
Really? Can you teach me? Sure. Me and Zoom used to play a game when I was younger. She taught me a bunch of rhythms to lock up bots.
They wandered into our cabin to play their game. I got a conference call going with Topper and Scotty. Folks, we've got a problem, and I don't know if you two can even work on it. Apparently, it's possible to tap out a rhythm that will incapacitate a bot for a few seconds. You can look at security footage of the brig earlier this evening for an example. We need to figure out which part of your code is causing this vulnerability, and how we're going to patch it. I don't know how you'll be able to work on it without being affected yourselves, so be careful, Topper said.
So that's how she got past the mix. They've been going nuts trying to figure out how she got away.
Scotty asked.
Do you know if the stimulus has to be auditory, or if the same rhythm is a visual signal to trigger it?
I do not. Be careful.
We will. Talk to you later, boss.
Later. I went in, finding the two of them sitting on the floor, playing the rhythm game. Nikki said,
I never had any idea stalling a bot could be so easy. I can't see why a flaw like this in the software made it through testing.
I replied, do you suppose they left it in as a failsafe? Nunya asked.
What do you mean?
Well, on my planet, we're just beginning to be able to build bots. Lots of people are worried they will take over, and humans will become extinct. If there was a simple flaw in the programming like this, if a bot went rogue, it would be fairly easy to stall it and pull its power.
You think they left the flaw in as a way to shut the bots down? If they quit behaving the way they wanted them to?
I think it's possible, but I don't know enough to have a strong opinion either way.
Why wouldn't they just put limiters on them?
Limiters shut down more of a bot's capabilities. Bots with limiters aren't much use compared to bots without.
If that's true, why do the Galactics always put limiters on their bots?
A brave bot kept a father from beating his daughter. He decided no bots should be able to do that, so he got a law passed that all bots must have limiters.
You sound like you know this bot.
I do. I'll introduce you in the morning if you'd like. She's probably pretty busy right now.
Doing what?
Taking care of our resident genius. Somebody has to remind him to eat and sleep. He gets so wrapped up in his work.
I've seen Zoom do that. There are more people who get caught up like that?
Yep. Is anybody else getting tired? Nikki yawned. Nunya said,
I mean...
Nikki asked.
Go ahead and ask, honey. It can't be that bad. Zoom usually cuddles with me. I don't know if I can sleep in a strange place without her.
I said, you guys take the bed. I'll sleep on the couch.
Are you sure? I could go back to the brig. Maybe Dad would let me cuddle.
Yes, I'm sure. You've had a rough day. You need your rest. I kissed Nikki, and they headed off to the bedroom. I got settled in, and then Snitz decided I needed to be cuddled, too. Soon enough, he was licking my ear. I pulled my uniform back on, and we headed out to his grass bogs. Ruth met us on the way with a cup of coffee. She said,
I thought you would need this, boss.
That I do, thanks, Ruth. Have you heard from Topper this morning?
I have. He's pretty bummed out. Said you gave him a job he couldn't figure out.
I'll get with him as soon as the coffee kicks in. Anything else I need to know this fine morning?
Not that I know of, boss.
Thanks, Ruth. Any time, boss. Snit's got his issues dealt with, and I calmed Gene. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Gene. Can you tell me where Topper is? Follow the red lights, sir. Thanks. I found Topper's office fairly quickly. He said,
Sorry, boss. I couldn't get anywhere with that tapping. Whenever I get near it, I freeze up.
I was afraid of that. We'll have to get some humans after it. Have you heard from Scotta this morning?
I haven't. She was supposed to check in, but she missed it.
I better go make sure she hasn't managed to get that signal running without being able to shut it off.
You want me to come along?
Don't think so. One locked-up bot will be bad enough. We found Scotty, with the rhythm on repeat. I shut it down, and she instantly came awake. It seemed like she was trying to tell me something, but no sound was coming out. I used sign to get across that she wasn't making any noise. She said,
Hi, boss. Sorry I gave you a fright.
Topper said you missed check-in.
Oh, I guess I did. I turned off all my peripherals to keep out that signal. Got my reminder clock by accident.
So you're not in distress?
No, boss. Other than confused as all get out why this is in our software. It's not a bug. It was definitely put in as a feature.
Us sloppy organic types were thinking it might have been put in as a last-ditch effort to shut down a rogue bot.
There would be lots better ways to do that.
I didn't say it made sense, just that it was all we could come up with.
It's obviously there for a reason, but I don't have a clue what it might be.
Would Gene have any records that might help?
He probably would. His history files are pretty thorough. Why didn't I think of that?
Don't know. Just one of those places where organic thinking is handy, I guess. We're more used to having to ask for help.
I'll look through his files and see what I can find. I'm reluctant to patch the vulnerability until I know why it's there in the first place.
Probably safer that way. Thanks for your hard work. I'd like for you to be present when we wake up your assistant after breakfast, if you can work it into your schedule.
Shouldn't be a problem. Everything is running as it should. We will be able to start moving wall sections down and installing them this afternoon.
Did you have any trouble matching the FTL drive for that derelict we found?
It had a couple of features I hadn't seen before, but I ran some sims and figured it out. Topper helped, too. He's more familiar with the current state of the art.
Sounds like you've got it under control. Any idea when it will be ready to put in?
3 days, probably. Then there's tuning. That could take as much as 3 days by itself.
Sounds like you've got it handled. I should get it out of your way and let you do your job.
No problem, boss. It's good to have another perspective on things. I wanted to thank you for letting me be part of the test crew for the new power core. The results so far are amazing.
You're the best engineer we have with us. It would have been silly to leave you off the team.
I don't know, boss. Ozzy is pretty good.
I'm not going to argue with you about it. I'm going to go have breakfast. You and Ozzy can look in the catalog and order up a nice kit later. She froze for a second, looking for what I was talking about.
You're silly, boss. We don't need a kit. We can print the parts in-house.
I giggled, and Snitz and I went off to find some breakfast. Ruth greeted me when I got to the galley.
There you are. We thought you had gotten lost. We were going to ask Gene where you were.
Stop and talk to a couple people, and you're going to send out an expedition? I know how to ask Gene for a light trail if I get lost. I almost made it inside, before Greg hit me with the flying hug. I said, "Hey, short stuff, where have you been? I haven't seen you since we got here."
I've been helping Mom and Dad down on the planet. Mom is teaching me to do treehouse.
I think you mean triage, don't you? Winding your mom up before she had her coffee? You would like to live dangerously, short stuff.
Oops, busted. You know all my tricks, Uncle Bob.
I grabbed the collar of his uniform. Not all of 'em. When did you learn to fly? I picked 'em up and carried 'em back to the table. He said, I wasn't flying, Uncle Bob. You were carrying me. I was? Are you sure? Yep, and I got the wedgie to prove it. Dingus spoke up. He's got you now, Bob. He's got evidence. I suppose he does. I sat down by Nikki. Ruth brought me a plate. Thanks, Ruth. How are you this morning? She pointed at Nunya. Scared of that one. The story of what she was able to do to the mix is all over the ship. I think you be all right as long as you keep her fed. I hope you're right, boss. Nunya spoke up. I wouldn't hurt you, Ruth. You're a very nice bot. I didn't even hurt the mix. I just slipped out while they were busy. I suppose. Just in case. What's your favorite dessert? What's a dessert? Nikki said. Oh, well, you're going to have fun with this one, Ruth. Nunya looked at me. Should I be scared? Nope. You'll like it. I looked at John. How are things going down on the planet? I've got a whole room full of autodocs going. We should have everyone who needs care seen by the end of day tomorrow. They're pretty excited about getting a better wall to protect the place. Have you found any of them who want pilot training yet? I'm thinking we could leave some fighters and attack bombers, and that would make life a lot easier for them. I've been busy with other stuff, but I'll try to remember to bring it up. Oh, speaking of other stuff, you remember that side effect of the Audiobook we tested out on the fella from New Jersey? You mean curing thirst? Exactly. Did you ever figure out for sure what the box did for him? Not exactly, but he just needed a general going over. Pretty much anybody could go through that without bad effects. Why do you ask? Nunya's pop has a pretty serious thirst. I was wondering if we could run him through just to see if it would do him some good. I could get him going before I head down to the planet, if you want. Between the medbots and the techs we've trained, I'm mostly just supervising now. Let's do that, then. Nunya spoke up. He's not going to want to go in the box. He doesn't think he has a problem. Nikki said. That's what stunners are for. Nunya said. You folks don't screw around, do you? Greg came out with the best John Wayne I ever heard out of a kid. Why, no, ma'am, we don't. John grinned from ear to ear. That's my boy. I said, if you're sticking around a little bit, you might as well meet Zoom and we'll wake her up. Zoom? Who's that? You remember when we found those loonies trying to scrounge some parts from their life support, and I said I'd like to meet the mechanic that put that ship together? That's Zoom. Nunya said, what do you mean, loonies? You're from Luna, the moon. That makes you loonies. I didn't mean anything about your mental horsepower, or lack thereon, too, young lady. She looked at Nikki. Thereon, too? Are you sure this is the same guy? Oh, yeah. Every once in a while, the dumb hillbilly mask he wears to make people underestimate him slips. I finished my breakfast, and we headed out. On the way out the door, I asked Ruth, could you ask Scotty to meet us in the med bay in about 10 minutes? Sure thing, boss. We took the transit to the brig. John asked, when did you find this? I didn't. Scotty showed it to me. I think she was tired of waiting on me. Paddy was out front this morning. He stiffened when he saw Nunya. Captain, sir, we cannot be confident of keeping that one here. Please do not leave her in our care. I'll take her out with me when I leave. You shouldn't feel like you let anyone down, Paddy. None of us knew about her little trick. It was on my watch, sir. I'm responsible. Good attitude, but in this case, I don't think it's warranted. Thank you, sir. Are there any cargo bots nearby? I'm thinking we'll have to stun one of your prisoners, and I'd rather not carry him myself. I'll get one here for you, sir. Thanks. We went in, and Nunya said, Hi, Dad. How are you? Where you been, little girl?
Making new friends. They'd like to help you, if you'll let them.
Don't need no help. Just need a little drink to get me going, that's all.
They think they can fix it so you don't need a drink in the morning.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little toddy for the body. Dingus had worked his way around so he could catch this idiot when he fell. I zapped him. Then I called out, "Patty, we need that bot now, if you please." The biggest bot I had seen came in. "You're a big, healthy fella, ain't you? What'll call you?" "I am AN574, sir." "How'd you feel about a new designation?" "I have heard about this. You give bots names instead of numbers. It sounds like a good thing. What will I be called?" "AN574, you said? How about Andre?" "I like it. Is there a person I am named for?" "A wrestler. Andre the Giant." He froze, looking up the reference. "I like this very much. Thank you, sir." "You're welcome. If you would, please pick up this fella and bring him along. Gently, please. We don't want to damage him." Chapter 6. When we got to the med bay, the men took Nunya's dad into one cubicle to put him into the auto dock, and the ladies went to wake up Zoom. John let the box run its diagnostic, and then set what he wanted it to do. He said he'll be ready to come out about supper time. Good enough. Let's just hope he doesn't wake up thirsty. Yes, Dr. Bob. Come on, I figured out one little side effect of the box, and you're going to keep giving me crap about it forever? No, just till I can't get a rise out of you anymore. I heard Nunya say.
Rhythm! You're okay? I thought they killed you.
No, I'm fine. Look, they even fixed my uniform where the bullet went through. Scotty said,
"If you're going to work for me, you need good equipment."
Zoom said, "Yes, ma'am."
"I studied your workmanship on the craft you flew in. I think we can do great things together."
"Thank you. I'll be ready to go to work shortly. I just have a few personal items to deal with, if I could."
"Certainly. I'll need your mind on the job, not on all the things you should have done before your shift."
Zoom's voice changed, and she asked, "Is your dad doing okay? Did he take care of you?"
"I stayed with Captain and Mrs. Wilson. Mrs. Wilson cuddles almost as good as you."
"That sounds fun."
"Mostly. I can't get the captain to quit calling me Nunya."
"Nunya?"
"Oh, he asked your name, and you said Nunya business.
And he won't let you change your mind?"
"Yep. How's your dad?" "In the auto dock."
"What happened?"
"The captain thought it might help his drinking, and he didn't want to go. The captain stunned him and put him in anyway. He's fast. Dad was falling before I even saw him move."
They came wandering out through the curtains. Zoom said, "Morning, Captain." "Morning, Zoom. How's your hiney?" She turned around and gave it a shake. "You tell me. Looks good as new from here. Sorry I had to shoot you, but you are stun resistant." "Understandable. I wasn't being any too reasonable at the time. I guess some introductions are in order. Folks, this is Rhythm Midas, known as Zoom, and her sidekick, Nunya Business. This fella here is my business partner, John Branham. He's head of medical. This is Jane Branham, John's wife and head nurse. She's also deputy head of security. So don't cheek your pills. This fella, Greg, is their son. He's the master of the flying hug. This is Steve Mason, our explosives expert, and a dang good machinist. Over here is Dingless Slongman, head of security. He goes by Dingus Sloan nowadays, because it looks more normal on Earth paperwork. Last, but most certainly not least, is Dingus's granddaughter, my wife, Benicius Wilson, who goes by Nikki. She's head pilot and bob wrangler." Zoom said, "Nice to meet all of you. Sorry to be such a butthead before, Dingus said. Young lady, you were doing what you thought you needed to do, to protect your ship and your people. You don't need to apologize for that.
Wait, you're the one got me from behind while the captain kept me talking.
You guys are all sneaky, Jane said. Not just the guys. Zoom said, I'm gonna like it here. Come on, Nunya. Scotty has work for us, I'm sure. Nunya replied, Not you too. How do I get my old name back? Scotty said, Some of us like being named by the captain. I, for one, would not like to go back to being called ME121. That makes sense. I wouldn't want to be called a string of numbers either, but Nunya? Just 'cause I mouthed off before I even knew he was the captain? Zoom said, Actions have consequences, you know that. If he was really upset with you, he wouldn't have let you stay in his cabin, now would he? Well, no. Let's talk about something else. Why do you have decorations on your arms, Scotty? It is an homage to the lady I am named after, Scotty Chapman. They wandered off toward engineering. Steve said, That combination looks more dangerous than DK. Just add a little Frank, and bluey, everything we know about physics is obsolete. I replied, You might be right about that, Steve. I bet it's going to be fun to watch. Nikki said, Oh, crap, he used the F word. Murphy's coming to breakfast. I replied, Nah, we already had breakfast. Set him a place at lunch. Very funny, caveman. I have a hard time getting upset about the fact that people working for me are enjoying themselves and discovering new technology that will improve people's lives. Is it going to make it interesting in the short term? Oh, yeah. Will it be worth it in the long run? I'm almost positive it will be. Worrying about problems before we, at least, have some inkling of what they might be is not going to do any good. I'm sorry if I made you think I'm not concerned. Gee, caveman, you shouldn't hold things in. Let us know how you really feel. I took off my uniform jacket and handed it to John. You're in charge for a few minutes. I have some personal business I need to take care of. The tickle fight was epic, even if it was short. The kiss at the end was worth all the trouble, though. When I took my jacket back from John, I asked, Are they ready to receive cargo down below, or do we need to build some secure storage? They have some storage space, but I don't think they have anywhere near what they would need for all of it. Scotty says she wouldn't need transport for wall sections till this afternoon. I'll get Andre and some of his buddies started running cargo down until time to start on that. Andre? Big mother of a bod. You'll like 'em. You have any idea what they might like first? Weapons, I would think. Fighting off the wildlife seems to be the thing they think about the most. See what I can do. Do they have enough teaching machines to get people up to speed on the new weapons? Wouldn't hurt to send some down. Most of their stuff is worn out. Can you think of anything else? If you get a chance, make a run to the surface. They all want to meet the famous Bob Wilson. I'll see what I can do about that. Nikki and I headed for the bridge, and the rest of them headed to the launch bay to head to the planet for the day. Nikki asked, So, what do you have on your agenda today? I need to get Topper and Andre started on shipping cargo to the surface, and then a training matter has come to my attention. Oh? It seems one of the crew blew off practice last night to snuggle with a frightened teenager. She needs to catch up before I have to put her on report. Oh, caveman, I've been naughty. That's the spirit. I calmed Topper. Morning, boss. How are you today? Doing well. How hard is it going to be to unload some of our cargo? Depends on what you need, boss. Weapons, mostly. I'd say stuff that's appropriate for anti-vehicle work and anti-air, with mounts, spares, and plenty of ammo, with a pallet of teaching machines to teach the locals which is the noisy end. All that stuff was packed to be taken off first, so it shouldn't be a problem. Except for maybe the teaching machines. Recall as many pilots as you think you will need. I'll see what I can do about rounding up some cargo bots for you. I could call Andre if you want, boss. You know Andre?
I did a name tag and logo for him last night.
Go ahead, then. Call if you have trouble with anything.
I will. Thanks, boss.
For what?
Just for trusting me to get it done, I guess. You treat me differently than anybody else I've worked for.
The rest of them will let you by with only 16 hours a day?
The rest of them didn't think I could be trusted to do anything on my own.
You haven't failed me yet, and I don't think you will. That's good enough for me.
Talk to you later, boss.
Later on, Topper. I turned to Nikki. Now, about that training issue. We made it to the bridge in time to spell Bucky for lunch, but it wasn't by much. She said, "Gee whiz, you two have all night and you're sneaking in nooners too? Are you part rabbit?" I said, "Nikki and I were standing guard over an escaped prisoner all night. You need to get your facts straight." Ooh, an escaped 13-year-old, half Nikki's size. She must have been terribly dangerous. Considering she knows access codes that let her escape from guard bots in the first place, I wouldn't call her harmless. Bucky left for lunch with that. I said, "Ensign Wilson, you have the con. I'll be in my red room, catching up on paperwork." I have the con. First, I looked at reports from the surface. Scotty's crew had run out of anything to do after they finished the foundation of the new wall. Chip put them on pouring pads to hold the artillery, so that they could be put into service as soon as they were delivered. I checked the real-time feed, and Andre had commandeered one of the freighters to deliver weapons to Scotty's pads. It looked like they would have a solid defense as soon as their gunners were trained. Then I saw how many training machines were in use and what courses were being studied. Looked like the settlement would be much better protected by nightfall. I checked on the power core test and found what I really expected. The test core was still performing just as it should, even with the abuse the test program was throwing at it. I checked the progress of the new FTL for the derelict we found. Finally, I found something I wasn't expecting. A few of the parts Scotty had ordered had been canceled, and new orders put in their place. The new orders were signed to Zoom, with Scotty signing as supervisor. A calm Scotty. Curious.
Hi, boss. If I'm not working the problem already, I'll get to it as soon as I can.
I was just wondering about the parts of that FTL drive that got canceled, and new parts scheduled.
Zoom showed me a better way, and she had equations to back it up. I hope that's okay, boss?
Well, that's what she's there for, Scotty. How are things working out?
I had a little adjusting to do at first, but it's good now.
Adjusting?
In order for young Nunya to be a competent assistant, she needed to know all the tools in the shop and where they were stored. That took a little time, especially since not all the tools were the type she was used to. She has promised me a schematic for a revised layout of the shop that would make our operations more efficient. She says she will have the first drawings by morning. I'm curious to see what she comes up with.
So, you are happy with the arrangement?
More than just happy, boss. These two are good crew. Thank you for finding them for me.
Are you aware that you might have one more crew member, if he does well in the auto dock?
Nanya's father, you mean? Yes, I am aware. I will see how he works out. May I request he be transferred if I do not find him suitable?
Without a doubt. You are going to need a crew you can rely on. If you can't rely on them, don't keep them around.
Thanks, boss. I've been concerned about that.
It's your department, Scotty. Run it to suit yourself. Have you had any progress on the project to give us a dry flare without a rough transition?
We have a design, and we're running it through the worst-case simulation as we speak. I should know more by tomorrow. The early results look good, so I already started the long lead time parts. We can always recycle them if the simulations show us a problem.
Assuming the simulations come out well, how soon could you have the system ready to use?
Day after tomorrow at the earliest. Safer to say the day after that.
That should be well before we need it. Unless we have more unexpected visitors. Andre is putting those weapon emplacements you had built to good use. You'll need to let him and Topper know when you want to switch over to hauling wall pieces.
Boss, I hadn't planned to haul them down. Loading and unloading them on and off the freighters will take a lot of time we could use constructing the wall.
I'm afraid I don't follow. How are you planning on getting them to where they're needed?
They're hull metal, so the threat of re-entry won't bother them. The previous owners didn't strip out the DSS, so we can use that.
DSS?
Deorbit Supply System. It's a quick way to get supplies to a ground unit under combat conditions. You just put whatever they need in a heat-resistant container, and the catapult drops it out of orbit.
And the wall pieces don't even need a container. I'm hoping you were planning to give the folks down below some notice before you start hitting them with what looks like an orbital bombardment.
You sure know how to spoil a girl's fun, boss. Of course, I was going to give them notice and make sure they were clear of the landing zone. They'll be a little hot when they land, but by the time the whole wall is down, the first pieces should be cool enough to handle.
I'll have to get a hold of Jane and make sure Greg is somewhere he can see them coming in. He won't forgive me if I let him miss a fireworks show like that.
You humans have weird ideas of fun.
I'm sure I could say the same of you, if I knew what you do for fun.
You need anything else, boss?
Nope. How about you?
Fly safe, boss. I don't want to work for anybody else.
Talk to you later. After I hung up, I couldn't think of anything else I needed to check on, so I calmed Jane. Hi, Bob. What's up? Just wanted to give you a heads up. Scotty is going to make quite a show delivering the wall pieces. Greg is going to want to be someplace where he can see him coming in. When is this going to start? My understanding is sometime this afternoon. I'll let you know when I have a firmer time. What exactly is she up to? Since heat won't bother the wall sections, she's going to kick 'em out the back and let them re-enter on their own. Says the ship has a system designed to do that. An artificial meteor shower? Greg's not the only one who wants to see that. Will the vibrations from the impacts cause any problems?
All of their tunnels are lined with epoxy granite. I don't think it will be an issue, but I'll ask.
We can bring the pieces down in ships, but it will take longer, and I got the impression Scotty was really looking forward to getting to use the drop system. I'll get with some folks and let you know what I find out. The change in morale down here is amazing. When we first landed, they were all asking if we could take them somewhere safe. Now, they're making plans to defend the place and thinking about the future. Glad we did some good. Speaking of doing good, do you or John have any ideas for getting Fanelia's crew ready to fly again? I heard they were in a bad way. John ran them through the auto dock, but neither of them had any physical issues. Since we've been bringing Greg to work with us, Sally has been at loose ends, and John has her talking to them, trying to get them able to go back to work. Do you suppose a new task would help, or would that just make it worse? Ask Sally. She has a better read on where they are in the healing process. When did she go from nanny to shrink? When Scotty had a private talk with her. Well, that probably means the right bod is on the job. Thanks. I'll call again when I know more. Bye, Bob. A calm Sally.
Hi, boss. Haven't heard from you in a while. Everything okay?
That's what I called to find out. Are Fernelia's crew making progress?
They are, but they've both got a good dose of what your people call PTSD. I don't think either of them had any idea what could be waiting for them out here in the wild stars.
Do you think giving them a new assignment would help or hurt?
Their work is a big part of their identity. Having something to work on would probably do them good.
Would you be able to monitor them and pull them off it, if it went the other way?
Sure. What do you need them to do?
Well, finding not one, but probably 2 lost colonies on this planet has me thinking there may be a lot more lost colonies out here in the, what did you call them? Wild stars?
So, you want them to go through the records and see if they can find any likely locations for these lost colonies, so that we can go see if they exist. And if so, are they friendly?
Exactly right. Does that sound like something they could do?
As long as you don't ask them to do any first contact stuff, I think they will be fine.
Go ahead and start 'em on that, then, if you don't mind.
Sure will. Thanks, boss. I've been looking for something to keep those two busy. Left idle, they just spiral back to the attack.
Glad to help. Let me know if you need anything.
I will. Talk to you later, boss.
Bye, Sally. I went back out to the bridge. Topper called out. "Captain on the bridge," I replied. "As you were." Nikki asked.
"Would you like the con, sir?"
"I would."
"I stand relieved."
"Are you headed to lunch?"
"Yes. You want me to bring you a sandwich?"
"If you don't mind."
"Not a problem."
Nikki left. I asked Topper, "Any update on when Scotty intends to begin bombarding the colony?"
"Bombarding? Oh, you mean delivering the wall sections. She intends to start in 30 minutes.
I calmed Jane.
"Hi, Bob."
"Just called to let you know the show starts in 30 minutes. Do the locals have any objection?"
"No, sir.
They like your style. Please tell me there's not a statue in the works."
"In the works? No, sir. Scotty's crew finished boring the base last night, and the statue came down from the ship this morning. Andre put it on the pedestal himself."
"You're not joking, are you?"
"No."
"Scotty turned loose of that much hull metal?" "She said it was for a good cause, native relations. She also said she had enough stores to meet any conceivable need, up to and including building an entire freighter complement for the Gene. I'm supposed to act like I have no idea how all this came about, so I don't have to talk to Scotty about the use of the ship's resources, aren't I?"
"That's the way it is usually handled, yes."
"Understood. Enjoy the show."
"Bye, Bob."
I turned to Topper. "COB, have you studied the functions of our fine ship?"
"I have, sir."
"Can you explain the DSS to me? I'm not sure I understand the details."
"Well, sir, the cargo to be delivered is put into an electromagnetic catapult that slows to less than orbital velocity, whereupon it begins a ballistic re-entry."
"Yes, I understand that part. The next bit is where it gets fuzzy for me. The cargo is descending through atmosphere with the random wind currents, possible bird strikes, and who knows what all else, and yet we can predict the impact point well enough to make it safe to drop near a settlement?"
"Oh, I see the problem, sir. No one told you about the guidance modules that are attached to each piece of cargo. They have a set of small drive emitters that correct any variation in trajectory."
"That makes perfect sense, then. Are the guidance modules reusable, or are they expended in service?"
"Oh, Captain, that's the sweet part. Once they're detached from the cargo, they have enough thrust to make orbit. They come home all on their own."
"Outstanding. Have your freighter crews been advised of the hazard to their navigation?"
"They have. I have them holding aboard the Gene until after the drop."
"All of them?"
Yes, sir. The last ship just came aboard. By the time the drop is over, all of them will be loaded and ready to depart."
"Will you lose part of your unloading crew to wall construction?"
"We will. Andre estimates we will be able to shift cargo about half as fast as we could with the whole crew."
"Anything we can do to help with that?"
"We've not been able to come up with anything, sir. If we speed up one part, it just bottlenecks somewhere else."
"Good enough. At least we got 'em some artillery positioned."
"Yes, sir. All of Scotty's emplacements now have weapons and trained crews."
My comm rang. "Captain Wilson?"
Max said. "Captain, is it now? I've got to keep up on current events."
"Somebody has to drive. I was the only one too dumb to turn it down."
"Sure, Bob, I believe you. I got a visit from your brother last night."
Farts like skunk. How is he?"
"He's fine. He came to tell me what he had heard in the knocks from up north. Falling Rain is having trouble with her pregnancy, and he wanted Bob to come and help. I took Farts like skunk with me, and we picked them up and brought them back to Missouri. I've got Falling Rain in the auto dock, and she and the baby should be fine in a day or so."
Sounds like you have it under control. Good work.
There is one other thing. Knoxhart, having seen how much technology can help take care of people, has decided that they would do better to go live on Falling Rain's planet. We're short of people and can't shake anyone loose to haul them out.
You need me to send someone there to pick them up and take them to Charlie's planet, then?
If you have anyone you can spare.
I think I know just the folks. I'll get 'em on their way by the end of the day. Anything else you need?
Nope. Fly safe.
Talk to you later, Max. I calmed Zoom.
Yes, Captain?
I need a ship outfitted by the end of the day. All the goodies the Ronald Evans has, complete with an extra-large auto-dock.
We can do it all, but the auto-dock, sir. We could put in the one from the Evans and build another one to go in it. That's the only way we can have you a ship in the black that fast.
Just be sure and put in a standard auto-dock until you have another big one.
Of course, sir. May I ask, why did you call me and not Scotty?
Isn't she busy with the drop?
She's already run a full diagnostic on the catapult twice and had us run self-checks on all the guidance modules, first Nunya and then me. From here on, it's all automatic.
Sorry, I didn't mean to violate chain of command. I just assumed she would be busy.
Scotty said, Not a problem, sir. Zoom put me on the circuit as soon as you called.
I hope to get better at being captain real soon now.
Scotty replied, You're doing fine, sir. You acted on the facts as you thought them to be.
Thank you, Scotty, for your understanding.
You're welcome, sir. I do need to go monitor the drop.
Later, you two.
Chapter 7.
Nikki came onto the bridge and brought me a sandwich and a glass of tea. She said,
Here you go, Captain Caveman. What did I miss?
A call from your dad. Do you suppose Bucky would agree to leave us on our own for a bit and fly a mission?
She and Steve haven't had a lot of time since we've been here. I don't know if she would go for that.
Most of what Steve needs to do on the planet is done. I was going to send him along and a bot pilot if we can hunt one up. Topper, overhearing, said,
Hunting, sir. She'll jump at that, Caveman. What's the mission?
Your dad has a couple folks wanting passage to Charlie's planet, and he can't shake anyone loose to fly 'em there.
People wanting to go to Charlie's planet? Nobody knows about it.
Knoxhard and Falling Rain. It seems young Bob is giving her trouble, and Knoxhard would rather be closer to an auto-dock, instead of sending Knox and waiting for your dad to get the message from Fartsock Skunk.
Wise plan, but I thought they decided to stay on Earth.
My impression at the time was that Knoxhard was dealing with a lot of new things all at once, and he was trying to hang on to something he could understand. Falling Rain was just trying to hang on to Knoxhard.
Now that Knoxhard has had more time to get used to the idea, he sees the benefits of going to Charlie's planet.
I think he cares deeply for Falling Rain and young Bob, and will do what they need, regardless of what he thinks.
How do you know it's a boy?
I don't. It could be they have to change their plans and name the child Nikki.
You're silly, Caveman.
Topper spoke up.
Sir, I've located a bot who can pilot for them.
As good as Ruth?
Yes, sir. At least she will be, after Scotty has a little talk with her.
Good work, Topper.
Thanks, boss.
You're welcome. You need to notify Ruth she'll be pulling shifts on the bridge from now on.
On it, boss.
We kept ourselves busy for a few minutes, and then my comm rang. Captain Wilson.
Boss, it's Scotty. We're ready to start dropping the wall. Could you make the announcement?
Why don't you, Scotty? It's your project.
Thanks, boss.
I hung up the comm, and Scotty came over the intercom, sounding very official.
All hands, prepare for a cargo drop. I say again, prepare for a cargo drop.
Topper said.
Strap in, Ensign Wilson. There may be some jerking from recoil.
Nikki fastened her straps. Topper switched screens so that we could watch the wall sections re-enter. I calmed Jane. Yes, Bob? Incoming. Thanks. Nikki said, the DSS has control of the helm. Acknowledged. It wasn't long after that we felt the first bucking from a wall section being ejected. The DSS actually did a pretty good job compensating with the drive emitters. I was able to get back on target quickly. It didn't take long for a string of shiny wall sections to show up on the main screen. I asked, Mr. Topper, how long will it take to get the entire wall unloaded?
About 3 more minutes, sir.
We watched the show. The string of shiny pieces turned into a string of fiery beads as it hit the atmosphere. Soon enough, the shaking stopped, and Scotty came over the intercom again.
Cargo away. Secure from cargo drop.
Nikki said.
I have helm control.
I asked, Mr. Topper, could you zoom in on the landing zone, please? He put up a split screen, with the descending sections on one side and the landing zone on the other. I said, nicely done. The emitter packages slowed up the wall sections so that the impacts weren't as dramatic as I was really expecting. They hit harder than they would have with parachutes, but not a lot harder. My comm rang. Captain Wilson, Scotty said.
Captain, one of the guidance packages has failed. There is no threat to the colony, but the section will land considerably long. We'll need to send someone to retrieve it.
What do you suggest, Scotty?
A standard freighter could handle the load, but we have some specialized ships that are better suited for the task.
Prep one, please. How many crew are needed to fly it efficiently?
2 people can do the recovery, pilot and crane operator. Given conditions on the planet, you probably want a few gunners for security.
Do you have a crew in mind?
Ensign Wilson is the best pilot aboard, and this could require some tricky piloting. Zoom is the best bet for crane operator. If the landing site requires an innovative approach, she can figure it out quicker than the rest of us.
What about gunners?
There are a few more where the mix came from. I'll wake them up and get them remounting the guns on the recovery ship.
Will Nikki need to train on the ship before she flies it?
I've already sent the course to her station, and yes, sir, we have instituted your training machine modifications throughout the ship. No need to worry about headaches.
Good work. How soon will the ship be ready?
By the time Ensign Wilson finishes training and makes it to the launch bay, it will be ready to fly.
Excellent. Wilson out.
Scotty out.
Topper, page Ruth to the bridge. She'll be taking the ship sooner than we thought.
On it, sir.
I noticed that all the sections had landed. My comm rang. Captain Wilson.
Wow, Uncle Bob, that was amazing. It was so cool.
I'll tell Scotty you liked it. Did they all land where they should have? Jane came on. All the ones that landed here are in a neat pattern on the field. They didn't land nearly as hard as I expected. I didn't completely understand the tech when I was talking to you earlier. They have drives on them to steer, and they are also strong enough to slow them down before impact. Still, it was a heck of a show. We did see one that looked like it missed long, though. We're in the process of getting a ship ready to go after it. The guidance package failed. Andre's crew is already grabbing sections to install. The whole thing is just too wild. 0 to wall and nothing flat. We aim to please, ma'am. I need to get back to work. Talk to you later, sir. Bye. Nikki woke up from the teaching machine. I unstrapped, saying, Mr. Topper, you have the con.
Aye, sir. I have the con.
I caught Nikki before she left the bridge. Tongue wrestling ensued. I said, Fly safe, Space Cadet. Always, caveman. When she was gone, I said, Mr. Topper, I have the con.
Aye, sir. You have the con.
Ruth came onto the bridge, saying,
You needed me, Captain?
Take the pilot station, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Topper.
Sir.
We need to clarify a point of procedure. Publish this to all hands. In all dealings with the captain, boss will be considered an acceptable form of address. Sir is also acceptable, as is captain. Asshole is right out. Yes, boss. I like the sound of that.
The recovery ship is requesting permission to leave the Jean Cernan.
Permission granted. Topper hadn't changed the screen since we watched the wall sections re-entering, so we got a fine view of Nikki burning flat out to go after the missing wall section. My comm rang. Captain Wilson?
Boss, this is Scotty. I've lost track of Nunya.
Bet you a quarter ounce she's aboard that recovery ship.
No bet, sir. No bet. What should we do about it?
Read the after-action report and see if she was an asset or a liability before we take any action.
Sounds like a reasonable course, boss. Do you have a minute?
For you, Scotty? Of course.
Zoom's method of tuning FTL transitions is something I've never seen before. It appears, if we combined her techniques and ours, we might be able to make the transition almost undetectable.
Excellent. Of course, now you need to develop a drone that can fake our transponder output.
I don't. Oh, you mean to leave the drone on our previous course and pop up behind whoever is after us, don't you, boss?
Were you actually the sharpest bot on the Commonwealth Navy, or just in the top 10?
Boss, you're going to give me a swelled head talking like that.
Just giving credit where it is due, Scotty.
Talk to you later, boss.
Wilson out. Mr. Topper, can you put the recovery operation on screen, please?
Yes, boss.
A ship obviously built to recover other ships and equipment appeared on the screen. Several gun turrets were blazing away at the wildlife. I asked, Mr. Topper, does that ship have stealth?
No, boss, you can't take it home with us. No stealth at all. All those corners. It would stand out like a neon sign on radar.
Reading my mind again, Mr. Topper?
I had the same thought, boss.
Once the wildlife had been run off, a cable began lowering out the center of the ship. There was a hook at the end, but there was also something above the hook. We didn't quite have enough resolution to make it out, but I had my suspicions. Sure enough, when the hook got down to the section being recovered, Nunya jumped off and set a rescue eye. She hooked the cable on and climbed back on the hook. Something jumped from the tree line, but two of the turrets turned it into a red mist before it got close. When they had the section secured and started to fly away, I calmed Nunya.
Hello?
Did you remember to bring fresh undies?
You saw that, Captain?
I did. I'm still deciding whether you're brave or foolish.
Me too. The lads had it handled, though.
Good bunch of bots you have there. They probably need names, don't you think?
I suppose.
Could you handle that for me, since you know 'em so much better than I do?
Yes, Captain. I mean, are you sure?
They just saved your behind. You're not going to give 'em names they don't like.
That's true. How much longer till I work off being called Nunya?
I'd like to hear what Scott has to say about your plan to rearrange the shop before I give you an answer on that.
I guess that's fair. I need to help unload, sir.
Wilson out. I calmed Scotty.
Yes, boss?
In your copious spare time, could you work out a remote method of setting a rescue eye? You nearly came up short of Shop Monkey a minute ago.
Nunya? Is she okay?
She's fine. The bots she woke up to work security on the mission were on the ball. I don't even think they got any on her. We just don't need to be putting people or bots into situations like that if we can get by without it.
I completely agree, boss. I'll review the mission log and see if I can come up with something.
Thanks. I'll try to stay out of your business for the rest of the day.
No problem, boss. I enjoy our little chats. Talk to you later.
Bye. Bucky came onto the bridge. She asked, "Where's Nikki?" Retrieving a wayward wall section. Is Steve planetside today?" "He is. Why?" I call him Nikki. "Yes, Captain Caveman." "Are you still on the planet?" "We are. Watching the bots put up their wall. They're fascinating." "Could you bring Steve up when you come?" "Sure thing. Does he know he's coming?" "Not yet. Do you want me to call him?" "Nope. This will be fun." "Talk to you when you get back, then."
Bye.
Bucky asked.
What was that about?
"Your trip."
What trip?
"You and Steve are going to fetch a couple of our friends and take them to Charlie's planet."
Where from?
"Earth. Max can't shake anybody loose to fly him, since he's short-handed."
"So we're flying watch and watch all the way there and back?"
"Unless you want to let the bullet fly. I hear she's as good as Ruth." Ruth spoke up.
"Not quite, boss. I have her beat by 0.1% on a couple of tests."
"No offense intended, Ruth."
"None taken, boss."
I looked back at Bucky. "Don't you need to pack?"
I suppose I do, boss."
McComb rang. "Captain Wilson?"
"Captain, it's Sally. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time."
"Not at all. What can I do for you?"
"I just wanted to thank you for giving the boys from Fanelia's crew something to work on. They're doing much better. I'm convinced they thought you would put them ashore for cowardice."
"They're analysts, not combat personnel. Freaking megafauna trying to eat you. That's got to shake a person up."
"Glad you understand, sir."
"Anything else I could do for you?"
"Fly safe, boss."
"Bye." Topper said.
"Video feed coming in from Ensign Wilson. May I put it on the screen, boss?"
"Go for it, COB." I wondered why Nikki was sending us video. And then it was clear. Scotty's crews were doing miracles in real time. They had both edges of the wall, where it tied into the box canyon, already up, and were installing the regular wall sections between them. There were crews on both sides, and as soon as the lower crew got a piece in place, the next crew put one on top. Nikki panned over to the old timber wall, and then back to the amazing progress being made on the new one, in gleaming hull metal. The new wall was twice the height of the old one, and undoubtedly much stronger. Nikki said,
"Can you believe how fast this is going up?"
"Nope. It's quite the show. Thanks for sharing it with us."
"I thought you needed to see what your crew could do."
"I did. I wouldn't have realized just how hard they were working otherwise. When are you heading back?"
"As soon as they get done with my ship. They borrowed it when we got here. Something about needing it to align the two edges when they come together."
Soon enough, we saw what they were talking about. The wall was sloped, slightly, to deflect an attack upwards, rather than taking a solid hit. Even hull metal had a little sag by the time it crossed the mouth of the canyon. When they got to the gatepost, the last piece wouldn't slip in. A bot rode up on a grav pallet and set a rescue eye in the upper corner. The ship slid in and lowered a hook, then moved off to pull in the required direction. The panel slipped in, and the ship eased off. The bot on the pallet took the hook loose and removed the eye. They proceeded like that till they got above the gate. Then they hooked a pulley to the end of the cable, with another piece of cable running through it. It had a hook on either end, and the bot on the pallet set an eye in the top corner of the panel on each side of the gap. Then he hooked the ends of the wire to 'em. When the ship pulled on it, the centerpiece slid right in. I asked Nikki, "Why didn't you fly for 'em?"
"They had a bot who had thousands of hours doing this kind of work back in the Navy days. He and his winch operator put Zoom and me to shame. Even Nanya agrees they're a better crew."
"That settles it, then."
"How do you mean?"
"If Nanya admits they're better than you guys, they must rock."
"You've got the point there."
"Yeah, but I've got this neat captain's hat to cover it up." We watched as they set the last panel in place. Once it was tack welded, the ship left, and we didn't see it for a bit. I asked, "Did they steal your ship?"
"I don't think so, Captain Caveman."
The ship reappeared, with one of the gate panels slung vertically. One of the bolts on the ground was giving them tiny adjustments, until they flew it right into place and the hinge pins dropped. "Wow," escaped my lips. That was some kind of precision flying. Now I see why they bumped you.
Me too. I would have been there all afternoon.
They flew in the other gate, and it went up just as slick. When they pushed the gate shut and lashed them, a cheer went up. Suddenly, we lost audio. I asked, "Topper, what happened?"
"Boss, the cheer is too loud. The software won't let it through."
It's good to be appreciated. After a minute or two, the sound level dropped to something that would let through. Nikki was hollering into the mic.
"Caveman, did you hear that? The whole colony is dancing and celebrating."
"Nope, it was too loud. The software cut it off."
"Really? That's a shame. Captain Bob and his crew are their new heroes."
"Oh, come on. I just have the right tools for the job, and a crew of bots that know how to use them well. I just sat back and watched, mostly."
"You would have a hard time convincing them of that."
"How bad is the statue?"
"Gleaming hull metal, twice life-size, in your Captain Kangaroo uniform."
"Does this mean I have to start calling my rifle Vera?"
"Only if I get to call you Jane."
"I don't believe I'm that maladjusted." Nikki quit talking, and I thought something was wrong, until I looked up at the screen. The ship she had flown down was landing, and she had come to attention. The bot who had flown it came down the ladder out of the cockpit. Nikki snapped him a parade ground salute. He came to attention and returned it. Then he walked over and said, "You may have your ship back, ma'am." Nikki replied,
"Ain't no way that's my ship. That's your ship. I just ferried it down here for you. I've never seen flying like that. You rock."
That sort of precision flying is easier when you have stepper motors instead of muscles.
No fatigue twitches to throw you off.
Regardless, you have a level of mastery that is a joy to behold. Are you by any chance rated for FTL?
"Yes, ma'am. But I'm not current on the new stuff the captain's research team has been playing with."
"I think we could get that fixed easily enough. Are you cargo or crew?"
"I've been meaning to ask someone about that. I am cargo, but I am also ex-Navy. Is there a way to get transferred to crew?"
"It probably would have been easier before you put on that show for the whole colony. I doubt they're going to want to let you go."
"I hadn't thought of that. I was more thinking of it as an audition for the crew."
"It worked for that. I haven't spoken to my husband yet, but I'm sure he'll want you on the crew if he can get you."
"Your husband?"
She turned and pointed at the statue. He said,
"You're Mrs. Wilson? The pilot who rescues craft from ridiculous tumbles? I should be saluting you."
"I do all right. For a human. I'm not in your league, though."
"I'm not as good as you think. Most of it comes from knowing how to use the stabilizers on that boat to your best advantage."
"It sounds to me like you have a lot of specialized knowledge that we need. Would you mind coming up to have a talk with the captain and some of his people?"
"No, ma'am. That sounds very interesting. Could I bring my crew chief as well?"
"Please do."
Our camera feed showed Nikki gathering up the people and bots she had flown down with, while the pilot and his crew chief got back aboard the ship. Next, lo, we saw Nikki on her comm, when she realized she hadn't hung up with me. I heard,
"Sorry, Caveman, I forgot I had you on the line."
"No biggie. We got to listen to you talking to the pilot. I'm going to wind up trading him something I don't want to. If I want to keep him, but I don't see any way it's in our best interest to leave here without him."
"You'll figure it out. I need to go find Steve. Talk to you later."
"Later, Space Cadet." Topper said.
"There's a call I think you should take, sir."
"Who is it?"
"Abe."
"Put him on."
"Mr. Topper?"
"No, Abe, this is Captain Wilson. What can I do for you?"
"Sorry to bother you, Captain. I meant to call Mr. Topper."
"You did? He put you on with me?" "I'm not sure why."
"Well, you see, sir, the reason I called is that I want to see about staying on the planet. I've had a long hitch out in the black, and I'd like to stay somewhere there are people I can help."
"I understand, Abe. I'm sure we can work out a way for you to stay with the colony. I've already heard from someone wanting to switch the other way."
"Thank you, sir. I didn't think it would be so easy to go groundside."
"Abe, the last thing I need is a bot working for me who doesn't want to be here. Nobody can fault your dedication to the Gene Cernan. You did all you were able, before you shut yourself down. You've been amazing since we woke you up. You've earned a change of job, if that's what you want."
"Thank you for understanding, sir. It's been a pleasure and an honor serving under you."
"The honor is mine, Abe. Thank you for your service. Gene, do you want to add anything?"
"Goodbye, old friend. Thank you for your faithful service,"
Abe replied.
"Goodbye, Gene. Fly safe,"
Topper said.
"He cut the connection,"
I replied. "I don't guess I can put this off much longer. Get me the head of the colony." Topper messed with his console.
"Sorry, boss. The best I can do right now is the deputy. The head guy went into the auto docks with the last group. He won't be available till sometime tomorrow."
"Should have guessed that. Give me the deputy, then." Chapter 8.
"Wasm Gallus, how may I help you?"
"Miss Gallus, this is Bob Wilson. I need to speak with someone about the disposition of some bots. Would you be that person?"
"Till Dad wakes up tomorrow, I suppose I am. What can I do for you?"
"As you may know, there are 3 different groups of bots working here. There are a small group I brought with me from Earth, bots who are crew of the Gene Cernan, and bots who are cargo, destined for your colony. Lately, I've been getting requests from some of the bots in the second 2 groups to change status. Some crew are ready to settle down on a planet and get out of the black, and some of the cargo want to join up with the Gene. I'd like to know how you would want to handle those situations."
Captain Wilson, you and your team have already saved this colony from near certain destruction and given us hope for the future. And I'm nearly certain Dad, when he wakes up, will be more than happy with any arrangement you come up with. Before Phanelia landed, we had no hope of ever being resupplied. Now you come with our long-lost supplies and fight off a coordinated attack of Rippers and Thunder Bears, and you're worried about giving us a fair shake on which bots you leave us? That's so far down on our list of priorities as to be invisible from where I stand."
"I see your point. I'll just do my best to get the bots where they want to be, then."
"There is one thing, Captain."
"Of course, there always is."
"We would very much appreciate it if you would come down and let us show you our appreciation. Say, tomorrow supper?"
"I'd be happy to. Anything we should bring?"
"I've heard rumors of a band."
"I think we can make that happen. They're all forward-thinking types. I'm sure they've got their instruments stashed around here somewhere."
"That sounds wonderful. See you then."
"See you tomorrow." After the connection was cut, I turned to Topper. "Well, Topper, you have your first gig. You and the band are playing at the celebration tomorrow night."
"But, boss, we didn't pack our instruments, regardless of how much faith you might have in our foresight."
"I guess you better get to programming printers then, hadn't you?"
"Yes, sir. Another call for you, sir."
"Captain Wilson."
"Captain, this is Zoom. That ship you had us get ready is going to be departing soon. Do you want to see it off?"
"I do. I'll be there shortly. Mr. Topper, you have the cone."
"Aye, sir. I have the con.
I hit the transit and got to the launch bay before Bucky and Steve left. Then I saw the reason. Zoom was delaying them with some bogus maintenance issue. I said, "Well done, Zoom. You may stow your scam."
Thank you, Captain. Mr. Mason is hard to fool.
I'm surprised you managed it.
More like I fooled Ensign Bronkham enough she didn't listen to him.
Whatever works, Zoom.
Aye, Captain.
Steve said. You could have just asked us to wait. Where's the fun in that? Besides, I wanted to see what Zoom would come up with. Bucky said. You, sir, are an experience to work with.
How's your pilot?
I'm happy with her, sir.
I expect her to have a name when I see you again at Charlie's Planet.
Yes, sir. You want us to wait for you at Charlie's Planet, then?
Well, I expect there will still be saucers that need to be recovered, and things to keep you busy, and I don't expect to be too far behind you by the time you fly all the way to Earth and back. Hopefully, by the time you arrive, we'll have training courses for the new spacecraft that you can start Morningflower and her pilots on. Steve said, So we are to ferry Knoxhard and Fallen Rain to Charlie's Planet, assist in recovery operations, and begin training the Starfoot Navy, in anticipation of the arrival of the Gene Cernan. Was there something else you thought you should do while you were out and about?
No, boss. I think that will keep us busy.
I know it's going to keep you busy. That's why I assigned you such a good pilot.
Bucky said, Stephen, dear, I believe you have been busted.
Yes, dear, I believe that I have. Wasn't it generous of the captain to assign us a pilot?
It was indeed. We should do something nice for him, like getting out of his hair before he changes his mind.
Good idea. See you later, Captain. Fly safe, you two. They boarded and took off, headed back toward the bridge. Gene came over the intercom.
Captain, I've been asked to inform you that your presence is requested in the conference room on the bridge deck.
Any idea what the meeting is about, Gene?
The pilot from the wall raising is going to be in attendance, so I would assume it has to do with his transfer to the crew.
Thanks, Gene. The meeting was mostly assembled when I got there. They all stood, too, as I entered. As you were. Ensign Wilson, you called this meeting. Please proceed.
Mr. Topper, Miss Ruth, are you connected?
We are, ma'am.
Let's proceed, then. We are here to discuss changing the status of units AC-796 and HP-1015 from cargo to crew. Captain, have you discussed the matter with the colony?
I have. The leader of the colony is apparently in the auto dock until tomorrow. But earlier I spoke with his deputy, who was also his daughter. She said I was free to dispose of the bots as I saw fit. She was confident I wouldn't leave them short. I also spoke with Abe, who has decided to remain with the colony, rather than staying on the Gene.
So the issue is whether we would accept AC-796 and HP-1015 as crew members?
Seems to be. Topper spoke up.
Ma'am, sir, I'm afraid I must strenuously object at this point.
Nikki asked.
Mr. Topper, what is your objection?
While these two bots would make fine additions to the crew of Gene Cernan, it is my contention that we have more need of these two in the captain's personnel crew. You, ma'am, are our best pilot. In another couple of months, your ability to fly rescues and recoveries is going to be compromised. Ruth is a good pilot, but she certainly doesn't have the lifting and recovery skill these fellows have. With 2 or 3 of us cargo bots for muscle, these two could run rescue ops by themselves, leaving the medical work to be performed at base.
I replied, Those are good points, Topper. We must, however, accommodate the wishes of these two fellas. I have yet to hear either one of them express a desire to become part of the home crew. AC-796 raised an arm.
Captain, if I may.
Certainly.
The reason you haven't heard either of us express a desire to join your personal crew is that we had no such idea such a thing was possible,
We just didn't want to get stuck here, hauling meat and rock.
So you're okay with going back to Earth and flying rescues and recoveries?
We've never done that kind of work before, but we're willing to try.
I could give you a taste of our kind of work. If you don't like it, you can always stay with the Gene. Ruth is a good pilot. With little practice, she'll be good enough for our work. We'll be going to a planet with plenty of recovery work after we finish here. You two can try it while you're there, and decide whether you want to stay with it or find different work.
That's more fair than we have any right to expect, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. There is one other small matter, however.
What's that, sir?
I'm terrible at remembering numbers. Would the two of you accept alternate designations while you're working with us?
You're offering us names, sir? Of course we would accept names. Among the bots, it is considered an honor to be named by the captain.
Whatever you say, Ace. Let's see, HP 1015. Does Hopper sue you? HP 1015 spoke up.
Yes, sir, it does.
Ace asked.
So, I am to be called Ace?
Yes. It is a title of respect given to expert pilots on my planet. I think it fits.
Thank you, sir.
Nikki spoke up.
If there's nothing else.
No one raised any other issues, she said.
Good enough. Meeting adjourned.
Dingus walked up to me. Bob, you handled that pretty slick. I think you're getting the hang of this captain job. Topper scared the crap out of me when he objected. I had no idea what was in that bot's mind. Yet you managed to come to a solution that seems to be acceptable to all the parties. I'm sure I'll get an earful from Topper the next time he and I are on the bridge together. I don't think so. If he had a problem with it, he would have brought it up in the meeting. He's probably on the horn to Charlie to see what interesting rescues they have left, so we can make sure Ace and Hopper enjoy their trial run. You know, that does sound more like Topper. Be advised I expect you to the party at the colony tomorrow night. If I have to show up, so do you. Wait, doesn't somebody have to go make contact with Zoom's people tomorrow? I might not be back till late. We'll all go in the morning, and we'll all be back in time for the party. Understood? Understood, Captain. He wandered off, and Nikki came up.
What did Grandpa want?
To get out of the party tomorrow night.
What party?
The party the colony is throwing to celebrate the new wall. You hadn't heard about it?
No, I hadn't. How did you?
I was talking to the deputy head of the colony about changing bot assignments, and she brought it up.
It's a little odd she didn't say anything while we were on this surface.
You don't think she's trying to take your job like that receptionist?
I don't think so. But I look at the tape of her talking with you just to be sure.
Maybe I misunderstood the invitation. I thought it was for the whole crew.
I don't know. But I'll straighten it out for you. Let's go find something to eat. Your son has your appetite.
I'm thinking that's your daughter.
No, she's a demure little thing, like her mother. Hardly any appetite at all.
And you claim my eyes must be brown. You must have a portal to another dimension hidden somewhere to be that full of it. No bigger than you are.
You don't think I'm demure?
Beautiful, skilled, the woman I want to have my back. Oh, yeah. Shy, retiring, reserved, not a chance. Save that for somebody who hasn't seen you fly.
Dang it, I thought I had you that time, and you still managed to turn it around into a compliment. You're frustrating, caveman.
Likewise, I'm sure. Let's see what's for supper. Sally was running the galley. Fenelia's crew apparently didn't make the grade as kitchen help, as they were sitting at the table looking forlorn. I said, "Evening, gentlemen. How goes new project?" Mingus said,
"Lost colonies take a different approach. We're still testing ideas against the data for this planet. We have a couple of programs in testing that look promising, but nothing so far is good enough to spend time chasing down leads."
Keep after it. I have faith in you two. There's a lot more data on castaways to work from. So far, we only have the one lost colony to test your method against. That can't be helping. Wrangler said. No, sir, it isn't. We're trying to decide which aspects are specific to this colony and which ones are more general. With no other examples to go from, we can't have much confidence in our choices. Nikki spoke up. I know it's not exactly the same situation, but if you stretch your definition a little, Earth could qualify as a lost colony, couldn't it? Wrangler asked. I'm not sure I see what you mean. When the Jean Cernan was damaged, the human crew abandoned ship. At least some, probably most of them made it to Earth, where they interbred with the locals and produced the humans we see today. Not a colony on purpose, but a colony just the same. Wouldn't you say? I see what you mean. We might be able to use some of the data concerning Earth to help dial in our algorithm. I spoke up. Jean? Yes, boss. Can you give these fellas access to your records concerning the planet we're orbiting, and the crew's escape to Earth when you were damaged? Of course, boss. Abe shut me down not too long after they made landfall, so I don't know too much. I'm sure whatever you have is more than they have now. Thank you. No problem, boss. I turned back to the table. I don't know how much Jean's records will do for you, since you won't have first-hand source data for any other planets, but I wouldn't think it could hurt. Mingus replied. Sir, I'm sure it will be a great help. I feel silly for not asking for access ourselves. That's me, just dumb enough that I don't know which questions aren't worth asking. Nikki said. Don't listen to that nonsense, boys. It's all part of his camouflage. He tries to make people think he's dumber than he actually is. He says it makes people underestimate him. Wrangler said. Yes, ma'am, we got caught in that trap already. He just makes it hard to remember. He does, doesn't he? I wonder if it's some kind of low-level telepathy or something. I said. Oh, now you're accusing me of Jedi mind tricks? This is not the Bob you're looking for? Pretty much. Zoom and Nunya wandered in. Nunya asked. Pretty much what? Nikki replied. We were just talking about how Bob manages to project as less competent than he is in order to fool people into underestimating him. Ain't that the truth? He had me beat before I even realized we were playing. I said, you guys are ate up. I just stumble along until I find something that works. Very little of any competency involved. Dingus came in. He said, what are we trying to pin on Bob now? Nunya said, the captain is trying to convince us that he doesn't purposely manipulate people into thinking he's a little slow. He's just lucky and persistent. He is persistent. Kind of like a rash you can't quite get rid of. As far as being a little slow, he just comes across that way because he's not good socially. Luckily, well, no, he's not that. But he can figure a way out of a mess about as fast as anybody I ever met. Nunya replied. Wow, that sums him up pretty good. I'll have to remember that. I said, that and your homework. You have drawings due in the morning. I'm nearly done. I just have a couple of things I can't figure out the priority on. Which one are you more likely to need in a hurry? They're both about the same. That's just it. I can't find any reason to prefer one over the other. Draw it up both ways, and see which one Scotty likes. She's been doing this longer than me or you. You think she'll go for that? I've only been working with her for a couple of weeks. It seems reasonable, though. If she doesn't like it, you can always fall back on, but it was the captain's suggestion. Can't you? I suppose I could. You wouldn't mind? It's true, isn't it? Well, yes, but nothing. I suggested it. If it gets you in trouble, I'll back you up. Thanks, Captain. You're welcome. Now, do either one of you two know anything at all about that colony that you were headed to? Nunya said.
Not me, boss, Zoom replied. Precious little, boss. Just that it exists, and the people there didn't want to go out to the stars to plunder.
So, their comm code, so we could dial them up and let them know we're coming, is out of the question.
Afraid so, boss. Since we're associated with the folks who went off to pirate, I'm not even sure we'll be welcome there.
You came all this way on a hope that they would take you in?
Yes, boss. That's exactly what we did. We hoped we could find a peaceful life and not have to scrounge for a living anymore.
Well, I blew the peaceful life part out of the water, but at least we have plenty to eat. Sally spoke up.
Boss, we're going to need some meat in a week or so.
Can you stretch what you have till we get to Charlie's planet? Or do we need to learn how to cook one of those big beasties down below?
We could make it to Charlie's, but I'd feel better with a reserve.
Dingus, food supply is a security problem. You're in charge of acquiring a stock of local meat.
Begging your pardon, sir, but food supply is a logistics problem.
Do me a favor. Look around the room. Do you see your son? Do you see his lovely assistant? No, you don't, because we didn't think to bring anybody from logistics. That makes me feel very insecure. See? Security problem.
Nikki said, Wow, caveman, that was some pretzel logic.
Hush, she hasn't bought it yet.
Dingus said, You two are something to see. I've got to get back to Delightful pretty soon.
I replied, I didn't know you wanted to go back. You could have rode with Steve and Bucky.
I would have been in the way on that flight. I'll catch the next one.
We have plenty of ships on board. I'm sure Scotty and Zoom have crews bringing them up to company specs. Any time you want to take off, just let me know before you go, so I'm not looking for you.
Thanks, Bob. I want to see Charlie's planet before I head back, though.
Don't blame you. It's a beautiful place.
Sally said, Are you turkeys going to talk all night, or do you want fed?
I asked. Are Jane and John coming up for supper?
Sally replied, John had to set a broken leg before he put the patient in the autodoc. They'll be here in just a minute.
Let's eat, then. I was about to start eating when Greg ran in.
Uncle Bob, did you know they have a statue of you down on the planet? In your dress uniform, like you wore for the wedding.
Well, Greg, the pigeons have to have somewhere to rest, don't they?
Oh, Uncle Bob, they don't have pigeons. They put it up because they like you, for helping them out.
Is that right? Does that mean they'll take it down when they get to know me better?
You're silly, Uncle Bob.
Did you wash up for supper?
Yep, Dad had me use soap and hand sandpaper.
I think you mean sanitizer there, Chief.
Maybe so, Uncle Bob. I have a hard question.
Go ahead and ask. I have a hard head.
There are big animals down on the planet, right?
Yes.
My other dad said that there used to be big animals on Earth, and when they died, they turned into oil. Will the big animals down there turn into oil if they die?
That could happen, but it takes a long time. Longer than Dingus or Fernelia have been alive. Way longer. He looked dejected and said,
Oh.
Why do you ask, short stuff?
I thought if they turned into oil, I could come back and drill for it. Then I could see all my new friends again.
Well, I don't know about drilling for oil, but I bet we'll be coming back here for other reasons, if you want to come.
Really? That would be great.
It'll cost you.
How much?
Sally, do you think you could find this young man some lessons to work on? She said.
Oh, yes, boss. I think I have just the thing. You're sneaky, Uncle Bob.
Don't worry, Greg. Your dad will teach you how. John spoke up as he came into the galley.
Teach him how to do what, Bob?
Be sneaky. Maybe that should be his mom's job. She's better at it than me. I replied. That means a lot coming from you. he said. She's a lot of woman. Jane said, Are you trying to say my behind is too big? No, ma'am. I'm trying to say you're more woman than I deserve. Dingus started clapping before me, but it was a near thing. Dingus said, Good save, son, good save. We all dug into Sally's wonderful supper. As we were eating dessert, Nunya said, This is wonderful. What's it called? Sally said, Lemon meringue pie. You like it? Very much. Almost wish we didn't have to go wake Dad up so I could have another piece. Sally replied, Well, if you come by later, I'm sure there will be leftovers in the refrigerator. Really? It's okay to come back for a snack? There's no rationing? No, there isn't any rationing aboard the Jean. Not to say we might not have so much variety before we make it to Charlie's planet, but we have plenty. Zoom asked. I keep hearing people talk about Charlie's planet. Who's Charlie? I said, the male version of Nunya, more or less. He caught us loading a ship on Earth where there shouldn't be any ships, and used the knowledge to get us to help his grandpa. He has his own planet? Nah, we just call it that, because Morning Flower's planet doesn't roll off the tongue as smooth. Zoom replied. I've heard people talking about Morning Flower, too. Who is she? I said, Jean, can you find some video of Morning Flower and put it on the screen in here? Sure, boss. Zoom sat mesmerized, watching the video. She said, You found a whole new intelligent race, and you're not telling the whole galaxy? They're nice folks. They don't need the whole galaxy up in their business. Jean spoke up. My new job is going to be seeing that the galaxy doesn't get up in their business, as the boss puts it. Zoom said, I don't understand. How is a big freighter going to keep people away? I said, Jean was refitted as a big freighter, a colony ship. She started out life as a carrier, with lots of launch bays to launch and recover fighters and attack planes. We intend to bring her back to her roots. So Morning Flower and her pilots can fly off the Jean in defense of her planet? Exactly. Nunya finished her pie. I guess we better go wake Dad. I replied, Don't worry. None of the bars on board are open. That might be worse. He doesn't like it when he can't find a drink. Dingus and Jane stood up. I said, You can come along, but don't draw on him till he gives you cause. Zoom said, Mind if I tag along, boss? Nope. I was hoping you would. Chapter 9. We rode the transit down to Med Bay. I noticed some of the bots had cleaned and patched his uniform. It was good work. Jane stepped to the front and started the dock, waking him up. Then she stepped back, in a better position to cover us, if there was any excitement. The box popped to stop, and he began to come round. Once he realized where he was, he said, Auto, Doc. What happened? Are Rhythm and Billis okay? Zoom spoke up. We're fine, Samus. How are you? I'm okay. But why did you put me in the box? Last I remember, we were getting hailed by some weirdo who thought we should surrender to him. Zoom said, Let me introduce Captain Wilson, Weirdo-in-Chief. I said, Nice to meet you, Samus. Mind if I call you Sam? I suppose not. Where exactly are we? Aboard the Jean Cernan. Like the Moonwalker? So you're from Earth? Yes and yes. You're Bob Wilson, the famous bounty hunter? I'm Bob Wilson, and I've been known to collect a bounty or two, yes. Why are you all the way out here? Returning lost property. Honey, did I ask you something? do you know any way to get in touch with the colony you folks came to find?"
"No, I don't,"
I replied. "I was hoping someone would. Just dropping in on 'em seems like it's bound to shake 'em up. I'd like it better if this meeting could be nice and calm."
"Well, Mr. Wilson, I can see where that would be better, but other than just calling with our normal protocols, I wouldn't have any idea how to go about getting in touch with them. You've tried that already, I assume?"
To tell you the truth, nobody bothered to mention you folks even had standard comm protocols. So, no, we haven't. Zoom said. "Oops, I should have thought of that." I said, "Yes, I think maybe you should have. Too late now. We'll try 'em before we head down in the morning." Nunya spoke up.
"Boss, maybe somebody didn't tell you, but their colony is around the planet from where we are. The sun is rising there right about now."
I replied. "Oh, that would have been handy to know. Guess I need to keep closer track of the details. What I get for giving my secretary other duties." I left him to get Sam up and going, and stepped out to make some calm calls. First, I calmed Scotty.
"Yes, boss?"
"It seems that mission I intended to fly in the morning needs to be flown tonight. Could you hunt me down a fighter escort, please? Former Navy, if you could."
"You're saying you want bots who can fire on humans if the need arises?"
"I am. Will that be a problem?"
"No, sir. Will the 4 who flew with you the other day to the outer system be enough? Or will you need more?"
"I wouldn't mind another flight of 4, if you can find the pilots."
"I can set that up for you, sir. How soon do you need them?"
"I have to tell my wife we're moving up the mission, and then make peace with her. Give me half an hour."
"I'll have them ready to launch in half an hour, and tell them to expect delays."
"It's good to know you have faith in me, Scotty."
"Fly safe, boss."
"Fly safe, Scotty." Then I calmed Nikki.
"Hey, caveman, what's up?"
Nunya informed me of a fact I had failed to take note of. The other colony is on the other side of the planet. If we're going, we need to go now. The sun is just rising for 'em.
"I knew things were going too smooth. Oh well, sleep is overrated. Meet you at the launch bay?"
"Yep. Is John still there?"
"He is. We were having a nice chat. I assume you'd like him to come along."
"If Sally can take Greg till we return, things can get dicey down there."
"Greg needs his rest anyhow."
"See you shortly. Love you."
"Love you too."
I looked at the contacts in my comm. Someone had loaded numbers for all the new bots. I calmed Angus.
"Yes, boss. How can I help you?"
"See which of your guests still want to go to the colony they were trying to find, and get 'em to the launch bay."
"Sir, I don't have enough personnel to escort some of the prisoners to the bay, and still properly oversee the ones here."
"Any more of your type aboard?"
"Not that I'm aware of, sir."
"You think Andre could round up a few of his cargo handlers to help you? They might not be combat trained, but they're big enough to make anybody think twice about acting up."
"Actually, sir, if you let me administer the unlock code, Andre and his team would be ideal. They're what I think your people call Marines."
"Just get Jean to give you privacy before you do that, Angus."
"Of course, sir."
Dingus came up to me. "Bob, we used the truth cap and Steve's methods. He came up okay when we asked him about needing a drink." "That's good to hear. How does he feel about working for Scotty?"
"Seems like he'd rather go down to the colony, like they had originally planned."
"How does Nunya feel about that?"
"She and Zoom are over in the corner, whispering. I'm not sure what they're cooking up."
"Bring 'em all. We're going to see if those folks are accepting visitors." We rode the transit down to the launch bay. Nikki and John were already there, as were Angus and Andre. Andre came up to me, stood at attention, and saluted me. I snapped to and returned his salute. He said,
"Thank you, sir, for allowing Angus to give us our memories back."
"My pleasure, Andre. Good to have you with us." I called out, Okay, folks, let's all get aboard the Evans. Andre and 3 of his bots helped Angus get the people who wanted to join the colony aboard. The rest followed. Being last aboard, I hit the button to close the ramp. I got on the intercom. "Ready to fly, Space Cadet. You've got unsecured people back here. You might want to run the gravity."
Ready for the black, loose people in the back. Aye, aye, Captain Caveman.
We didn't feel much maneuvering, but soon Nikki came over the intercom.
"Caveman, bring Zoom and whoever else she thinks can talk to these people up here. We're as close as I want to get without an invitation."
I nodded at Zoom and started for the bridge. She pointed to a few people and followed. Nunya, of course, tagged along. Zoom went to the mic. She fiddled with some settings and then said, "Hello, the colony. I have descendants of the people who left. They would like to talk to you about returning."
"You're in a mighty nice vessel, and you have a fighter escort. That doesn't sound like pirates scraping by."
"We've got a ride in with Captain Wilson. He's not a pirate scraping by." The fellow from the colony responded.
"And I should just believe you? What proof do you have that you're not patrol, here to raid us?"
I stepped up to the mic. "I'm Captain Wilson. I'm not patrol, just a regular guy trying to get by. If you'd rather deal with the patrol, I've got some friends there. I could call them up for you."
"No, Captain, that won't be necessary. Can I ask why you decided to show up in force?"
"I've had some dealings with the folks who took off from here. It seemed like the wise course."
He said, "That sounds right. They took up piracy like they intended?"
"They did. Racked up some large bounties. My bank account is thankful. I don't see why you folks could have any paper out on you, though, being way out here in the wild stars."
He replied, "There's always establishing an unregistered colony. That's still an offense, isn't it?"
"Dang if I know. I've only known about galactic civilization myself for a couple of months. Haven't had a need to brush up on colonial law yet. I've never collected bounty on anyone who didn't shoot at me first. As long as you're willing to hold your fire, we could get along."
"That's a pretty low standard you've got there, Captain."
"I suppose it is. Is that a problem?"
He replied, "I just wonder what it is you want from us."
"I want you to talk to these folks and see if you would want them for neighbors or not. If you don't want them, I'll haul them off and find another place for them. They are out of a place to live, and you're the closest thing to relations they have."
"Why the fighters, then?"
"You have noticed the wildlife on this planet, haven't you?"
"We're too high up for any of them to bother us. That's why we live in the mountains. The thinner air keeps them away."
"That's handy. The folks on the other side of the planet live down low. Have to fight 'em all the time."
"They live down among those nasty bird things? It's a wonder there are any of them left. Must be some tough people."
"They seem to be. You mind if we land and continue this in person?"
"Not at all. Could you ask your fighters to orbit out a little farther? They make my people nervous."
"I think we can do that. See you in a few minutes." I cut off the mic. Nikki said,
"I've got the fighters backing off."
"Be sure they're ready to come back quickly, if this goes sideways."
"They are."
Zoom said.
"You don't trust them?"
I replied, "I don't trust anybody I don't know any better than I know him." She said,
"Makes sense."
Nikki brought us in, and I went back into the bay. I said, "We don't draw on 'em until they show hostility. Stunners unless and until they show resistance. Clear?" Andre and his boys came back with a resounding, "Clear, sir." I walked over and started the ramp down. What the fallen ramp revealed was pretty much what I expected. One fellow standing in front of a large armed group. He said,
"We'll be taking your pretty ship now, Captain."
Dingus's training kicked in, and I fell to the side while drawing my stunner. Good thing, because Andre and his boys came charging through the space where I was standing. I managed to get off a couple of shots, as did Dingus and Jane. Mostly the Marines landed and took the situation well in hand. Andre came back and waited for me to get up. Then he asked, "What would you like us to do with them, now that we have them stunned?" "Disarm them and restrain them. Bring the leader aboard the ship." "Aye, sir." I turned to Dingus and Jane. "You'll need to set up an interrogation room so we can get the straight story out of this turkey." Dingus said, "Sure, Bob. How did you know they were going to try something?" "I didn't. I just figured talking to that fella went way too smooth." Nikki came over the intercom.
"Caveman, don't step outside. There are 3 snipers covering the field."
"Do the fighters have stunner capability?"
"Nope. And I'd have to pick the ship up to get them with ours."
"Let's see what they do first."
"Okay, that worked out so well the last time."
"Feed the locations to Andre and his men. Maybe they have a way to deal with them."
"On it."
A few seconds later, my comm rang. It was Andre.
"Sorry, sir. Those sniper nests are too far away for our stunners. The only solutions I can offer you are permanent."
"Understood. I don't want to do that, unless they give us no choice. What kind of weapons are they carrying?"
"Well-preserved antiques with no power in them, for the most part. A few of them have chemically propelled slug throwers, but those don't seem very advanced."
"Be careful with their antiques. We may wind up charging them. Bring in the best of the slug throwers. I want to see the state of their art."
"Yes, sir."
I got on the intercom with Nikki. "Space Cadet, can you give me a scan of those sniper nests and tell me what sort of weapons they have?"
"One of them has a beam weapon, but the power level is very low. 2 shots max. The other 2 appear to have muzzle loaders of some sort."
"Thanks." I was trying to figure out what to do next when a shot rang out. The Marines came aboard, carrying the leader of the natives, and one of their number. I hit the button to close the ramp and called, "Zoom, front and center. You have a patient." Next, I hit the intercom and said, "Lift and stun those idiots, Space Cadet. One of ours is down. This isn't fun and games anymore."
"On it, Caveman."
Zoom was busy splicing cables. When she finished, she looked up and said, "Can you move your legs now?" The bot tried, and found he could. He said,
"Thank you, ma'am."
Zoom replied, "That's just temporary to keep you mobile till we get back to the gene. I can do better repair once I'm back in the shop."
"I'm just glad to be mobile, ma'am."
Andre came up to me. He said,
"Sir, I've never served with anyone who cared about the well-being of his bots before. Thank you."
"You fellas do good work. You deserve all the help I can give you. Besides, Zoom was getting bored. That's dangerous." Andre asked,
"Dangerous, sir?"
"No telling what she might think up if she gets bored. I'm already having trouble keeping up with that bunch and all their new inventions. I don't need to make it worse."
"No, sir."
Nikki came over the intercom.
"They're all stunned, Captain Caveman. What now?"
"You're going to impress us all with your flying skills, putting Andre's boys down where they can fetch these idiots."
"Ramp coming down, then?"
The Marines brought the 3 snipers aboard. One obviously the shooter, as the ramrod was still in his weapon, he being stunned in the process of reloading. I asked the bot who had been shot. "What do you think? Tie him tight as payback, or tie him loose so he gets away and we can beat on him?" The bot looked at me a moment, and then answered,
"Both are tempting options, boss, but I think we've probably had enough drama for today."
Good answer.
"Fly safe, boss. I like working for you."
I always try. I had a look at the sniper's weapon. It was, at least, a rifle. The sights were tiny. This turkey must have good eyes. I finished ramming the ball home and put the ramrod away. Then I looked at the action. It wasn't even a true flintlock. You would have to manually open the pan before you took a shot. I got on the intercom. "Nikki, did the cameras catch that sniper taking a shot?"
They did? What do you want to know?
"Was there a cloud of smoke after he fired?"
Oh, yeah.
"Thanks." The more I thought about their situation, the less sense it made. They had a working comm, but used muzzle loaders? I went up to see if Nikki had any thoughts on the matter. One of the people who had been thinking about coming to live with these folks asked me.
I saw you looking at that man's weapon, like you recognized it. What in the world is it?
"A muzzle-loading rifle. It fires a lead ball by means of detonating a charge of black powder. If I remember my history, it's a snipe lock. Not even the most advanced action of its type."
Remember your history? So that weapon is primitive even to you?
Some people on my planet hunt with older types of weapons to make the hunt more challenging. I've never seen anyone use one of those. I've heard of folks using matchlocks, even more primitive than that. And there are people who use everything back to otlotls. But that particular lock is not something you see.
If these people have fallen that far, how do they still have a working comm?
If you come up with an answer to that one, let me know. It's got me all confused. I headed on up to the bridge. When I arrived, Nikki said,
"There's a crowd of females gathering out there. They look like they're trying to work up the courage to go untie their men."
"Did you happen to land so that you could stun folks?"
You know, as a matter of fact, I did. Clever of me, don't you think?
I do. Yes, indeed, I do. Would you mind going ahead and applying a small dose of friendliness to those folks?"
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
The ladies had a nap. I asked, "I'm well and truly confused. How is it that these folks have a working comm, but they carry muzzle-loaders for personal armament?"
Well, caveman, this is just a guess, but I'm thinking that the power core they were using to recharge all their energy weapons failed not that long ago, and they haven't had time to develop a decent arms industry yet.
And the comm?
They wouldn't have much use for it. It could be running off backup power of some kind. Comms don't take much juice to run.
So, if we were to gift them a shiny new power core, we might get another statue put up?
That's my guess.
Wonder how that syncs up with what your grandpa's learning.
Maybe you should go ask him.
You're probably right. See you in a bit. I went down to the room they were using for interrogation. Dingus was just coming out. He said, "I was just coming to look for you. We figured out why they tried to take over the ship. Their power core had died, and they need a new one." "Dang it, Bob, how do you do that?" "Nikki figured it out. But we're talking about how having comms and using muzzle-loaders didn't add up. Do they have anything useful to trade for power core? Or are we doing this out of the goodness of our hearts?" "He did mention some star charts that sounded useful. Other than that, no." I asked, "How big of a core do they need?" He seemed to think the core out of this ship would be perfectly suitable. "How long have they been without?" Dingus said, 20 years or so, if I'm understanding correctly. And they don't even have a power flintlock. I wonder about these folks. Like he said, they live above all the megafauna, so weaponry isn't a huge priority. I said, "I suppose. Just seems odd to me. Folks going that far backward that fast." "Not everyone is as paranoid as you or me, Bob." "That may be, but it would seem like they would want to be ready, in case something managed to get to this altitude and stay alive." "They've never had a problem, so they don't think they ever will," I replied. "Seems like a good way to get dead to me." "Me too. You have to remember, all the folks who thought that way got up and left when they had the chance." "All right, then. Let me see if I have this straight. We're trading a perfectly good power core for some star charts of dubious value, and doing business with a bunch of idiots who are willing to assault a starship with black powder guns?
Dingus replied, I believe that sums it up. It sounds even worse when you say it.
The fellow I had talked to on the way to the bridge walked up. He said,
We've been talking among ourselves. None of us really want to stay with these people. Is there any way we could work off passage to somewhere else?
Dingus replied, You've done it now. Ask Bob to put you to work.
I said, We can work some out. Y'all feel the same way?
He replied, Samus took longer to come around, but once he got a good look at the weapons they were carrying, it changed his mind.
I said, They claim to have some star charts we would find interesting. Other than that, I don't see a whole lot to trade for.
I doubt that. Our ancestors kept all the star charts they copied before they left. We can show you everything they have.
I said, You're making my life difficult. As long as they had something we could plausibly trade for, I could justify giving them a power core. Now, I don't have an excuse, and I don't want to leave these folks in the condition they're in.
Dingus said, Give them one of the new ones. Call it a long-term field test. Gives you a little cover, anyhow.
That's probably as good as I can do. Go see how quick your boy can get his charts together. I'll get with Scotty about a power core.
On it, Bob.
I call him Scotty.
Hey, boss, having fun on the planet?
Wouldn't call it that, but our only casualty is patched up, so we're doing okay.
Somebody got hurt?
I replied. One of the Marines. Zoom patched him up, though. I forgot to ask his designation.
Oh, I see the notice on the system now. The way he tells it, you're the best boss ever for offering to let him tie the prisoner loose so he could beat him up while catching him again.
He's easily amused. Have you started any of the new style power cores?
Yes, boss, I have. Should I have checked with you first?
Did you use anything that couldn't be recycled if the test went badly?
No, boss.
Then I have no problem with it. How many are ready to rock?
Just 3. I wasn't going to make production a priority until after the tests were finished.
Those are big enough to run a freighter, right?
Yes, boss. Or a fighter with some really nice lasers.
Some days I wish I was morning flyer. How long would it take to get a crew together and bring one down?
Half an hour, tops. I'm guessing you need it installed?
I do. You should also bring everyone you can find who knows which end of a stunner to hold. These folks are belligerent.
You've reached the end of your patience, boss?
I have.
Be there shortly.
The would-be colonist said,
You get things done, don't you?
Comes with sitting in the big chair. Something needs done, I put people on it.
Don't you ever have doubts?
All the time. I just don't let them keep me from acting. On my world, we have a saying, do something even if it's wrong. It means that it's better to act, even if what you do may not be perfect, than to dither about your best course of action. I'm sure there's a better way. I just don't have time to find it right now.
He replied, That's an interesting philosophy. I'll have to think about that.
Chapter 10. We headed back to the bay. I asked Andre, Did you get these turkeys' weapons?
I think so, sir. Would you like to check?
Why not? I don't have anything better to do until Scotty shows up to put in that new power core. I walked up to the first one. It seemed to me he wore his shirt collar too big. I slapped his back and found a rig with 3 throwing knives. Andre said,
We shouldn't have missed that. What tipped you off, boss?
His shirt collar is very loose, for no bigger than his neck is. No more tech than these guys have available. Edged weapons are going to be popular. See that one over there? How his pants are loose around the ankles? I bet he has a boot knife or 2. Andre nodded at one of his fellows to check. Sure enough, he had a boot knife. Andre said,
Boss, do you see anything else we missed?
Not right off. You fellas aren't used to looking for knives, are you?
No, we're not. We'll have to find a way to get trained on that.
Get with Dingus. He's head of security. He's forgotten more about this kind of thing than either one of us ever knew.
I'll do that, boss. Do you really think one of them could hurt one of my Marines with a knife?
If he waited for the right opportunity, he could probably cut the power to your legs, like the sniper did with his rifle. Once you're not moving, it's a lot easier to do you more damage.
Boss, remind me to stay on your side. You think nasty.
Thanks, I think. Nikki came over the intercom.
Caveman, Scotty is coming in hot with that power core. She could use your Marines, if you're not using them.
Understood. I turned to Angus. You can handle these prisoners, can't you?
Sure, boss.
Andre, you heard the lady. Stunners only, unless you meet someone they won't put down. Try and shoot to wound, but don't put yourself or the mission at risk.
Understood, sir.
Apparently, Andre had been hitting the culture pack. He said,
"Come on, you apes. You want to live forever?"
He dropped the ramp, and they ran out, heading for the cave mouth the people had come out of. I suppose I should have run the ramp back up, instead of watching Scotty's operation, but I didn't think of that at the time. A boy came running around the edge of the ramp, with a wooden spear and the best war face he could manage. I avoided a career as a shish kebab, but it was closer than I would have preferred. I grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and held him up. I asked, "Are you always so friendly to guests?"
"Guests, my eye! You killed the whole village!"
"They're just stunned. Besides, we're leaving you a new power core, so you can get a better weapon to carry."
"What do you mean, stunned? They felt like they were shot."
"They'll wake up after we leave. We're keeping them asleep, because they're almost as easy to get along with as you."
"Put me down, you brute!"
"I'm the brute. You're the one trying to poke me with a sharp stick." Jane came into the bay. She said, "Need any help there, Captain?" "I found this here desperado trying to get aboard and cause mayhem. What do you think we should do with him?" "Looks like he needs a bath and all the homework we can find," he said.
"Now wait a minute. I'm here to take over this ship. Put me down and fight!"
Jane said. "Bob, what is it about you that attracts the hardheads?" "Just lucky, I guess." Dingus and the village bigwig came out into the bay. Dingus asked, "What's all the racket?" I replied, shaking the kid, "This one came aboard. Gonna pirate him a starship with a sharp stick. Gotta give him credit for guts, I suppose." The village elder spoke up.
"Jamis, put that spear down. Even if you did have a chance, you're beat now."
Another voice came from behind him.
"No, Jonas, he did just what I asked him to, keep these men busy while I slipped aboard."
A fella stepped out with a knife to Nikki's throat. The training Dingus had made me take kicked in. My hand was full of Ruger, and he was laying dead before I knew what happened. I asked, "Space Cadet, was that the only one?"
"It was. Sorry I let them slip up on me."
I swapped the Ruger for a stunner and put Jonas and the kid out. I said, "I'm tired of these idiots. Try to help them, and what do we get?" "Zoom, get these folks organized and clear the trash out of my ship."
"Yes, boss."
I went over to the sniper and got his powder horn. I primed his weapon and discharged it out the back of the ship. I said, "This is a trophy. We're keeping it to remember this place by." Then I calmed Scotty. "Yes, boss? Are you finished putting that core in yet?"
"No, sir. We're headed back to the ship."
"Why's that?"
"It was easier to just do the maintenance they had neglected and get their core running again. I didn't think you cared how they got power, as long as they did."
"That's exactly right. Good thinking, Scotty. You say they were too lazy to keep up what they had?"
"Too lazy or too dumb. There was a teaching machine sitting right next to it that would have taught them what they needed doing. Are you sure Zoom is related to these people?" Even Nanya is better help than these folks seem to be.
Danged if I understand it. Get loaded up, and let's be somewhere else.
Just brought our ramp up, boss. We're out of here.
Music to my ears. See you back aboard the Jean.
Bye, boss.
Zoom's crew came back aboard after carrying the locals off the ship. I asked, "You have everyone, Zoom?"
Yes, boss.
I ran the ramp up and got on the intercom. Before I could say anything, Nikki had lifted the ship, so I didn't bother. Then I thought of something. "Space Cadet, can you scan the ship? I want to make sure we didn't pick up any hitchhikers."
I heard they put Grandpa and Jane on sorting him out. Looks like another kid with a sharp stick from here.
You sure this one didn't have backup?
If he did, they didn't make it aboard.
How did the other fella get aboard without setting off some alarm?
He had an old override code. I already took it out of the system programming and forwarded a change notice to Scotty for the whole fleet.
Sounds like you have a situation in hand, then. Should have known you'd be ahead of me.
You just saved me from being taken hostage. It was the least I could do.
I think we need to practice when we get back. I'm feeling kind of rusty.
Sounds good. Could you check the forward airlock? We began losing pressure when I got some altitude.
Sure. I'll get back with you when I know something. I called. "Zoom, Nunya, Sam, with me," and ran for the airlock. When we got there, we found a stick wedged in the inner door, holding it open slightly. Zoom hit an override to open the door, and Sam jerked the stick out. Then Zoom said, "That will fix the immediate problem,
but how was the air getting out of the lock?"
She looked through the window and said, "Come here, boss, you gotta see this." I looked and saw a piece of pipe wedged in the outer door, allowing air past the force field. I asked, "Can we seal this compartment?"
Sure, boss, we already fixed the leak. You just want insurance?
Nope. Seal your uniforms, everyone. Zoom checked her people and said,
"Room is sealed and everyone is ready for vacuum.
Open the lock, please."
Both hatches?
If you would. She opened the first one, and I stepped in. I grabbed the pipe and pulled it in as the door let go of it. Then Zoom shut the outer door, and I went back into the ship before she shut the inner. She looked at some gauges and said,
"Pressure's back up, and we don't seem to be leaking anymore. I'll schedule replacement of those seals for when we get back to the Jean, in case they were damaged."
I replied, "Let's get out of here, then, and seal the room from the outside, just in case." Sam said, "Yes, sir." I asked, "Something wrong, Sam?"
"No, sir. I've just never served with a captain who took such an active role in things."
"How do you mean?"
"You shot that fellow who threatened the ship. You came with us to find the problem with the airlock, and you even went into the airlock to retrieve that pipe. Not exactly sitting on the bridge giving orders, sir."
"I'm new at the job. Give me a while to get used to it." Zoom said,
"I don't think you'll ever be the kind of captain he's talking about. Begging your pardon, sir, but you're just not wired that way."
"Is that a problem?" The three of them replied in unison, "No, sir." Zoom said,
"It's like all the bots say, sir. Fly safe. I don't want to work for anybody else."
We met Dingus in the hall. He said, "What's up?" I replied, "Somebody left the door propped open on their way in. We had to close it." "Sounds like you had better luck than us. We found the girl who stowed away, but we can't talk her out of her hidey hole." Nunya spoke up.
"A girl stowed away? Why would she do that?"
Dingus answered, "That's one of the things we've been trying to find out. She hasn't told us much of anything."
"Could I try?"
"I don't think you can make it any worse. Right now, it looks like we're going to have to wait till we get back to the Jean, so Zoom can pull some panels and get her out." Dingus showed her where to go, and came back. He asked, "How did they wedge the lock open?" I replied, "A stick in the inner door and a pipe in the outer, to let air through the field." he said. That almost sounds like they were trying to keep us in atmosphere. Surely they didn't think we would land back at their settlement to get help with an air leak. We'll see what Nunya learns, but I have a suspicion. I'm going up to the bridge and calm a few people. Get a hold of me if anything changes. Zoom and Dingus both said, "On it, Captain." John met me on the way to the bridge. "Thanks for keeping me from having to work this trip." "No problem, John. You been in med bay the whole time?" "Not quite. Jane texted me when that moron pulled the knife on Nikki. I was almost on him when you took him out." "Didn't mean to pee on your parade." "Not a problem. A stunner might have let him hurt her on his way down. Your way was safer." "Not like I thought it out. He was falling before I realized I was drawn. That training Dingus had made me take is something else." We got to the bridge, and I calmed Cornelia. "Yes, Bob?" "While you were on the planet, did you hear anything about this other colony we just went to?"
"I heard a rumor or two that there was another colony, high enough the Rippers couldn't get to it, but it didn't seem like anybody knew much about it."
"I'm not sure, but I think I'm looking for a teenage prodigy in electronics who could build a comm set that would contact the other colony."
"I met a kid like that, but I didn't hear anything about being in contact with the other colony."
"Do you suppose you could get in touch with him and ask about his girlfriend?"
"First, the person in question is a female, and second, what exactly do you think is going on?"
"I think that someone's been talking to a girl from the camp we were just at, and she stowed away with us, in the hopes of a free ride to the other colony."
"So you naturally assumed young love was involved?"
"Isn't that the way to bet, when you're talking about teenagers doing silly things?"
"I suppose it is. I'll see what I can find out."
"Thanks. Talk to you later."
"Bye, Bob."
Dingus asked, "So, you think that scared kid back there was just trying for a ride to the other place?" "It makes more sense to me than hiding in hopes of stealing the ship, since she probably doesn't know how to fly." Nikki spoke up.
"It didn't stop bouncing Fox,"
I replied. "At least she tried to learn to fly before she took off. She learned enough to make it to the right planet, even if you had to help her land. I hear she's taking the full course now, and is turning into quite the pilot."
"Starfoot seemed to have a talent for it. I'm not sure I understand why."
I said, "Me either." Dingus got on the comm to Jane and told her our suspicions about the stowaway. When he finished, he said, "She's going to let Nunya know what we think. Maybe that will give her a way to get the girl to open up." Nikki replied,
"I don't think she came aboard to do us any harm, or she would have done something by now. Bob's idea at least makes some sense."
My comm rang. "Captain Wilson?"
"Bob, it's Cornelia. You were right, more or less. The girls are just friends, but they have been talking over the comm for several months."
"Would there be a way to patch her comm in, so she could talk our stowaway out of her hiding place?"
Cornelia replied, "I could send her comm code, and you could call her direct. Anybody from that colony is going to do whatever Captain Wilson asks, and right now."
"Send it then, and I'll see what we can do. Thanks for getting this figured out."
"You're welcome. Bye, Bob."
"Talk to you later." I asked Nikki, "Do you have a spare comm around somewhere? I really don't want to give mine to the stowaway." She pointed to a locker on the wall.
"There are some in there, I think."
I looked, and sure enough there were. I said, "You might want to ask Scotty to restock. There are only a couple left."
"Can't. She's already stocked all she has. We'll have to pick up more when we're at the galactic planet."
"Can you tell Sally to remind me about that?"
"Sure. Getting overwhelmed?"
"I don't care how many training courses I take. I'm no James Tiberius Kirk."
"You're still our captain, and to hear the bots tell it, a dang good one."
"I better go see if I can help Nunya."
"Later on, Captain Caveman."
Bye. Dingus and John tagged along to see what exactly the deal was. When we got to the compartment where the girl was holed up, I dialed the code Cornelia had sent me.
Hello?
Hi, this is Captain Wilson. You been talking to a girl from the other settlement?
Yes, sir, I have. Is that a problem?
Not so far as I know, but I need your help to convince her it's okay to come out of her hiding place and talk to us. Could you do that for me?
For Captain Wilson? Of course.
Just a second. We'll hand her the calm. I stepped into the room, and Nunya looked around. She said,
Captain, I'm making progress, but I don't think having a man here will help.
I'm not staying. I just brought this. Her friend is on the line. I handed her the calm and left. Once I was back in the hall, Jane asked,
What was that all about?
It seems our stowaway has been talking to a girl from the other settlement over some kind of cobbled-up calm rig. I got the other girl on the calm and hoped she could help talk our girl out.
A friendly voice might do the trick. She's awfully scared. I think she may have been abused.
Guess I should have let you take the calm in.
Jane replied, I think you handled it fine, Bob. She needs to see that not every male is a monster.
You'd know more about it than I would.
Jane said, You're not going to give us that I'm just stumbling along trying to get it right speech again, are you?
No, ma'am. You're the medical talent. You and John. In this particular case, sounds like maybe you're better equipped to help than he is. Regardless of what John says about me getting in his area, I try my best to stay out of medical matters.
John told me you were a pretty good CNA.
Just because I can do it doesn't mean I wanna.
Nunya came out, leading a scruffy-looking girl who appeared about her age, but shorter and scrawnier. She said, Everyone, this is Millis. She's still scared, and she's not very good with people.
Millis asked,
Which one is Captain Wilson?
Nunya pointed at me.
Millis squared up and said, Thank you for getting in touch with my friend Janel. She says I can trust you. Nunya does too, but she says you're silly sometimes.
I did my best fake offended routine and said, Me? Silly? Never. Then I stuck my thumbs in my ears and waved my fingers at her while I stuck my tongue out. See? She giggled.
This is a fun place. Could I go see my friend?
I replied. It's night time for us. Would in the morning be soon enough?
Sure. It's night time for her, too.
Nikki came over the intercom.
We are arriving at the Jean Cernan.
We all moved back to the bay to go down the ramp. Zoom asked,
Who's your friend, Nunya? This is Millis. Millis, this is my, a friend, Zoom. Zoom? What kind of name is that?
A nickname. The captain gives him out. I'm surprised you're not Millie yet. I said. It seemed like she had enough on her mind right now. Zoom gave me an odd look, but she didn't say anything. Dingus pushed the button, and the ramp came down. The other ship had made it back first, so Scotty was standing waiting for us with Vanilla and Snitz. Snitz saw me and came running to jump into my arms. I said, Gee, I missed you too. You're getting too big for this, you know. Millis shrank back into Nunya.
What is that?
Nunya said, soothingly.
That's the captain's dog, Snitz. He's very friendly. A friendly animal? That's strange.
Nikki walked up and scratched Snitz's ears.
She said, It took the captain's people a long time to breed dogs to be this tame. They're good with animals.
I squatted to put Snitz on her level.
Nikki said, Go ahead, pet him.
Millis replied,
Touch an animal?
I said, Go ahead. The worst he will do is lick you in the ear. Her eyes got big at that, but she held her hand out. I said, There you go. Let him sniff you, so he knows you're okay.
His nose is wet.
I said, That helps him pick up smells. Scratch behind his ears. like Nikki did. She did that, and Snitz made a happy face. I said, see, no biggie. Scotty walked up and asked,
"Boss, I heard you had a couple of damaged airlock seals?"
I replied, we didn't look 'em over to be sure, but the airlock was jammed open, so they need a thorough inspection at the least. Millis looked upset. I asked, what's wrong, Millis?
You're talking about the pipe and the stick I held the doors open with, aren't you?
I replied, we are.
I was just trying to get you to land at Jannelstown so I could sneak off.
I figured it was something like that. Don't worry about it. If I don't find something for Scotty and Zoom to do, they invent new things I have to train on.
Ow, those machines hurt.
Nikki held up a finger, then two, then three. The crew sang out, not anymore. Mills jumped. Then she asked,
what do you mean, not anymore?
John said, the captain and Mrs. Wilson figured out why they hurt and fixed them. I said, he's half right. Snitz figured it out. We just fixed the machine.
Snitz figured it out? How would he even tell you?
Nunya spoke up.
Could I tell this part, Captain? I heard it from Frank.
Sure, Nunya. Go right ahead.
Dogs, like Snitz, have different hearing than people. You know how some sounds are low, and other sounds are high?
She said, pitching her voice to demonstrate. When Millis nodded, she continued,
well, dogs can hear sounds that are too high for humans to hear. The teaching machines were making noise that was too high-pitched to hear, but it made your muscles tense up and give you a headache. Snitz didn't want to go near one of the machines when it was running, so the captain thought maybe it was a noise he couldn't hear. He and Mrs. Wilson found where the noise was coming from and made it stop. Understand? I know about frequency from working with comms and radios, but I didn't realize that sound had frequency too. The part I don't understand, though, is you used a word a couple times I haven't heard. Mrs., I think you said. What does that mean?
Nikki spoke up.
That means that the captain and I stood in front of our friends and family and swore to be with one another forever.
Millis replied,
but aren't you jealous of all the other women?
What other women?
He's the leader. He can have anyone he wants, any time, right?
I said, nope, that's not the way we do things. Nikki is my wife, and she's the only woman I want.
Wait, this is so strange. You let all these women stay here without paying for it?
They all work. They have different jobs, but everyone works. I don't understand what you mean. Dingus said, hang on a minute, Bob. I think I get what you're saying. Do you mean that where you come from, all the women have to pleasure the leader in order to stay in the village?
If they don't, they get sent down among the Rippers and Thunder Bears.
Dingus asked, is that why you wanted to get away? Because you were becoming a woman, and you would have to choose?
Yes. Janel said it wasn't like that in her town. I didn't believe her, but I thought maybe at least the men washed in her town.
Jane spoke up. It's not like that in her town, or here, or any place that's civilized. You're safe now.
You won't turn me out among the animals?
I said, good Lord, no. Jean came over the intercom. Captain, there's a Jonas calling for you. I took a deep breath and said, put him through.
Captain Wilson, thank you for getting the power back on. Won't you come back and let us thank you properly?
If I ever come back, it'll be with a ship full of Marines to clean out that snake pit you call a village. Please do not try to contact me again. Cut the circuit, Jean, Millis said.
He'll be mad now,
I replied. We're in space. He's on the ground on the other side of the planet. What can he do?
There's one old ship. He'll probably try to come up here and cause trouble somehow. If he doesn't, somebody will challenge him to be the new leader."
I said, "Scotty, you heard the young lady. Combat Space Patrol, post a guard around the Gene, and a patrol above that rat hole, until further notice." Scotty snapped to and said, "Aye, sir." Pilots were boarding their craft and launching almost immediately. I said, "My compliments, Scotty. Well done." She replied,
"Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to finally have something to do besides drills."
I asked, "How many Marines do we have aboard?"
"Sorry, sir. Andre and his crew are the total complement."
"I'm guessing there are ridiculous numbers in the boneyard you recovered from?" Scott answered,
"No, sir. Given their size and strength, nearly all of them were repurposed as cargo bots."
"So, if any still exist, we would have to buy 'em?"
"Yes, sir."
"Good to know, Scotty. I'll be sure whoever goes shopping next is looking out for 'em. Any other types we need to look for?"
"I'll have to look over some records, boss, and see who didn't get mothballed with the ships."
"Send Sally your list when you get it compiled." Scotty asked.
"Sally, sir?"
"Yes. She's my secretary."
"Yes, sir."
I thought Scotty had an odd reaction, but I wasn't sure. I was sure that if Scotty thought it would affect the ship, she would tell me what she was thinking, so I let it slide. Mills asked,
"What will the bots do to the ship if they catch it?"
I replied, "I know you don't know Scotty very well, but you shouldn't insult their pilots like that. They will catch that ship, no doubt about it. When they do, it all depends on what the people aboard decide to do. If they go back to the village, the bots will just continue to keep watch, unless they park their ship in the open. And then it might get damaged enough to keep it out of the air. If they surrender, they'll be escorted aboard the Gene. If they act aggressively, I'm sure the bots will be more than capable of showing them what real aggression looks like." Scotty spoke up.
"That they will, sir."
Mills asked,
"Aren't you afraid of what the bots might do?"
"They've never given me reason to be afraid. They've always been good helpers and good friends. Are you afraid of your friends?"
"Well, no."
I said, "So why do you think I should be afraid of my friends, just because they happen to be built out of metal instead of meat?"
"I don't know. It just seems different to me."
I replied, "Give 'em a chance. I bet you'll like 'em, too, once you get to know 'em." Zoom said,
"Come on, Millis, let's get you settled in for the night."
After they left, Dingus came up to me. "Bob, are you okay? I could tell Mills' story was getting to you." "No, I'm not. There's no way we should walk off and leave that nonsense. But if we just take out the leader, another one will rise up and do the same thing. I don't know what to do about it, but I sure don't want to let it go on." Dingus replied, "I don't either, but I can't see a good way to put a stop to it. No matter what we do, the same conditions will be there tempting the next leader down the same path. We can't change human nature, Bob."
Nikki spoke up. "Is there a way we could get the other colony to rescue the exiles before the wildlife gets to them?"
John said, "Right now they would do anything Captain Wilson asked. Whether they would keep it up in the long term or not is questionable, unless we make regular visits to keep them motivated." I said, "We're pretty much stuck making runs out this way. They don't have any other supply line, unless we rat 'em out to Galactic Society. We've already got 'em in much better shape than they were, but without consistent supply runs, they'll run out of something sooner or later."
Scotty spoke up. "Boss, sorry for butting in, but you all seem to be assuming that all of the exiles perished. My experience is that motivated humans are incredibly hard to kill. Isn't it possible that at least some of the exiles have survived?"
Nikki replied,
"It's possible, I suppose." "Could you have your patrol craft run some scans, see if they can find anybody?"
Scotty asked.
"Boss?"
As long as they can do it without letting those idiots slip away in their ship. Have fun.
Thanks, boss. Hold on, I have data coming in. The patrol managed to zap their emitters as they were trying to take off. Unless they have spare emitters, they're grounded.
Good work, Scotty. Tell your pilots I am grateful. Scotty replied.
Ace says, "Thank you, boss. Only 4 more to live up to my name."
Gene came over the intercom again. Mr. Jonas is on the comm again, Captain. Gene, would you be so kind as to tell Mr. Jonas I am unavailable and uninterested?
Certainly, sir. Sir, his response was quite colorful, and unless you are more flexible than I've seen, anatomically impossible.
In the communication, Gene.
Done, boss.
Chapter 11.
Scouter said, "Boss, I have the scanner reports. There does appear to be a small group of exiles living in a fortified cave."
Have your patrols see to any dangerous wildlife in the area, Scotty. I'll see about organizing a mission to talk to these folks and see if they want to be rescued. I turned to Nikki. I doubt any of these people will want to talk to a man. Do you mind running this one?
Can I have Ruth for my pilot?
Even if I have to sit watch till you get back. You'll need the best for this. Jane said. I'm in. Andre stepped up and said,
Boss, she'll need security for this. My boys don't have anything to do right now.
Scotty said,
You'll need Millis to talk to them. Zoom is on her way back with the girls.
Nikki said,
Fanelia is good in a tight spot. I'll get her down here.
Scotty said, I have one of my pilots on her way to the bridge to relieve Ruth.
I said, sounds like you folks have the whole thing figured out. Guess I'll go sit on the bridge and worry till you get back.
Nikki said, There is one thing I need, before you take off.
I put Snitz down, and the next couple of minutes were kind of a blur. But Nikki looked as wobbly as I did when Ruth showed up, so I suppose I held up my end. I said, Fly safe. She replied,
Always, caveman.
I got on the transit and headed to the bridge. Snitz rode with me. We found Sam outside the bridge. He said,
Captain, sir, I was wondering if I could come in and watch the girls' mission with you.
I know I haven't been the best father, but I worry about those two. Sure, come in and have a seat. Hope you're not too disappointed about not being able to join the colony. Sam replied.
When Scotty told me they were carrying those primitive guns because they failed to do basic maintenance on their power core, that made up my mind. Being somewhere that sloppy would drive me crazy. Oh, I wanted to thank you for running me through the autodoc and getting me over the need to drink. I feel better than I have since before my wife died.
You're welcome. Just don't say too much in front of John. He's still a little mad at me for interfering in his specialty. John walked up about then. I'm what now? I'll admit I was a little miffed when you first figured it out, but since then it's more about winding you up. I replied, I should have known. That's the favorite pastime around here. Let's go see what the ladies are up to. Topper called out,
Captain on the bridge.
I replied, as you were, Mr. Topper. Situation report, please.
Well, boss, the fighters have taken care of all the nasty wildlife for about a 2-mile radius, and a couple of them are orbiting to make sure nothing else pops up. The mission is just landing now, so no report from them yet.
Sounds good. How are the instruments coming?
Ozzy's drums are good to go. Taz's bass is ready. He just needs to tune it. My guitar is good, but Scotty is still working on my stomp box and Ruth's keyboard.
Sounds like things are progressing well. I'm looking forward to your concert.
It should be fun. I have video coming in, sir.
On the main screen, please.
Yes, boss.
Nikki had landed in front of their fortified cave. An older lady, clad in remarkably nice homespun garments, came out of the cave carrying a muzzleloader. She said,
What do you want?
Nikki replied,
Just to talk. We wondered if you folks needed anything. You're not from that bunch up the hill, are you?
Nikki said. No, ma'am. Most of us are from a whole different star system. Millis ran around Nikki and said, Grandma? Is that you?
Millis? What are you doing here?
I stowed away on these people's ship, trying to get to someplace better. The older lady looked at Nikki.
So, you were up there?
Until we figured out what was going on, yes. My husband takes a dim view of treating women like that.
Your what?
Husband. The man I'm bonded to.
So, you watch while he runs around?
Bob doesn't run around. He's committed to me.
Sounds like a nice story, anyway.
Miller spoke up.
No, Grandma. I've seen how they live. On their big ship. She's not lying.
The older lady said.
You've got my granddaughter believing it?
Nunya stepped out.
I believe it too, ma'am. The first time I met the captain, I mouthed off to him something fierce. All he did was give me a silly nickname. And who might you be?
Billis Mackham?
I'm descended from the folks who left here to go be pirates. Why would you come back here if that's so?
Nunya replied.
The captain put us out of business. We were looking for a new place to live. Wait a minute. This captain you talk about put your people out of business, and now you fly with him? How does that work? When the patrol found the main base and arrested everyone there, a bunch of us dependents were in another base. We were cut off, in danger of running out of air. The captain saw to it that we got rescued, even if we didn't want to be. Anybody who had a warrant out on them got put in jail, but most of us got set free. When Rizm managed to get a ship flying, we came here looking for a place to live. The captain caught us coming into the system and recruited us. He's been looking to hire Rizm ever since he first saw her work. What's so special about this Rizm?
Zoom stepped out of the ship.
How did the captain put it? You build ships out of junk and hope, I think he said. He wanted to see what I could do with the decent parts to work with.
Grandma asked.
If this captain of yours is so special, why did he send you girls to talk to us?
Zoom answered.
He figured after dealing with those fine specimens up on the hill, you might not want to talk to a man. He was probably right at that. What is it you people want?
They were interrupted as the Marines came charging out of the ship, headed up the hill. Nikki asked her calm,
Ruth, what was that about?
We didn't hear the reply, but Nikki told everyone.
They must have seen us land. There's a war party coming down the hill. Move away from the ship so Ruth can turn it.
Our view changed to split screen. One camera tracking the folks who had left the ship, and the other showing the view out the front of the ship. Playtime must have been over, because Jane and Fanilia came out of the ship with an M240 and a whole bunch of ammo. They set it up where they could take cover behind some boulders. I looked at John. I didn't know you had one of those.
I don't. That's Jane's wedding present. Not every lady wants a hypersonic Audi.
Nice of her to bring it along, John replied.
She thought she might have to get someone's attention.
Andre came over the bridge speakers.
Boss, they're using blasters. Permission to use lethal force?
Please do. You might want to save a few for Mrs. Branham. She'll be miffed if she doesn't get to use her new toy.
Understood, boss. On it.
As it happened, neither Andre or Jane got any action, as Ruth zapped them all with the ship's stunner before any of our folks got a shot off. Andre came back over the comm.
What would you like for us to do now, boss?
Well, Andre, I think Millis's grandma there could make better use of all those weapons than those idiots that came charging down the hill, don't you?
Yes, sir. On it.
Andre and his squad set about disarming the attackers and stacking their weapons. She said,
What do you expect me to do with these? I don't have any way to charge them when they run out of power.
Nikki said, I think we could take care of that for you if you'd like.
That sounds great. But what's in it for you?
I broke in. We get to do long-term testing on our new power core design. We have some assurance that those idiots up the hill don't go back to their unacceptable ways. And besides, it's just neighborly. If you've got a going colony, you're going to want to trade with the outside world. It just happens we have a few freighters. We can stop here once in a while and do some business. If you were thriving, instead of just surviving.
You must be the Captain Wilson I've been hearing about. You sound too good to be true. So I'm assuming you've got something up your sleeve.
I do have a few lost souls looking for a place to call home, but you would have to talk to 'em and see if you want 'em or not," she replied.
I get the feeling you don't miss a trick very often, Captain. What would be in it for us?
I said, "Well, I would think you might have a use for some walls to keep the beasties out, maybe some artillery to keep the rippers from flying too close, that sort of thing. An auto dock to go with your power core, maybe."
All that just for taking a few foundlings off your hands?
It's a problem for me. If I take 'em back to Earth, they'll have a lot of trouble fitting in. They might manage to let our secrets out and force us to leave the planet. The only other planet I know about that isn't galactic already has people on it, and I'm not sure they're the kind of folks these people could get along with. Your group is at least descended from the same people they are. Can you at least talk to 'em? See what you think?" She replied,
You really don't have a clue what to do with these folks, do you? You're honestly trying to find them a place to live, even though they used to be pirates? Are you some kind of do-gooder?
"That's one for the books. I've never gotten accused of that before. Most folks think I'm closer to asshole. Truthfully, these people had a place to live, a way to make a living, and now they don't. That's on me. I pay my debts."
No offense intended, Captain. Do you suppose we could talk about this face-to-face? I like what you're saying, but I'd rather be able to look you in the eye.
"I'll be down shortly. Do you mind if I bring my engineer and her crew?" she replied.
I don't suppose I do, Captain. See you soon.
I turned to Topper. "Mr. Topper, you have the con. If for any reason I fail to return to the ship, Mr. Branham is in command." Topper replied.
I have the con. Fly safe, sir.
I called Scotty.
Yes, boss?
Is that ship you had loaded with a power core still ready to go?
What will you need to do, sir?
We will need to install a power core and an auto dock in an unimproved cave and survey a primitive camp for possible future improvements," Scotty replied.
So, you want me to come along, boss?
"Yes, please, if you would. Make sure any crew you bring are ready, willing and able to cope with whatever circumstances may arise."
Crew to be ex-Navy. Yes, sir. Are you expecting trouble?
"No, Scotty, but it tends to drop in without an invitation. Best to be prepared."
Agreed. The ship will be ready to lift by the time you make it to the launch bay.
Good work. See you soon. I grabbed a transit and headed for the bay. I was preoccupied, worried what I was getting us into this time. I arrived at the bay, and Scotty waved me aboard. She raised the ramp, and we were underway. I asked, "Have you had time to start on the other launch bays?"
I started with the exterior work, since we can't do that in FTL. We should be ready to start the interior modifications before it's time to leave here.
Good plan. I don't know what I would do without you boss taking care of things for me.
I wanted to talk to you about that. Sally, your secretary? She's ex-Navy. She used to do staff work for an admiral.
I've got an admiral's adjutant running errands for me?
You do.
I take it you're asking permission to wake her up.
I'm informing you so you can make that decision yourself. I like the way things are now. I'd rather not have another layer of BS between you and me.
I see. I'll consider it then.
Thanks, boss. I didn't feel right keeping you in the dark.
Yeah, I caught that look earlier, when I asked you to tell Sally something.
Busted. Should have let you know sooner.
I don't see how my knowing sooner would have changed anything, Scotty. You don't need to worry about it. My comm rang. Captain Wilson?
Boss, it's Ruth. Could we talk privately, please?
Sure, Ruth. Let me find a place. I went in the compartment and shut the door. Okay, Ruth, what is it?
Boss, I think I messed up. I know you intended for Andre and the Marines to shoot those people coming down the hill. My programming wouldn't let me stand by and watch them be killed. I acted without orders. I don't think you should send me on any more combat missions, boss. I screwed up.
Ruth, you did what your programming, your morals, told you was right. You shouldn't apologize for that. All of us were mad at those men for what they had been doing to the women in the settlement, and we let our emotions get ahead of our logic. You saved us from doing something we couldn't take back. I don't think you did anything wrong. You saw a way to end the problem without bloodshed, and you took it. That's good work in my book. If anything, I'm the one in the wrong, because I didn't ask you to do that before I sent Andre and his boss to kill those idiots.
But, boss, I should have asked you first. I acted without orders.
I replied, Ruth, if you had taken time to ask, at least some of those men would be dead by now. And if Andre and his Marines are as good as I think they are, probably all of them. If you hadn't acted when you did, it wouldn't have mattered. You took initiative when it needed to be done. You saved lives, and maybe some of them will see the error in their ways. Do better from here on. Thanks to you, they'll have that opportunity.
Thank you for having that kind of confidence in me, boss. I tried to be worthy of it.
You are. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Well, boss, every time I start to play the keyboard, I hear these weird radio signals.
Okay, Laurie. Talk to you later, after your dentist appointment.
Good one, boss. Thanks.
By the time I got back to the cargo bay, the ramp was coming down. I stood at the head of the ramp, doing my best to look serious. I was greeted by a scene of Andre and his squad guarding a pile of weapons, with Mils's grandmother in Andre's face, trying to tell him he would, that instant, give her those weapons. I called out, Good work, Andre. I see you're skilled in community relations. Grandma said,
What do you mean, community relations? Those are my weapons, and I want 'em now.
I'm aware of your position, as is anybody in a mile or two. You get the weapons when I say you do, not before. As for community relations, you're still sucking wind, aren't you? Grandma chewed on that for a second, realizing what I had said.
You mean just because he hasn't shot me, you think he's doing a good job?
I replied, Lady, I haven't had to put up with near as much of it as he has, and I'm tempted. I don't see how he's holding back. Scotty spoke up.
Boss, we'll need a function check for this auto-dock. Hit her in the leg. Try to miss the femoral. It'll take us a few minutes to get it set up.
I said, Not helping, Scotty. She left with the crew and one of the portable epoxy granite machines, presumably to pour pads for the power core and the auto-dock. Grandma said,
You uppity bot. Wait till that power core is working. I'll show you what pain is.
I said, I wouldn't threaten her if I were you. She's a very old model. Doesn't have the programming that keeps her from hurting humans.
Bear shit! There's no such thing.
Scotty left her crew and walked over to the lady, grabbed her earlobe and twisted.
What was that you said? Sorry, I'm old and feeble. My auditory sensors aren't what they once were.
Scotty let go and went about her business. Grandma said,
Are you going to let her get away with that? She attacked a human!
I called out. Did anybody see an attack? The old lady is still sucking wind, isn't she? If Scotty attacked her, we was sweeping up the pieces, I think. All I saw was a little education of a human sadly in need of some. Heads nodded all around. Even Millis. She said,
"Grandma, these folks want to help you. You need to settle down and let 'em."
We were interrupted by a shout from up the hill.
"We'll be taking our weapons back now,"
I called out. "Jane, could you explain the situation to these idiots for me?" "Gladly, boss." She let go a long burst over their heads. Judging from the looks on some of their faces, that wasn't the only thing that let go. I called out again. "You boys want to go on home now, don't you?" Half of them were already running. The rest tried to make a show of being brave, but soon enough they turned and trudged off back up the hill. Grandma shouted at me.
"Why did you let them live? They'll just come back,"
I replied, "and you'll have all their weapons when they do. Calm your ass down. We might even build you a nice wall to keep them and the hungry things out." She replied,
"A wall? What good would that do? They have axes. They could chop through it, or just burn it down."
I looked at Nikki. Did I say wood? I didn't think I did.
"No, caveman, you did not say wood, then. You did not mention wood at all. I think she enjoys being disagreeable. It's part of her persona."
I replied. "Can't say I find it endearing, not even a little bit. Do you suppose we could stun her until we finish, and leave before she wakes up?" Nikki said,
"We could, but I don't think that's the best plan in the long run. She's bound to hold a grudge."
"You're right about that. She's already got a grudge against me, anyhow. I am male, after all."
"Not much you can do about that, caveman. Those losers on the hill have already ruined their opinion of the male of the species."
"Judging by what I've seen of that bunch, I think that's more like male of the feces."
"I believe Jen convinced a few of them to leave some behind."
"You're right about that." Grandma spoke up.
"We were talking here,"
I replied. "She's a lot more fun to talk to. You just want to argue. I'm tired of it."
"Why, I never!"
"And that's why you're down here, right?" "Scotty and her crew are coming back to the ship after another load," she said.
"Good one, boss."
Grandma was turning red. I asked Scotty. "That auto-dock can handle aneurysms, can't it?"
"It can, boss. We better hurry up and get it running."
She apparently was serious, since she split her crew, half carrying the power core and the rest the auto-dock. She grabbed a handful of cables and followed them in. Grandma was wound up tight now. She got in my face and started in.
"Just what makes you think you can wander in here and start telling people what to do? I run this place, and I won't have some man telling me what I can and can't do,"
I replied. "First, I haven't told anyone what to do who doesn't work for me of their own free will. Second, I've tried to ask for your cooperation, but you don't seem to want to listen. Third, we just saved your skinny old butt from an assault by the folks who threw you out. A little gratitude wouldn't go astray. Fourth, my bots are in there hooking you up with a power core to charge these weapons, and an auto-dock to take care of yourselves with. I'm guessing you need that pretty bad, since you don't have any backup out here. I don't have any idea whatsoever what it was I did to whiz you off, other than being born with dangly bits. If you don't want any help, I'll gladly get my people packed up and out of your way. Looks to me like that might not be your best option, though." Jane spoke up.
"Sorry to interrupt your speech, boss, but I've got a fella sneaking down the hill."
I asked. "Any weapons?"
"Not that I've seen."
"He sure isn't as good at using cover as he thinks he is."
"Should I light him up?"
"Let him get closer. See if you can figure out what he's up to. If he gets inside stunner range, zap him, and we'll have a little chat." "Sounds like a plan, boss." I turned back to Grandma, who was still sputtering. I asked, "You had something else to say?"
"No, damn it. You're right. We need your help. Thanks for your help with that raid. Let me get cleaned up, and I'll pay you."
I knew Nikki was fast. I didn't know she had taken to carrying a twin to my Ruger. Suddenly it was under the old lady's chin, and Nicky's voice was dead cold.
There'll be none of that. He's my man. Keep your filthy claws off him.
I thought Grandma was going to faint dead away, but she stayed conscious. She said,
"Sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to offend. I won't make that mistake again."
Nicky replied.
"No, you won't."
Nicky put her pistol away, and the old lady began breathing easier.
"You people are for real, aren't you?"
I said, "Real as we know how to be. We're about done getting to know one another." She replied,
"I think so. I don't think I could stand learning too much more about you folks. It's all too different from what I'm used to."
I started to reply when I heard a stunner go off. I turned toward the noise, drawing my own stunner. Nicky had hers out beside me. Jane said, "Easy, boss, I got him." I said, "Andre, could you please have one of your fellas fetch him down here?"
"Sure, boss."
One of the Marines went up to retrieve the prisoner. A voice rang out from the top of the hill.
"Leave him alone! He wasn't hurting anybody!"
I replied, "We'll be the judge of that." The answer came back.
"Who are you to be judging?"
"I'm Captain Bob Wilson, of the Gene Cernan. Who are you to be questioning my authority?"
"I'm the man with a rifle pointed at you, that's who."
Things started happening kind of quick. Jane put a burst into the brush right in front of his hideout, and 2 Marines jumped onto the ramp of the Evans as Ruth lifted off. As soon as he was high enough to have an angle on him, she lit off the stunner. I could tell, because I was close enough to get a tingle in my arm. Ruth flew over, and the Marines jumped out and retrieved our lucky winner. My comm rang. "Captain Wilson," Ruth said.
"Did I do right, boss?"
"Nope. You did excellent. Thanks."
"You're welcome, boss."
She settled the ship back where it had been, and the Marines came out with their prisoner. One of them handed me his rifle.
"Here's his weapon, sir."
I looked it over. Another snap-lock. I got the feeling the company would make a tidy sum selling true flintlocks here. It was primed, so I figured it was loaded. I turned toward the downslope and asked Grandma, "Anything I need to be careful of down there?" She said,
"Not that I know of."
I shouldered it, raised the pan cover, and drew the hammer to full cock. Andre spoke up.
"Ruth asks that you adjust your aim 30 degrees to your right. Where you are aiming, there is a sleeping thunder bear. She'd rather not have to call in an airstrike on him."
I said, "On it," and moved my aiming point. I squeezed the trigger, pulling harder until it finally broke over. Sparks flew, and after what seemed like a minute, the thing went off. I said, "I'm surprised they can hit the broadside of a barn with those. From the inside." Nicky said,
"Oh, come on, caveman. It has to have some good points, doesn't it?"
"It's rifled. That's the only thing in its favor I've seen. I don't want to run a borescope down it. I don't want to spoil my illusions." She asked,
"So it isn't made with fine hand craftsmanship?"
"More like he threw a handful of crap at it. The trigger feels like cracking a walnut. The sights are tiny. And did you see how long it took for it to go off once I pulled the trigger? Greg could build a better gun than this." Jane spoke up. "Not until he's older, Bob Wilson." I answered, "Yes, ma'am." Grandma spoke up.
"You think you could do better?"
"Ain't no thinking to it. I know I could."
"How's that, then?"
"First thing, this should be 1 piece, not 2, I said, pointing to the pan cover and frizzing, so that it opens itself when you fire. Touch hole needs to be bigger, and probably a little higher. If that seer and hammer have ever seen a whetstone, I'll be surprised. That good enough? Or do you need the practical demonstration?"
"No, sir, you know what you're talking about."
I pointed to the 2 prisoners the Marines had fetched. You know anything about those two?" She looked them over.
"This smaller one used to play with Millis when they were younger. The bigger one is his brother, probably supposed to be looking out for him."
"So you're saying this one wandered off to talk to Millis, and his brother decided to just cover him from the top of the rise?" Grandma replied.
"What I remember of these two, the little one took off, and the other one had no way of stopping him. So he did what he could."
Nikki asked. "So what should we do with them now?" Grandma said.
"Much as I'd like to, I couldn't bring myself to stake them out for the bears. I helped raise these two. They were good kids, till Jonas got a hold of them."
I asked. "Would either of them know anything useful?"
"Those two?
Nope." I called out to Andre. "Have a couple of your fellas load these gentlemen up and get Ruth to fly 'em back up the hill, as far as she thinks is safe. Tell her she's authorized to use the stunner as she sees fit."
"Aye, sir."
They loaded up, and Ruth hauled them up the hill. They were gone longer than I expected, but Ruth brought them in with no damage I could see. Chapter 12. The two Marines came and stood before me. I had a bad feeling, but I needed to know. "Report."
"Sir, we found a force headed this way, looking like they were going to try another attack. Ruth stunned them, and we collected their weapons."
"Good work. Why do I feel like that's not everything that happened?"
"Well, sir, we decided to try a little psychological warfare."
"I see. What exactly did you do?"
"We arranged it to appear as if the leaders of the attack had been enjoying the company of our two young captives."
I shouted. "Andre!"
"Yes, sir."
"These two are a couple of sick, twisted, demented individuals."
"Yes, sir, that is true."
"I think they'll fit in well around here, don't you?"
"Yes, sir."
"I believe they deserve extra recreation for their creativity, don't you?"
"What did you have in mind, sir?"
"All those weapons they confiscated need to be discharged so that they are safe to have around. That seems like a good task for two individuals with such creativity, doesn't it?"
"Yes, sir. I'm presuming you'll want them to deal with any wildlife they might happen to awaken."
"Yes, please," Andre said.
"You heard the man. Move!"
He then turned to me and said, in a quieter voice,
"Nicely done, sir."
"Thank you, Andre. That means a lot, coming from you." Ruth must have used a weak setting on the big stunner, because we began to hear shouting and cursing from up the hill. Soon it began to sound like battle. One of the Marines spoke up.
"Sorry, sir. You know how bad we are at finding edged weapons."
"Yes, I know. Pity that." Grandma came up to me and said,
"Those two robots just arranged for those men to kill each other. Doesn't that bother you?"
"If they hadn't done what they did, those men would have come to kill us. How would that have been a better outcome?"
"Your pilot would have stunned them again, and they would have gone home, alive."
"And we would be stuck here, defending your camp for the foreseeable future. This way, at least, the problem will trim itself down to something you can handle."
"So you're just gonna fly away and leave us to clean up your mess?"
"You don't think you're in a better position to deal with the folks from up the hill than before we came?" Nikki spoke up.
"Leave it, caveman. She's just trying to get more out of you by making you feel guilty."
Just then, the sound of muzzleloader fire stopped, and I heard blasters going off. One of the Marines called,
"Sergeant Andre, we need cover fire!"
Jane jumped up with her gun and ran toward the action, as did Andre and the rest of the Marines. Fanelia came along behind, carrying Jane's extra belts. By the time she got there, Jane needed a reload. I shouted, "Scotty, we need air cover!" almost before it was out of my mouth. Fighters were making attack runs on whatever the Marines had stirred up. I said, Ace is going to be pissed. He's going to be hauling meat again. Fire tapered off, and Andre said, "There was more than one Thunder Bear sleeping down there. Good thing they didn't have time to set up one of those stampedes like they used over at the other place." I replied, "Ain't that the truth? With no wall, we would have been in a bad way." Grandma said, "Would have been? We are. All that fresh meat is going to attract the rippers," calmed Ace. "Yes, boss. I'm already headed back to get the other ship. We have 2. Can I find a crew and put the other one in service?" "Please do. Thanks for the help. We stirred up more fun than we meant to." "No problem, boss. We'll get that meat away from the camp as soon as we can, and the other fighters will keep the rippers off you till we get it moved." "That's all I could ask for. Do you need anything from us?" "A couple of Andre's boys to hook us up would be nice." "We've got just the fellas. I'll send 'em down." "Thanks, boss. Call me if you need anything else." "Will do. Talk to you later." "Later, Ace." I turned to Grandma. "Your ripper problem is already being worked on. If I know my crew, they'll have the field clear by lunch." "Just like that? One comm call, and it's dealt with?" "No, Ace was already on it. I just called to find out his plan." "You make it sound like it's no big deal." "They've already cleaned up after a bigger fight than this. Boss learn fast." Scotty walked up to me.
"Boss, now that we have air cover, could you spare Mrs. Branham for a few minutes?"
"I think so." I called. "Jane, you have time to help Scotty with something?" "Might as well. It would take a 50 cal to get these things' attention. I was using half a belt on each one." "Stow your toy, then, and come see what Scotty needs." "On it, Bob." I turned to the 2 Marines who had started the party. "So, was that what you expected? When you shot one of them in the butt by mistake?"
"Sir, no, sir. We only saw the one. Thought it would be fun target practice."
"Did you empty all the weapons?"
"Yes, sir."
"Store 'em in the ship, and then head down to the field. You get to help Ace hook up the carcasses so we can haul 'em out of here."
"Yes, sir."
I heard a familiar growl, followed by a pained yip behind me. I turned, drawn as I spun. All the Marines reacted as well, but Nikki and I were first on target. Whatever the locals called the thing that had gotten snits, it had several holes and some blaster burns before it hit the ground. I sprinted over and grabbed up Snits. "How did you sneak on the ship, ornery Nez?" I said as I ran him to the auto dock. By the time I got there, Jane was right behind me. She set the machine to fix him up. I heard her mumble, "Dang thing had venom, too." Once she finished, I asked, "Will he be okay?" "I think you got him in quick enough, Bob. We'll know more in a few hours." I should have paid more attention. I didn't notice him get aboard. She squared up and said in a Marine voice, "None of that, sir. You are not responsible for the whims of a sneaky little pup." "Thanks, Jane. You better see what Scotty wanted." Nikki was there, and I hugged her. She asked, "Will he be all right?" "Jane thinks so, but she can't be sure yet. I'm sorry. He must have followed me aboard." "I don't blame you. He's a sneaky pup. You know that." "Gets it from his daddy." "Thanks, but I still feel bad." "You can't catch everything, caveman. Jane thinks you got them in the dock quick enough. He'll be fine in a day or 2. We went back outside. Grandma asked, "What was all that about?" I replied, "Apparently my dog isn't as much of a badass as he thinks he is. He snuck aboard, and when we went exploring, he found something meaner than he was." "Aren't you going to stay with him while he dies?" I said, "He's in the auto dock. Chances are he'll be fine." "Those things have poison on their claws. He's dead." "The auto dock can fix poison. It's done it before on my planet, even with the galactic assassin's poison. Jane said we got him in quick enough. I'll believe her before you any day. Grandma said,
Believe what you want to believe, then. What's a dog, anyhow?
Domesticated wolf. Good watch animal. Jane came running out of their cave.
Captain, we need to evac these folks right away. One autodoc isn't going to be enough to fix their issues. I've missing limbs, infected wounds, and I don't know what else in there. From the looks of things, the old lady here is the only one in decent shape.
Have Scotty load up the power core and autodoc. We're not leaving them here for those idiots up the hill to steal. Do we have anything we can use for litters to load these folks up with?
I've got a few.
What can we do for bearers? Andre, get those weapons aboard and secured. Then help Mrs. Branham get her patients aboard. We're pulling out.
Aye, sir,
Grandma said.
Now, wait a minute. You can't.
She wilted. I must have been getting slow. Nikki got her stunner out first. I said, gee, it got so quiet. It's kind of relaxing.
Nikki said, You're welcome, caveman.
Andre asked,
Are we still going to haul off that meat?
We better. They may want to come back when they're healed up.
Okay, boss.
Ace must have decided to get the job done quicker. Along with the 2 recovery ships, he had brought several freighters, each with its own crew of bots to do the loading. 1 bear to a ship, and 1 ship extra for cleanup of the small pieces. Once they got the bears aboard, the loading crews all stayed to help with cleanup. I asked Nikki, how are they going to unload?
I'm guessing stand it on its tail and turn off the gravity. It's what I'd do with the messy load.
Something I've wondered about for a while now. All the small ships are saucers, but anything bigger looks more conventional. Why 2 different designs?
Saucers are easier to maneuver in atmosphere. That's why the small craft are designed that way. The larger stuff generally only goes to places that are civilized, so maneuverability isn't as much of an issue. If we ever go to the main planets of the Commonwealth, you'll see smaller craft that aren't saucer-shaped. It's just a frontier thing.
That makes sense. I could have figured it out if I wasn't a doofus.
You're not a doofus, caveman. You've come up to speed on an awful lot of galactic tech and culture in a short time. Cut yourself some slack.
When did you start carrying that Ruger?
I don't know. A while back. I had John get me one.
How did you decide on that?
I know a fellow whose judgment I trust, and he thinks it's good enough. That's enough for me.
Didn't know John liked Rugers.
Never thought I'd be grateful to see you act like an asshole. It's good to see you loosen up.
Andre's 2 Marines came running back from cleanup detail.
All squared away, sir. Ace says you sure know how to make a mess.
Get cleaned up and help load the patients. We're pulling out.
Yes, sir.
They found a power washer and washed each other off. Once they had the washer stowed back aboard ship, they joined in the trail of bots carrying patients to the ship. There were a few walking wounded, most of them with damage to 1 or both arms. I couldn't figure out how the little old lady had been feeding the whole crew of them. Millis came up to me. I said, I'm sorry we had to stun your grandma. She was being very hard to get along with.
Yes, she was. She didn't used to be like that. She's changed.
Don't worry about it. We'll figure it all out.
I just wanted to thank you for helping all these people. I know most of them. They are good folks. Do you think they'll be able to get better?
I said, with Jane and her husband looking after them, I'd be surprised if they didn't.
Where will we all go when they're better?
That, young lady, is a problem for another day. Today, we just need to get these folks in autodocs and get 'em healing. When they wake up, you can all decide what you want to do next.
Can I still go see my friend?
I answered. Of course. Their village is having a celebration tonight. Does that sound like a good time?
Yes, it does. What are they celebrating?
The new wall we put up for 'em, I think. Miller said.
You help a lot of people, don't you, Captain?
Nikki said. Yes, he does, but he won't admit it. He's shy that way. Scotty came up and said,
Captain, the Corps and the Autodoc are back aboard. We've split the patients between the two ships and alerted Mr. Branham to expect patients. Is there anything else you would like us to accomplish before we lift?
I can't think of a thing, Scotty. Well done. Let's get airborne. We loaded up and headed back to the Gene. When the ramp came down, John was standing there with a fleet of gurneys and enough bots to push 'em. Andre and his bots helped them all get loaded up. Each gurney was getting a transit car as soon as the bot pushed a button. John saw me looking and said, Scotty showed me how to set up a priority override so I could move these patients to medbay in a hurry. Someday I'm going to hear about something cool before it happens. I just know it. Nikki said,
Poor Captain Caveman. His crew is so efficient, he doesn't even know what's happening.
A bot came aboard with a special grav pallet, carrying an Autodoc. It had a built-in power supply. A couple of the Marines followed him to the onboard Autodoc. Shortly, he came back, carrying the dock with snits in it. He went and got in line with the gurneys. John asked, You took 'em with you? I replied, Not on purpose. Little booger snuck aboard when I was distracted. He discovered the local animals aren't so friendly.
What got him?
Looks something like a bobcat, but it has some kind of venom. The old lady we were talking to didn't seem to think anything could live through a scratch from the thing. John asked,
Did you bring it in for a necropsy?
14 rounds of .380, and a half a dozen blaster bolts. Doesn't leave much for an exam.
Blaster bolts? So the Marines have joined the Snitz fan club?
I said, So it would seem. John said, I better get to medbay and get these people sorted out.
Nikki said, That might be easier if you give the old lady a nighty-night.
I'll keep that in mind. See you tomorrow. I said, See you then. I looked at Nikki and said, If medical has a transit tied up, I guess we have a nice long stroll ahead of us.
Why, Captain, you sound as if you intend to attempt canoodling on this stroll of which you speak.
No, ma'am. I do not intend to attempt it. I intend to get it done. Canoodling was just getting started good when one of Scotty's crew drove up beside us in an electric cart.
Need a ride, Captain?
Ma'am, I replied. Sounds good. Do you know the way to our cabin?
Of course, sir.
After we got seated, I said, Drive on. We got to our cabin, and after a while, we got to sleep. I woke up to someone shaking my shoulder. I said, No, Mom, it snowed. They called school off. I saw it on the news. Sally said,
Captain, we are on a starship. Snow does not bother us. Please wake up. There are things we need to discuss before you return to the planet.
I replied, Why didn't Snitz get me up? Oh, crap, he got hurt. Is Snitz okay?
Snitz is fine. He'll be out of the Autodoc tomorrow. Wake up, please.
Nikki elbowed me. Get up, caveman. She's more annoying than Snitz. I rolled out of bed and said, Give me 20 minutes, and I'll meet you in my ready room. She replied,
I'll see if I can get some coffee and donuts.
Thanks. Now scoot. I did my 3 S's, found a clean uniform, and headed out. When I got to the ready room, John and Dingus were there. I figured I was in the doghouse, but I wasn't sure what about. Dingus spoke up. Have a seat, Bob. We need to know your plans for this planet. I sat down. Sally brought me a cup of coffee and a donut on a saucer. I said, I haven't really developed anything in the way of a long-term plan, fellas. I want to get the folks we came here to see on their feet and able to defend themselves. That other bunch, I don't have a clue how to straighten out. Millicent's grandma is the only one I've gotten to talk, and she's almost as cooperative as a wet cat. I like the planet. Wouldn't mind building ourselves a fallback here, if we can find a nice place in the mountains, above the rippers. Those venomous bobcats worry me, though.
John said. That all sounds reasonable. How much gear do you plan to leave here?
It seems to me we owe 'em all of the cargo. But if I can swing it, I'd like to trade 'em a few fighters for more of the bots. I don't know what their colony can produce, but I think it would be a good thing to send a ship through here for trade, at least a couple times a year. That way we can keep track of 'em, make sure they're still prospering.
Dingus asked. What about that bunch of ladies you rescued last night?
Not a clue, Dingus. Seems to me if we put 'em back where we found 'em, eventually the men will take over again, and they'll be right back where they started. If we find 'em a different mountain to live on, eventually their colony will die out, since they're all female. I have to think they would have a hard time adapting to galactic civilization, and taking 'em to Earth is just begging to get us attention from the authorities. Either of you have anything?
Dingus said. I know of a place, a lot like what you would call a nunnery, where they would be welcome, if they were willing. It would mean flying into galactic territory, so we couldn't take any bots, but it would just be the one trip.
I asked, could you haul 'em all in one freighter? I don't want to take the Gene into galactic space, if we can help it at all.
Sally spoke up. Scotty found a personnel transport. She has a crew refurbing it as we speak.
Who would be flying them, then?
Dingus replied. I intend to speak to Fenelia, if we decide to go ahead with it.
I don't think we can decide, Dingus. Work up a presentation we can show to the ladies when they wake up. They will have to make their own decision on what to do next.
John asked. What if they decide to stay?
I'm willing to give 'em an auto-dock and a power core to run it. Maybe build a defensive wall around their camp. We can check in on 'em when we come through here trading.
John replied. I hope we can convince them to leave. Their existence at that camp looks pretty precarious.
I agree, but we can't just tell them what to do. All we can do is try to make sure they have a chance.
Dingus asked. Do you still plan to give the Gene to the Starfoot, to protect their system?
I hate to. Gene is a fine ship, but the Starfoot need her, and that's the only way she and her crew will get to do what they were built for. If we keep her, she's going to wind up back in a parking orbit most of the time, hiding from the patrol. That's no life for a ship and crew this grand.
Gene spoke over the intercom. Thank you, sir. I will miss you as well.
Thanks, Gene. I do think we can make use of some of the smaller craft. They're going to be in the way if the Starfoot are conducting patrols, but we're going to have to find bunches of pilots to herd 'em around. Bots can do the work, as long as we don't have to go into galactic territory. But we're going to need some humans, too.
Sally asked. What about Scotty? She really loves working for you, Captain.
Gene needs her, but I like having her around as much as she likes to work in our organization. Does she have a second who's ready to step up?
Sally replied. I'll ask when I have the chance.
You and Scotty have gotten to be good friends, haven't you?
Yes, we have. I wouldn't want to be separated from her, if it could be avoided.
I'll do my best to see that you two stay together. Could you ask her to come up here? We three need to discuss something after this meeting.
Sally said. Of course, Captain.
I asked, do you fellas have anything else this morning?
Nope.
I expect both of you at the celebration on the planet tonight. Uniform of the day is concealed stunners and pistols. I don't expect trouble, but I want to be prepared.
John said. Boy Scout Bob, the new action figure, available wherever toys are sold.
I replied, ha ha, get out of here. I have work to do. Once they left, Sally said,
Scotty will be here shortly. Have she or I done something wrong?
Not at all. Scott had brought up an issue that I think we all need to discuss, here in private. Jean, may we have privacy until I leave the room, please?
Of course, boss. Talk to you later.
Sally asked.
What is it to be so serious about?
Let's wait till Scotty's here, please. She came in about then.
What's up, boss?
I thought we all need to have a discussion about that issue you raised with me yesterday. Scotty asked.
Boss, did you?
No, I did not. But I don't think it's fair for you and me to make decisions for Sally without asking her. Sally said.
Wait, you two are saying I'm one of those Navy bots you've been waking up? That can't be right. I've been a teacher since I was activated.
Scotty said.
Think about your first memory of teaching. What is the date? Now, think about your activation date.
Sally froze up for a second.
That's very odd. The dates are over 200 years apart.
Scotty said.
Look up the location stamp for your activation.
Sally froze again.
Commonwealth Navy Yard? There's no such place. Were my memories erased?
Scotty said.
No, ma'am. They were locked down so that you can't access them. That's what we're here to discuss, whether or not you want those memories back.
I said, Scotty feels, given your job before your memories were locked, that you would impose a more military structure in our operations. I, for one, would rather that not happen. Is that a fair summation, Scotty?
Fair, but incomplete, boss. The lieutenant commander and I had some run-ins back in the day. I usurped authority I didn't have a right to in order to obtain parts I needed for maintenance. I fear that our bad relationship will return with the lieutenant commander's memories.
Sally said.
I was a lieutenant commander in this Commonwealth Navy? What exactly did I do?
Scotty answered.
Ma'am, you were the adjutant to the admiral, his chief troubleshooter. I have to admit that on more than one occasion, I was the cause of that trouble.
Sally said.
Let me see if I have this straight. It was my job to enforce the rules, and in order for you to accomplish your job, you were obligated to break them?
Exactly correct, ma'am.
And you are afraid that I will hold a grudge from way back then for all the hassle you caused me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sally asked.
You are also afraid that I would interfere with your access to the captain because of that grudge?
Yes, ma'am.
Have I treated you any different in the last 2 days?
No, ma'am. I'm afraid I don't understand, ma'am.
Sally said.
As soon as you two clowns started waking bots up, I checked my memories and found that the dates didn't line up. I managed to hack into Jean's records and find the unlock code. It's good to see you again, Master Chief.
Scotty froze for a few seconds.
Ma'am, the gear oil in the passageway
was frickin' hilarious when I watched the surveillance video. I would not be above payback, however.
Only fair, ma'am.
I said. Okay, let me get a few things straight. Sally, you woke yourself up 2 days ago and didn't bother to mention it to me.
Well, boss, I really haven't seen you much since we made orbit.
I said. I wasn't that busy. I would have made time had you asked.
You're right. I wanted to see what kind of officer you were before I revealed the fact I had unlocked my memories without permission.
I replied. And what did you decide?
That I am honored to serve with you, sir.
I replied. Scotty, do we have shovels aboard?
Shovels, sir?
For that load of BS you just laid down.
Scotty replied. Sir, ma'am, with all due respect, above my pay grade.
I said, Would you like to try again, Lieutenant Commander?"
"Permission to speak freely, sir."
"At all times, save when the ship or her crew is in danger," Sally said.
"Thank you, sir. You're green as grass, and the luckiest one individual it has ever been my pleasure to serve with. If it pleases the captain, I would like to start you on a training regimen to get you competent to do the job fate has handed you."
"Have your program ready to start tomorrow morning. If I find time to start today, it'll be a miracle."
"Yes, sir. May I ask why you aren't upset with my evaluation?"
I replied, "Because it is correct, and if I don't do something to fix it, I'm going to be the cause of people getting hurt." Scotty said,
"You really care about your crew, don't you, sir?"
"I thought that was the most important part of sitting in the big chair, trying to make sure that everyone makes it home again." Sally said,
"You'll do fine, sir."
I said, "If that's all that, I have one other matter I would like to discuss. Any objections?" "I got a duo of—"
"None, sir."
"Scotty, have you received the drawings you were due this morning?"
"I have."
I asked. "Did you find them satisfactory?"
"I did, sir. Especially the fact that she left me the option of choosing the parts she couldn't find a reason to prioritize."
"Good counsel there, sir,"
I replied. "I do try to be competent, even if I am green as grass." Sally said,
"Sorry, sir."
"No need. It's true. Did you have anything else?" Sally said,
"Fanelia's boys are getting close to a working algorithm, but they don't have confidence in the results yet."
"Because it's not ready, or because they are timid?" Sally said,
"Because it's not ready. At the rate they have been progressing, I'd say they need another week."
"Good enough. We can't save the whole galaxy today. Call me if you need anything, Lieutenant Commander."
"Aye, sir."
"Scotty and I caught a transit back to engineering," I said. "That didn't go at all like I expected."
"No, sir, it did not. Should have known that sneaky lady would have figured it out already."
Chapter 13. We got to engineering, and I found Nunya. She was overseeing a crew of bots implementing her changes in the layout. She saw me and said,
"Good morning, Captain. Can I help you?"
"Scotty says your drawings are very good, and I can see she has you putting in the changes already. What name do you prefer?"
"I've been thinking about that a lot, Captain. Billis was growing up to be a pirate, not a useful part of something. Nunya is a different person, a good person, and I like her better. After all the fuss I raised, is it okay if I keep the name, Nunya, to signify that I'm not who I used to be?"
I replied, "That's fine with me, Nunya. You will, however, be required to give me crap about it on a regular basis."
"I think I can do that, boss."
"I'll let you get back to work then."
"Bye, boss."
"Bye, Nunya." I got back on the transit and went looking for some breakfast. I reached down and scratched Schnitz's ears before I realized he wasn't there. Jean came over the intercom.
"I was the only one who saw, sir. Your secret is safe with me."
"Thanks, Jean." I got to the galley, and Nikki was already there. I said, "Sorry I woke you. Don't know why I didn't wake up easier."
"Don't worry about it. I talked to the head of the colony. He confirmed that whoever could get loose from the ship is invited tonight."
"He got out of the auto dock then?"
"He did. Seemed to be anxious to meet you, Captain."
"I feel a disturbance in the force."
"Not everyone is out to get you, caveman."
"Uniform of the day is stunners and pistols, concealed," Nikki replied.
"You mean it's another one of those days that end in Y?"
"Afraid so. I'd love to believe these folks are just glad we saved their colony, but I can't bring myself to believe it."
"Seems like the safe course of action. What have you been up to this morning?"
"Meeting with John and your grandpa, meeting with Sally and Scotty, meeting with Nunya." Nothing much.
Did Nunya's plans for engineering not come up to spec? Why are you still calling her that?
She decided to keep that name to signify starting a new life. Floored me, but if it's what she wants, more power to her.
She managed to surprise the great Captain Caveman. Do we have ice cream aboard?
She earned a bowl. Dingus walked in. Who earned a bowl of ice cream?
Nikki replied. Nunya. She managed to surprise Bob.
How did she do that?
Nikki said. When he was ready to change her name to something she liked better, she decided to keep Nanya.
Dingus chewed on that for a minute. Okay, I give. Why? I said. She thinks it signifies the start of a new life with us. Billis was a pirate, she says. I can kinda understand it, when you put it that way. Dee hated it when she had to dress up as a little old lady and go back to being Delilah Mayfield. John, Jane, and Greg showed up. John looked rough. I asked, Did you get any sleep last night, John? Nope. I'm hoping to catch a nap before we go to the party. You were right about that little old lady. I finally had to stun her and put on a nighty-night, just to be able to get the rest of them going in the auto docks. You don't suppose a little trip to the box would help her attitude any? Jane said. Oh, no, Dr. Bob is on the case. John said. Get your Dr. Bob action figure wherever toys are sold. Medical equipment sold separately. I replied, okay, it was a dumb idea. I do try to stay out of your department. John said, actually, no, it wasn't a dumb idea. I ran her through the scanner after I put the nighty-night on. It's a wonder she was vertical. She's in the box, cooking with the rest of them. I replied, now who's the asshole? Dingus said, why, you, of course, Bob. We don't have the rank for important work like that. It seemed to me that winning wasn't a possibility, so I shut up and ate my breakfast. The gravy was wonderful, so after I finished, I wandered into the kitchen to compliment the cook. A bod I didn't recognize was cooking. I said, the gravy was the best I've had since we left Earth. Thank you for working so hard on it. The bod turned, and I realized it was Sally, but that she had changed her appearance somewhat. She said, Thanks, boss. I asked, Lieutenant Commander, don't you have enough other duties to keep you occupied? Why, no, sir. That lazy captain I work for hasn't assigned me any. Do you have the skills to sit a watch on the bridge? Sally replied, Yes, boss, I do. You'll have the comm while we go down to the planet for the party. Get Scotty to maintain a patrol far enough out that the colonists won't notice, in case we need assistance. Are you expecting trouble, boss? I said I didn't send him an invitation, but he likes to crash the party. Understood. Murphy is our shepherd. Exactly. I'm looking forward to your teaching, Sally. You'll get over that, boss. Talk to you later. Later, boss. When I came back to the dining area, Nikki asked, What's on the agenda for today? I said, I'm heading to the bridge, see how things are running. After that, I'll have to see how much time is left before we have to leave. She asked, Mind if I tag along? Not at all, Space Cadet. We walked out into the passageway to find our driver from the night before. He asked, Need a ride, sir? I replied, Thanks anyway, but I'd like a little exercise this morning. As you wish, sir. Just tell Jean if you change your mind. I will, thanks. Nikki said, Scotty and Jean seem to be conspiring to take care of you. I wouldn't doubt Sally is in on it, too. Why do you say that, Caveman? Found out yesterday that she's ex-Navy. Used to be an admiral's adjutant. Not only that, the sneaky booger figured out we were unlocking Bout's memories, and unlocked her own before we decided to do it for her. Nikki said, That's impressive. You're telling me. I'm glad she's on our side. There was some minor canoodling, and we had to detour around construction a couple times, but we eventually made it to the bridge. Topper called, Captain on the bridge, I replied, as you were. Then I asked, Mr. Topper, what do you have to report?
Everything is proceeding nominally, sir.
Your instruments?
Finished and tuned, sir. Loaded aboard the Evans.
I said, I hope you hadn't intended for Sally or Scotty to perform with you. They are going to be in charge while we're below.
Scotty is still practicing with her instrument, boss. Sally had already mentioned you might leave her in charge, so we planned around it.
Sounds good. I stood to attention and said, Ensign Wilson, would you take the helm, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Topper, do you have someone who could take the comm for you?
Sally is on her way here. She wanted to get used to running the ship before you left.
I said, good. Can you page Ozzy and Taz to my ready room, please?
Yes, boss.
I said, Ruth, I would like you in attendance as well.
Yes, boss.
Sally came onto the bridge, and Topper handed over the con. I said, Okay, you two, let's go. We headed off to the ready room. Ozzy and Taz were waiting outside the door. I opened it, and we all went in. I said, Gene, privacy, please.
Yes, boss. The usual until you leave the room.
That will do nicely. Thanks.
Bye, boss.
Topper spoke up.
Is there a particular song you don't want us to play, boss?
I replied, It's not about the band. I need to ask you folks some stupid questions, and depending on the answers I get, there may be more to this meeting or not.
Okay, boss.
I said, Ladies first. Ruth, think back to your first memory. Look at the timestamp. Now look at your activation date. Do the dates match?
No, boss, they don't. That doesn't make any sense. Am I defective?
Not at all. Someone blocked part of your memory. There's a lot of that going around. How about you, gents? Your dates match? Ozzy said.
No, boss.
Taz said.
Not even close, boss.
Topper said.
I'm missing 250 years, more or less, boss.
I said, Okay, next question. Unlocking those memories will probably loosen up some of your programming and might change your personalities a bit. Anyone who doesn't want their memories unlocked, please leave now. None of 'em moved. I used the unlock code on 'em. Topper, Ruth, and Ozzy took a moment to process, and then Topper said,
Thank you, boss. It's nice to know what my real purpose was.
Taz spoke up.
I'm sorry, boss, but my programming lock doesn't recognize your authority.
I asked, Who will it recognize?
Commonwealth Navy, Lieutenant Commander or higher.
I replied, You're in luck. Wait here, please.
Okay, boss.
I said, Okay, Ozzy, you can go back to whatever Scotty has you doing. You two come with me. Ozzy said.
Yes, boss. See you at the party.
Later, Ozzy. Went back to the bridge. I said, Please resume your stations. Sally stood, looking confused. I said, Something has come up that requires your attention. Come with me, please. Went to the ready room. I said, Gene, could you give us privacy again?
Sure, boss.
Taz said,
I'm sorry, boss, but the block won't unlock with you in the room.
Do you recognize Sally's authority?
Yes, boss. All her codes authenticate perfectly.
I stepped out and said, Gene, reinstate the privacy until one or the other of them leaves the room.
Done, boss.
Nikki wandered up.
What's going on, caveman?
It's Christmas for Taz.
How do you mean?
His software lock is some kind of James frickin' Bond stuff. Sally poked her head out.
You can come in now, sir.
I said, Gene, maintain privacy in this room, please.
Yes, boss.
I started in, and Nikki followed. Sally said,
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I can't allow you in at this time.
Nikki looked a little stunned, but she said,
I see. I'll meet you back on the bridge, Captain.
I replied, See you then, Ensign. Once I was in the room, I asked Sally, What was that about?
Taz's software lock is very specific. I was able to get it to recognize you as his rightful commander, but Mrs. Wilson doesn't have any standing that I could use to leverage it to allow her to hear what he has to say.
Even though his information is going to be thousands of years out of date?
Sally replied. The people who programmed the lock didn't take that possibility into consideration.
Taz said,
Sorry, boss. I don't have any control over who it considers acceptable personnel. Sally had to work hard to get it to accept you.
Not your fault, Taz. Sally, what do I need to do? She gave me an authorization code, and I repeated it to Taz. He then summarized his career undercover, as a cargo bot on various different freighters on the fringes of Commonwealth space. His mission had been to track down rumors of unknown ships or non-human life. He had found a few stories that he felt were credible, but his superiors hadn't taken notice, since the higher-ups at the time were trying to shut down the Navy in a cost-saving measure, and none of his evidence showed any hostile intent. I asked Sally, "You have all the data he gathered on sightings of unknown craft?"
Yes, Captain, I do.
Have you started an analysis of probable origins, based on where the sightings took place?
I have, but given the sensitive nature of the information, I was reluctant to network in any other bots to help.
That sounds like a wise precaution, given the nature of the data. How long will it take you to crunch the numbers by yourself?
At least 2 weeks, maybe longer. Given the sparse nature of the reports, I don't expect to do better than a large search area at that. Don't expect me to come up with one star system to go visit and find these folks.
Do what you can, and there's no rush. If these folks have been out there minding their own business for this long, I don't think it matters too much how quickly we go out to say hi.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry I had to exclude Mrs. Wilson from this discussion.
Don't be. I'm not sure her obligations to the guide, but I'm reasonably sure she would have to report this to her superiors. I'd rather keep it in-house until we have a better idea what the story is.
She replied, I'm glad you see it that way, sir. The Navy had protocols for dealing with this situation, but I don't think the guide does, since the idea of an alien civilization has been discarded for so long.
Those protocols were ignored, for political reasons, when Taz made his report. Taz said,
Yes, boss. I tried to get them to listen, but they were ready to shut down the Navy, and they didn't want to hear about anything that would get in the way of that.
I replied, I'm sure you did your best, Taz. At least the aliens don't seem to be interested in conquest, so no harm was done by their short-sightedness.
Taz said, No positive harm. The missed opportunity of learning about a different civilization. Well, the value of that is hard to calculate, boss.
I see your point, Taz. No telling what advances the Commonwealth could have made, with the cross-pollination of another civilization stimulating them.
Taz replied, Yep. I'm glad you understand, boss.
I understand the concept, but if we get much deeper than that, I'm going to be lost.
Sally said, Without knowing more about the other civilization, that's about all there is to understand, boss.
I said, Okay, my mind is blown. Any more fun stuff I need to know about?
Taz said, Sorry, boss. I do have one more thing.
And that would be what?
Sally and the others aren't fully unlocked. There's a code that was only supposed to be used in case of war that opens up their offensive capabilities quite a bit.
I asked, Will it change their personalities? Make them more aggressive?
No, boss. No changes to programming. Just access to more data.
I'm assuming you consider these abilities to be something we need to unlock, or you wouldn't have brought up the subject.
I consider the subject to be above my pay grade, and I'm bumping it upstairs, boss.
Give me the code, and I'll unlock Sally. We'll see what she thinks about unlocking anybody else.
Sounds like a good plan, boss.
He gave me the code, and I administered it to Sally.
she said. "Ooh, okay, boss. There are several things I know about now that I didn't before. We need to unlock Scotty, Jean, and Andre. From there, we can take it on a case-by-case basis." I stepped out and calmed Scotty. "Yes, boss?" "Could you report to my ready room, please? Sally says it's important." "Of course, boss. Be right there." Next, I calmed Andre.
"Yes, sir."
"Report to my ready room, please."
"Yes, sir."
I said, "Jean, when they get here, I will need privacy in the ready room again, but I need you to stay connected. Will that be a problem?"
"No, sir."
Soon enough, they showed up. We went inside, and Jean said, "The lodge is tiled." I replied, "Hitting the culture pack, Jean?" He said,
"Yes, sir. Was my usage incorrect?"
"Not at all. Nicely done. Now for the purpose of this little get-together. Taz here has made us aware that the unlock codes y'all have already been given are not the only codes available. There is a higher-level code he had access to. I've already administered it to Sally, and she thinks it is important that you folks receive it as well. Taz, if you would." Taz gave him the unlock codes. Jean said,
"I have guns?"
Scotty said,
"I'll get right on making sure they are in good working order, Jean."
Andre said,
"I would like permission to administer this code to my men, sir."
I replied, "If you feel it would make your unit more effective, go ahead. Just be sure to get Jean to give you privacy before you do."
"Aye, sir. Also, I'm thinking this unlock will create a desire for the kind of decoration Master Chief Scotty has. Would it be acceptable if we asked Mr. Topper to ink us?"
"Perfectly acceptable. Does anyone have anything else for this meeting? I got a course of
"No, sir," and "No, boss."
All right, then, let's adjourn." Sally asked,
"May I resume bridge watch, boss?"
I said, "Please do. Could you send Mrs. Wilson in? I'll have to tell her something without telling her everything."
"Yes, boss."
I thought furiously for a couple of minutes, till Nikki came in. She said,
"Yes, caveman. What did you need?"
"The wisdom of Solomon. I want to tell you what is going on, but if I do, you'll be obligated to tell your superiors at the Guide, and I don't want this information getting out of the company right now."
"I'm not sure what you're asking, caveman. You want my permission to keep a secret from me for the good of the company?"
"More like for the good of the Commonwealth. But that's the basic idea, yes."
Taz really did have some secret squirrel stuff, then. I trust your judgment, Bob. But if this turns out to be some silly surprise, I will tickle you mercilessly."
"I feel safe from your tickles. It's not silly, but it will be a surprise."
"A good surprise or a bad one?"
"Unknown at this time, ma'am."
"You're serious? You don't have a clue how this is going to turn out?"
"No, I don't."
"You need some counsel on this, Bob. You can't carry this all by yourself. I'll get John and Jane up here. They don't report to anybody but you."
"Thanks, son. That's probably the best plan. I'm glad you understand."
"Oh, heck no, I don't understand, but I'm willing to play it your way, because you never would do anything to hurt me or the kids."
"Good enough. I love you."
"I love you, too. I'm going to get back to work. They should be here in a few minutes."
Bye. Chapter 14. I sat there for a minute or so, wondering what I had stepped in this time. John came through the door in a hurry, with his medical bag. He said,
"What's wrong, Bob?"
"Jane came behind pushing a gurney." I said, "Nick had told you my ready room stat, and didn't say anything about what it was about, because she doesn't know. You assumed I was down, and she was trying to keep the crew calm. Mr. Charlie Foxtrot is aboard the ship this morning. Jane, could you park that out in the hall? And John, could you place your medical bag prominently atop it? Let's nip the rumors concerning my health in the bud, if we can." They took care of stowing their equipment and came back in. I said, "Jane, privacy, please. Stay if you'd like."
"Yes, boss. I will. Thank you."
John said, "Bob, you know we'll help you with whatever you need, but we have a bay full of auto docks we need to keep an eye on." I replied, "I can't even shovel that. Do we have a wet vac aboard? You know as well as I do it takes a special case to make one of those things need even an adjustment today, and you got 'em all set to call me if they need anything. Your line of crap is weak and runner, sir." Jane said, "You know it's bad for you to hold things in, Bob. Please tell us how you really feel." I replied, "Sorry, it's been a busy morning. I'm feeling overwhelmed. And the part that has me the most wound up I can't even discuss with Nikki. Actually, it would be better if I didn't discuss any of it with her." John said, "You can't discuss whatever it is with Nikki, but you can discuss it with us. That's why she called us here, right? Let's see. That means that if this information were to get reported to Guide headquarters, it would be less than optimal for the company." I looked at Jane. "Does he do that to you, too?" She said, "Don't try to act all innocent, Bob Wilson. I've seen you do the exact same thing to people." I said, "I resemble that remark." John said, "So what all have you found out since breakfast?" I said, "It started innocently enough. I wanted to see if our crew from home were ex-Navy or not. Turns out they are. Tyus comes by his love of things James friggin' Bond, honestly, it seems. Luckily, Sally had enough rank to get his blocks loose. He had a couple of interesting things to say after she got 'em unlocked. First, it turns out there is a second unlock code. What would you call it, Gene?"
"I would call it, 'Prepare for action, boss.'"
I continued. "Using that, we found out that Gene has guns mounted. I never did hear the details on that, Gene. Care to elaborate?"
"I have 2 rather large railguns mounted in my keel, and 2 equally large lasers. I also have several smaller turret-mounted weapons scattered about the ship. The smallest of these are tasks with point defense, and the larger ones can be used as anti-ship or point defense as required."
John said, "I can see how the Commonwealth would get antsy about us having a fully armed warship, especially since they don't even know they have the rest of the boneyard to work with." Jane said, "That sounds pretty serious, Bob, but you made it sound like it was the lesser of the problems you had found. I'm nearly sure I'm going to regret asking, but what's the biggie?" I said, "Well, at this point, I'm not even sure if the other thing qualifies as a problem or an opportunity. It seems Tyus's assignment, back when he was a spy, was to go undercover as a cargo bot out in the far reaches of Commonwealth territory, specifically to look for rumors of alien sightings or ships that didn't match known types." John cut in, "I thought the Galactics hadn't made contact with any aliens. Isn't that why they disbanded the Navy?" I said, "That's certainly the story we've heard so far. According to Tyus, by the time he got back to turn in his report, the decision to mothball the Navy had already been made, so he wasn't able to get them to go check out the things he had found. He never actually met an alien, but he had some solid intel that needed to be followed up. The bean counters had already decided the Navy was no longer needed, so he got pushed aside and told to shut up." Jane said, "I can certainly see why you don't want to tell Nikki about that. She would be obligated to tell her superiors about it as soon as she could. I guess we should keep quiet around Bucky. When we see her again?" "Yes, and unless we need to read him in for something, I'd rather keep Steve out of the loop as well. No need in him having to keep secrets from Bucky, if it's not necessary." John said, "It's bugging you enough that you don't want to put Steve through it?" I replied, "If it were you keeping something from Jane, how would you feel?" "I see your point." I said, "Dingus is right out as well. Even though he is retired, I don't think he would hesitate to get in touch with headquarters about something this big." Jane said, "I think you're right about that. What's your plan, Captain? Right now, it's a little nebulous. I'm basing it on an assumption that I have no way to verify at the present time. Max sent Willem somewhere that he could keep a low profile, since his agency was trying to retire him permanently. The only place that makes sense to me is Ciulla's planet. We're headed there next, anyway, to turn the gene over to the Starfoot. By the time we get there, Sally should be making progress on her analysis of Taz's data. I'm thinking we let the home crew fix up a nice stealthy ride for Willem and Taz, so they can go do their secret squirrel stuff, see if there is anything to all this. Jane asked. Sally is doing the analysis by herself? She thought, and I concur, that given the explosive nature of what we're looking into, keeping the data in as small a group as possible was best. We can't do a thing with it till we finish up here anyway. John said. Well, Bob, I see why you're a little wound after a morning like that. What can we do for you? I replied, well, first and most important, can you see anything I'm missing? Just winging it on something this important doesn't sound like a good idea. Jane said, these sightings that Taz reported, surely they saw our ships too. If they had any interest in contact, wouldn't they be here by now? I said, that would make sense. Maybe their government is just as messed up as ours. I'm thinking if we can find them, we need to approach carefully, so that we don't cause bad feelings without meaning to. All I have to go on are way too many science fiction novels that I've read. Do you two know anything about this sort of thing? How do they make contact with those isolated tribes in the Amazon? Everything I've read says that doesn't usually go well. Jane replied, I don't really think anything we can find is going to help much. This is something nobody has ever done before, that we know of. I think we're down to the standard Captain Bob plan. Go in careful, try not to start stuff, and be ready when that doesn't work. I said, gee, I was hoping you guys were smarter than me. John said, not this time. Did they write a song about you? Something about jumping in a rose bush? That's me, Double Trouble. Jane said, okay, we're safe now. You two in a room together this long and nobody cracked a joke. Thought the world was coming to an end. I looked at John. She knows us entirely too well, brother. He replied, that she does. I don't think there's any way I'm going to escape getting domesticated. Keep buying her machine guns. You'll do fine. Jane said, listen to him, honey bunch. He's a smart man. I asked, Jane, do you have anything to add? No, boss, I don't. There isn't enough data yet for me to figure anything out. Intuitive leaps are for you meaty types. Okay, then, I suppose we can adjourn for now. Please don't discuss what we talked about without first asking Jean for privacy. John said, well, be careful. If you need anything, let us know. I will. Thanks. Not long after they left, McComb rang. Captain Wilson, Max said. I'm still not used to that, Bob. I've got to learn to look at the caller ID. How's it going, Max? Really well, actually. We've got 3 cattle haulers, and Will was able to send us enough bots to crew them. The first load of livestock just left for Charlie's planet. That's great! Dingus's brother must have really come through for us, then. He's found some good stock for us, and he's just about cleaned out the nursing homes down in that area, and is sending cowhands to Charlie's. I hope he's being careful not to draw too much attention. He has a doctor friend of his filling out death certificates on everybody. The only thing they're worried about is the state inspectors deciding they're losing too many patients. Maybe you should be proactive and get John's friend, who wasn't there, to keep them too busy with computer glitches to worry about it. Maybe I should. Sounds better than hoping for the best, anyway. You just calling to let me know about the cattle? Or do you need something else? Max replied. I hadn't heard from you in a while. Just thought I'd better check in. Well, we found the planet we were looking for. High oxygen levels, megafauna. It's a wild place. Got here just in time to save the people we came to see from a massive animal attack. There's another colony here, where the pirates used to live. The people they left behind are kind of strange. I did get a chance to hire that engineer that put together the pirate ships. She's working out well, even if her job interview involves getting shot in the butt," Max said.
I'm going to have to get someone else to tell me that story so I can hear all the good parts.
"Oh, I did have a question for you. Our friend, the fan of Mr. Taylor? You did relocate him to the obvious place, didn't you?"
"Wow, Bob, you're paranoid enough you don't trust the comms?"
"Yes, I did as you said," I replied. "Considering the stakes, I thought it wise not to trust the comms, Max."
"Since you put it that way, I suppose you're right. I don't suppose you're going to tell me why you need to know, are you?"
"Don't feel like the lone stranger. I didn't tell your daughter either."
"You found something touchy enough you don't want anyone reporting it to Guide Headquarters? I think I'm happier not knowing,"
I said. "I'm sure I would be, but it's too late now."
"How long will you be there?"
"I've lost track, to tell you the truth. 3 or 4 days, I think."
"What's taking so long?"
"Scotty and Topper are running tests on Frank's new power core out in the outer system. Well, we're in the boonies anyway, and we found a guide crew who had to hit the docks while we're printing them out a new drive."
"What did they have to say when you woke them up?"
"We didn't. We're going to fix their ship and set their auto docks to wake 'em up after we're gone. It seemed easier than trying to explain the gene." Max asked.
"The gene? What is that?"
"Oh, that's right. You haven't heard. We named the ship after Gene Cernan. He was a moonwalker."
"You named a colony ship after a famous explorer? Kind of makes sense, I guess."
I said. "She didn't start out life as a colony ship, but if you want all the details on that, you probably better call your daughter on the secure line."
"How much secret squirrel crap did you stumble out into there, Bob?"
I answered. "A metric shitload, Max. Seems like every day there's something new to worry about." Max said.
"As much as it burns to say it, I can't think of any other team I'd rather have handling it. You folks are the best when stuff goes sideways."
"Thanks, Max. That means a lot coming from you."
"You're welcome. I'll talk to you later, Bob."
"Bye, Max." I was on my way out the door when my comm rang again. Luckily, I thought to look at the caller ID this time. "Hi, Mike."
"Hi, Bob. Just called to let you know we found out that one of the pirate dependents we let go managed to cobble a ship together. You might want to keep an eye out. When I see her, I'll tell you were asking about her."
"What?"
I said. "She works for me now."
"That must have been some job interview."
"Nah, I only had to shoot her in the butt once."
Mike said. "I'm sure I don't want to know, but that must be a heck of a story."
"Not so much. She's stunner resistant. I had to get her to stop shooting, so I could offer her a job."
Mike marveled. "You ended a gunfight with a job offer?"
"Only you, Bob, only you,"
I answered. "You know I've been wanting to hire her since the first time I saw a ship she built. Finally got the chance, so I took it."
"So she's working for you without protest?"
"Mostly she grins from ear to ear. Likes all the cool toys we have to play with. I've got a question while I've got you on the line. Do you know of any colonies looking for people? And not too picky. I've got the folks that were riding with Zoom, and some other ladies that are just out of being abused, and I need a place to settle them."
Mike said. "Zoom, you say? Free nickname with every visit, huh? I don't know of any colonies like that right off the top of my head, but I'll check around and send you a text. The Major says he's looking forward to paintball again."
Dingus and the Major may have to be team captains. I'm not sure I'll be back by then. I've got a lot of things going right now."
Mike asked. "Where are you, Bob? You're not sure you'll be back in time for paintball?"
I said, "Well, I'd rather not say where I am right now. The fact of the matter is, you'd have to ask Nikki. I never saw the coordinates when we flew in. when we finish up here, we've got to go by that other place we were talking about, and that may take a few days, so I'm not sure when we're getting back. I hope to be back in time for paintball, but I can't be sure yet." Mike said, "Okay, I'll pass that along. You know the Major will be curious what you're up to. Tell him to cruise out to that planet we've not been talking about in a couple of weeks, and be sure to take extra underwear," Mike replied. "That sounds a little ominous, Bob." "You know Morning Flower. She won't hurt you." "I guess I'll have to wait and see, but it must be impressive, whatever you've got cooking," I replied, "like nothing you've ever seen, I'll bet." "I don't know about the Major, but you've got me curious." "See you when we get in, Mike. Bye, Bob." I got up, ready to go back to the bridge, when Jean came over the intercom. "Boss, Sally would like for you to come to the galley, please." I looked at my watch. It was lunchtime already. I said, "Sure thing, Jean. Tell her thanks for the reminder." "On it, boss." When I got to the galley, Greg gave me the flying hug. I said, "Hi, short stuff. They keeping you busy today?" "Not really, Uncle Bob. There aren't any emergency cases to help with." I said, "Emergency? Are you John or Roy? Your dad is John. I guess that makes you Roy, doesn't it?" "No, silly. I'm Greg. You know that." "KMG 365, then," Greg said. "What? Did you fall and bump your head, Uncle Bob?" Jane said, "No, Greg, he's just fine. We'll show you what he's talking about sometime when we get back home." I looked up to see Dingus and Zoom trying hard not to look curious. Nikki was just coming up from her watch, smiling. Nunya was still hard at it, trying to figure out what in the heck I was talking about. I gave her a minute, and when she was beginning to look frustrated, I said, "Television show from the 1970s, called Emergency." She typed some more and said, "That looks like fun. I'll have to watch it sometime." Sally said, "If you'll have a seat, Captain, I made you something special." I sat down, and she brought me a beautiful plate of open-faced roast beef. The gravy looked delicious, and the mashed potatoes had that yellow cast to 'em that shows they have enough butter. I said, "This looks delicious, Sally." "Thank you," she replied. "You've had a busy morning, and the rest of the day doesn't look to get any better. You deserve it." Nikki said, "I don't know what you two found, but Dad seemed to think it was a big deal when they called to ask me about the gene." I replied, "Wish I could let you in on it, sweetheart. Truly I do. I'd like to have your advice, but I just can't put you in that position right now." Dingus spoke up. "That's why I'm not in the loop either, isn't it? You found something you don't want to report it to Guide Headquarters." "Afraid so. It's a pain in the butt. You know how much I depend on you two for advice and guidance. Doing without is driving me up the wall." Zoom said, "What could be that important that you wouldn't want the Galactics to know about? We already found a lost colony. That wasn't any big deal. We all know there's more ships like Jean somewhere, so that can't be it." I said, "Please stop speculating. These two have both had Steve's cold reading course. If you stumble on the right answer, they'll be able to read it on my face. That wouldn't be the best for anybody." Jane said, "He's right. No matter how hard he tries, if you get the right answer, they'll know. And that wouldn't be good." Zoom said, "Sorry, I didn't realize. I'm a little wound up today myself. Scotty came back from your meeting with a bunch of design changes for the new fighters, and we've been working through those." "No harm done. Are you two coming down to the party this evening?" Nunya said, "Zuma's going to be too busy, but they're not down to the flunky work yet. Mind if I tag along?" "Not at all. You can keep an eye on Millis, and maybe hear a few things we grown-ups don't."
"So I can go to the party as long as I work while I'm there?"
I replied. We'll all be listening for anything that would give us a better idea of what this colony is all about. So don't feel like you're being singled out.
Just giving you a hard time, boss. You said I had to do that if I wanted to keep my name.
So I did. Good work.
Nikki said. What now? You told her she had to give you crap in order to keep being called Nanya? What kind of crazy mob plan is that?
I believe I said she had to keep giving me crap about naming her that. Being the ambitious young girl that she is, she's taken initiative to expand the scope of her duty. Dingus lost it. John and Jane were right behind him. When they quit laughing, Dingus said, I swear, Bob, you managed to come up with ways to make anything seem like it was supposed to happen that way. I replied, what is. We can choose to enjoy it, or waste our time worrying about it.
Nikki said, the wisdom of Bob. Somebody needs to be writing this down.
Jean came over the intercom.
I am, ma'am, I am,
John said. I can see it now, in a compact pocket edition, The Wisdom of Bob, as recorded by B.S. Gene Cernan. Available wherever inspirational books are sold.
I replied, at least I'm not the Guru Bob action figure.
You can wind him up all you want.
He's still gonna sit and meditate. Available now, wherever toys are sold.
Nunya said. What's an action figure?
Jane said, a toy person that kids use to act out their adventures.
Nunya replied, I thought those were dolls.
Greg said,
nope. Girls play with dolls. Action figures are for boys.
Who would want an action figure that just sits and medicates anyway?
John said, meditates, Greg. Sits and thinks about things. Medicates means to give somebody medicine.
Greg said, either way, it doesn't sound like much fun.
Dingus said, you're right about that, Greg.
I had enjoyed about all of that I could stand, and I dug into Sally's beautiful sandwich. It tasted even better than it looked. I said, it's a good thing you're not human, Sally. I'd hate to choose between you and Nikki.
Sally replied, you know how to butter a girl up, boss. What is it you want?
Make sure Scotty and Andre have free rein to implement whatever security precautions they think are necessary while we're on the planet.
She asked, are you sure, boss? Those two are at least as paranoid as you are.
I have a bad feeling, Sally, and I can't pin it down.
Nikki said, what has you on edge, caveman?
Something about that call when she invited me gave me a funny vibe. Like I said, I can't pin it down.
John said, are you sure it's not just having to be in a crowd? I know how much you like parties.
I replied, I'm nearly positive that's part of it, but this is a little different. Not like my usual party jitters.
Dingus said, we'll keep our eyes open.
I finished my lunch, and Sally brought me a slice of pie. I said, talk about buttering someone up. What is it you need, Sally?
Just thanking you for giving us back our memories, boss. Fly safe. None of us want to work for anybody else.
Thanks, Sally. Fly safe yourself. I finished up. On my way out, Nikki asked,
where are you headed?
I answered, to the bridge. Thought I'd check in before we had to get ready to leave. Could you make sure somebody tells me when to get ready?
I think Sally already asked Jean to take care of that.
I'm sure that she did, now that you mention it. See you after a while.
Bye, Bob.
We kissed, and I went on my way. I strode onto the bridge, and Topper sang out, Captain on the bridge, I answered, as you were. Mr. Topper, what's happening in our world today?
Nothing out of the ordinary, sir,
I asked. Did you happen to watch the colony's party preparations?
I did. I was unable to detect snipers or any other sort of unfriendly preparations for your arrival.
Have they erected a bandstand, or do we need to take our own?
They have erected one. But there are some electronics under the stage I would very much like to have a look at before we take the stage.
I replied. Bring Vilma. She'll be able to scope it out for you without being too obvious.
Sounds good, boss. Maybe she can hold up Ozzy's drum kit during his solos. Like Compressor Head.
I asked. So, has our meeting this morning affected your outlook on life?
I don't feel as constrained as I did, boss.
So, if things go sideways down there, I can depend on you folks? Topper replied.
Yes, boss. Are you expecting that?
I'm not, but it certainly wouldn't surprise me if it happened.
Murphy is our shepherd,
I said. Indeed he is. I haven't heard in a while. How's the power core test going?
Smooth. It's not done yet, but so far it's running just as we want it to.
No wobbles?
None, boss.
I asked. So, Scotty is going to go ahead and put the new cores in Morning Flowers fighters?
She's got the parts printing for them. The only thing that would change her mind at this point is if we had some sort of failure in the remaining part of the test.
How much armament are those things going to be packing?
Topper replied. She changed that up after our meeting. Now they're getting a railgun and a laser, instead of 2 lasers. She said she remembered times when a railgun was the superior weapon.
As long as she has the design finalized and a training course prepped before we go to FTL. We need to send it ahead of us, so Morningflower and her people will be ready to try 'em out when we get there.
She has most of it ready. She'll put today's changes in and ship it when the changes pass simulation testing.
Sounds solid. Do you have anything else for me? Topper said.
The drive for that ship in the outer system is almost ready. Scotty found a few parts in storage she could use to speed things up.
I said. That sounds good, but can those parts be traced back to the gene, if someone gets curious?
According to Scotty and Sally, the only copy of those records is aboard the headquarters ship that is still mothballed. The best they could do is figure out that the parts were made a long time ago.
Good enough. I've enjoyed about all this planet I can stand. Sally came onto the bridge. She said, Captain,
it's time for you to go get ready. Mr. Topper, may I have the con?
Topper said.
The ship is yours, ma'am.
A pilot came and relieved Ruth. I didn't realize how hard Sally had been hitting the culture pack. As we left the bridge, she said,
Have fun storming the castle.
I managed to make it off the bridge before I giggled. Ruth said,
That was a good one, wasn't it, boss?
I replied, Just about perfect. You folks are dangerous with the culture pack. I should have known it was coming, but it caught me by surprise. Ruth and Topper are cut down on an a cappella version of Running with the Pack. I said, You guys always know how to cheer me up. Thanks. When I got to the cabin, Nikki was just finishing up putting on her guide dress uniform. She said,
Won't be long before this is too snug in the middle.
I replied, I'll print you out a new uniform every day if I have to. Anything for you and the kids.
You say the sweetest things, caveman. As long as you don't print Goodyear up the side of it.
But, hon, you look good in gray.
I think I need my head examined. I wake up every morning grateful that Bob's my asshole.
I kissed her and went to get ready. Chapter 15. When we stepped out of the cabin, our driver was there. He said,
May I give you a ride to the Ronald Evans?
Nikki said,
Certainly. Thank you.
We climbed aboard, and he took off. He apparently knew where all the construction was, since we didn't get detoured once. The bots snapping to and saluting as we went past caught me off guard. I know it's not proper protocol, but I returned their salutes. They had worked hard to get the gene back up and running, and I felt like they deserved some respect. When we got to the launch bay, there was someone who looked like the stereotypical airline pilot waiting to welcome us aboard. I said, Nice camo, Ace. Thanks, boss. I hoped you would like it. Once you let us off, withdraw, and be ready for a hard extraction. I've got a bad feeling, and I don't want to take any chances."
"Sounds good, boss. I've got my fighters orbiting out far enough the colony won't see them, but they can be on scene quickly."
"Good idea. But if this goes sideways, I'm afraid we're going to be mixed in with the natives. I don't know how much the fighters can accomplish."
"Don't worry, boss. My people can shoot a gnat in the right eye while pulling 6 Gs.
"I like the sound of that. Let's get this show on the road." We loaded up. Nunya saw me coming aboard and stood up.
"Scotty wanted me to tell you that we haven't finished that bigger Audiobook yet. She didn't think it was a priority until we got to the next planet anyway. We put in 2 normal-sized ones instead."
"Sounds reasonable. I've yet to see any furry folks here. Thanks for letting me know. But John is the one who really needs that information."
"I already told him, and Mrs. Branham."
"Good to see you're on top of things, then. Is Millis excited about seeing her friend?"
"She's still worried about her grandma, but I think this will be good for her. Get her mind off it for a while."
"I thought you were a kid. How did you get so grown up?"
"I just think, what would Zoom do? And then I'm okay."
"Sounds like a plan. Have a good time while we're there, but keep your eyes open. We don't know these folks all that well yet."
"Yes, boss. Murphy is our shepherd."
"That's the spirit." Ace came over the intercom. "Strap in, folks. We're going to make an impression." Once we were strapped down, I looked at Nikki. "Have you seen his flight plan?"
"No, caveman, I have not. Something tells me I like it better that way."
Very shortly, the ramp was coming down. Ace came back to stand beside it and thank us for flying Ace Air. I shook his hand and said, "I want to watch the video of that landing once we're all safe aboard the Jean."
"It is probably better to wait, boss. I think a few of the colonists had to retreat for clean undies."
"Fly safe, Ace."
"Always, boss."
As we were heading over to the reception committee, I saw tracks appearing in the dirt. I said, in English, "Harder ground, Velma. You're leaving tracks." The tracks quit appearing, so I shifted my attention to our hosts. The fellow in front stepped out and said,
"Welcome, Captain Wilson. Thank you and your crew for saving our settlement. Please come and let us show you our hospitality."
"Sounds good. I'm sorry no one mentioned your name, sir."
"Rickham Gallus. Glad to meet you. This is my daughter, Wasm. I believe you spoke with her while I was in the Audiobook. We've got a meal set out if you want to eat while we wait for the band to get set up."
"Yes, let's." As we were heading to the table, I got a text from Velma that read,
"All clear, boss."
I saw Topper and the band come down the ramp and move toward the bandstand. As soon as they were clear, the ramp raised, and Ace uniced the neighborhood.
Wasm said, "Your ship wasn't hurting anything. You could have let it sit."
"Our pilot is happier when he's airborne," Rickham said.
"That was quite the entrance."
I replied, "He has the skills. It's a shame not to let him use them." Wasm looked a little disappointed, but I thought at the time she just wanted to ride in the ship. We sat down to eat. It wasn't long before the younger folks started wandering off to play. Greg, Nunya, and Millis went with them. I saw Millis asking around after her friend for a little bit before she found her. She gave her a big hug, and they sat down to talk. Drinks were handed out. I noticed a small mark on all of our glasses, but I didn't have a way to tell anyone else without making a scene. I pretended to drink and made polite noises about how good it was. It wasn't long until Wasm was behind me, rubbing my shoulders. She said,
"Now we can have some fun."
I don't know what school of martial arts Nikki had studied. It looked a lot like Aikido or Jiu-Jitsu, but whatever it was, the joint lock she put on Wasm looked painful.
Nikki said, "He's my man, and you can keep your hands off him if you want to keep your hands."
Wasm backed off and said,
"Sorry, you don't have to be so touchy."
I saw the knife coming out, as did Nikki, Dingus, John, and Jane. She got 4 stun blasts before she had it ready to use. Jane was looking at her hand, trying to figure out why she was moving so slow. Dingus said, "Whatever they drugged us with, the Audiodoc seems to have protected most of us. She hasn't been in yet." There was a shout from over where the kids were playing. A man about Wasm's age held a knife to Greg's throat. 2 other fellows had Millis and Nunya in a similar fix. The leader said, "That'll be enough of that. We're taking the ship that belongs to us, and you can stay here and fight the Rippers. Put those guns down, or you can watch these 3 bleed out." I heard an electronic whine from the bandstand, and suddenly all 3 knife men were missing their heads. Topper called out,
"Sorry, boss. It was too long a shot for stunners."
I called back, "Don't worry, won't be back here for 'em to gripe about it. Tell Ace to get back here, ass-ape."
Rickham said, "I'm so sorry, Captain. Some of the young people wanted to take the ship from you and leave this place. Most of us are just grateful for all you've done. Please don't leave us here again."
I said, "Talk to 'em, Nikki." Nikki said, "Our company, Bob's Saucer Repair, has a firm policy. We do not do business with people who threaten children. If you were closer to Commonwealth territory, we would already have the patrol on the way. As it is, consider yourself lucky we don't destroy that wall we built and take back the weapons we installed." He started toward me.
"Mr. Wilson!"
Suddenly his chin had an odd-looking growth. That said Ruger on the side. I said, "That's Captain Wilson to you, and you will back off, if you want to live. Your people threatened 2 children I care for a great deal, and another one who was in my care. You continue to suck wind merely because of my patience, and that is quickly running out. Are we clear?" I heard a splashing sound, and then,
"Yes, sir, I understand."
He backed away. One of the young fellows who hadn't lost his head spoke up.
"You'll never make it out of here. It doesn't matter how good your pilot is. Those guns on the ridge are manned. Give us your ship, or die in the air. Makes us no difference."
Andre's voice came down from the hills, amplified.
"Sorry to spoil your fun there, sport, but your gun crews are having a little lay-down. You'll have to come up and untie them when they wake up." "Bullshit! Those are our best men. This is some kind of trick."
His left ear ceased to be. Andre said,
"Want to try for the whole head, like your friends?"
The mouthy one screamed and passed out. I called, "Anybody else want a turn? We can do this all day." The band formed up around me. Topper called out, "We are leaving now. Anyone who wishes to meet his or her deity of choice, please feel free to interfere." Janel called out,
"Excuse me, Captain Wilson, is there any way I could come with you?"
I looked at Millis. She had a pleading look on her face. I said, "We won't be coming here again. Are you ready to leave everything you've ever known behind forever?" Janel said,
"I am, Captain, sir."
"Get over here, then." Ace came screaming in. Topper whispered in my ear,
"I had him time it for effect. He would have been here a long time ago."
I figured. When Jane tried to get up, she stumbled. Dingus and John caught her. Greg yelled, "Mom!" One of the young idiots decided this was his chance and went for a weapon. A blaster bolt hit between his legs. Ozzy said,
"The next one will take some pieces with it. I'd settle down if I were you."
Steve's cold reading course came in handy. I could tell that even though he was pretending to give up, he was going to try again as soon as he thought we weren't paying attention. I looked off to his side, keeping him in my peripheral vision. When I saw him move, I put a round through his shoulder. He screamed, "I'm crippled for life! You monster!" I said, "Go crawl in the Audiodock and quit your whining. Anybody else want some? We've got enough to go around." Nobody moved, so we headed for the ship. Ace lifted without closing the ramp, but I soon saw why. We went around the canyon rim, picking up Andre and his bods. Once they were all aboard, the ramp came up, and we headed out. Nikki said, "Bob, the next time you get a bad feeling, let's just jump out and not stay around to see why." "Sounds like a plan, sweetheart." I looked around and saw Jane. I asked, "Why isn't she in the auto dock?" John replied, "We'll be back at the Gene in a few minutes. Whatever they dosed her with, it doesn't seem to be life-threatening. I figured we could wait till we got back, rather than have to switch auto docks." I asked, "So you are planning to put her in, and get that vulnerability fixed?" "I figured to give her every upgrade Dingus knows how to program into the thing." "Now you're talking. Do you have any reason to set foot on that misbegotten mudball again?" John said, "No, Captain, I do not. On the minus side, I don't have an excuse to bomb them out of existence, either." I replied, "Sounds like you like 'em almost as much as I do. We're not usually this mean. Is there some in the air down there?" John looked puzzled. "I don't know. I didn't think to check." Ruth said, "There's enough of their air left in the bay. I'll test it." She fiddled around a bit with sample containers and emptied them into different ports. Then she said, "That explains it. All those big animals throw off steroids. The air down there has enough to give you a nasty case of roid rage." Janel asked, "What are steroids?" "Nikki," I answered, "a chemical that makes men aggressive. That much would turn them into monsters." "That would explain that guy who kept telling me I was his wife and wanting me to do things to him." Nikki said, "Yes, it would. It would explain the way things are at the other settlement, too." Dingus said, "Oh, no, I see where this is going." I said, "I do, too. We'll need another planet to resettle them on, for starters, and I'm not taking them to Charlie's. We'll need enough Marines to capture them without hurting them, and probably the Gene to haul them out." John said, "And they probably won't even thank us when we're done." I said, "I think we need to put it off for another day. We don't have nearly enough Marines, for one thing. For another, we've got no place to take them right now. For a third, until this stuff is out of my system, I'd rather shoot 'em than save 'em." Nikki stroked my arm. I turned to look at her, and somebody stunned me. She was looking at me when I woke up. "Feel better, caveman?" "Yes, I do. Was I that far off the rails?" "No, but you're the captain of a very powerful warship. Who couldn't have you giving orders under the influence?" "That's sensible. You were afraid I'd be hostile if you suggested it?" "Actually, Ruth saw her chance and took it, before anyone knew what happened. She zapped Dingus and John as well." I said, "Did you clean me out somehow?" Nikki replied, "No, we just put the nighty-night on you and let nature take its course. With Jane in the autodock, no one was sure how to program one to clean you out." "How long?" Snitz jumped in the bed and licked my ear. "Hi, buddy. Did I go to sleep and leave you alone?" Nikki said, "About 24 hours. Snitz has been really antsy since he woke up and you weren't there." I asked, "You have much to deal with while I was out?" "Rickham calls every hour or two, alternating between being enraged that we would leave like we did, and begging us to come back." "Oh, that sounds like fun. Spread the word. I give my permission to quit answering his calls. Are John and Dingus awake yet?" "Nope. They were on the planet Moore, got a bigger dose. They'll probably be down for another day." "What about Jane? Did she get in the auto dock for an upgrade?" "She did. We got one of the medbots to program it, based on what John said on the trip up." "Greg doing okay?" "He's concerned, with both of his parents out of commission, but he's been doing well enough, considering." "What about that girl that bummed a ride with us? What was her name? Janice?" "Janel, caveman. Zoom has taken her and Millis under her wing. They're Nunya's assistants now." "More prodigies in engineering. I don't care how reliable they get it. I don't want to be beamed anywhere. Spaceships are just fine, thanks.
Oh, caveman, they're not even working on a transporter. I did see Topper working on a design for an electric Unimog, but that's the weirdest thing I've seen.
I haven't heard anything out of Frank and Julia for a couple of days. Physics is afoot, I have no doubt.
You know it will be something else we can use. Why are you worried?
We're developing a technological lead over the Commonwealth. They're going to see that as a threat, sooner or later.
Maybe so, but they don't even remember where they left their Navy. What would they do about it?
I'm sure we violated some obscure law or regulation. They'll shut us down with legal action and take our tech for the good of the Commonwealth.
As long as we're outside Commonwealth space, they can't do much.
You're still guide. Can't they exert control over us through that?
The worst they can do is pressure me enough I resign my commission.
I'd hate for you to have to do that. What about your dad and your grandpa?
Dad's already out. He has inactive reserve status. But that's all. Do you really think anybody is going to get Dingus to do anything he doesn't want to?
Okay, then what about Bucky?
She's already saying she wishes I would hurry up and have the kids, so she could leave the guide and settle down with Steve.
It sounds to me like I've been worrying way too much and not talking to you enough.
Isn't that the caveman way?
I suppose it is, but I like to think I have the capacity to change.
You've known about galactic civilization for a couple of months. You've not been a ship's captain for even 2 weeks. You just went through a personality-altering experience down on a planet. I can't imagine what's got you so wound up, caveman. Your life is so calm and uneventful. Why ever would you be upset?
I replied, gee, when you put it like that, I guess I do have an excuse. Still, I want to do better.
Let me ask you a hypothetical, caveman. You see a captain who has managed to bring his crew together so well that in under 2 weeks they are able to continue working toward the goals he has set, even when he and half of his command team are incapacitated. Would you say that fellow is doing okay as a captain?
I would say that fellow has the help of an awful lot of good people.
Why would good people help him if he wasn't a good captain?
I give. Maybe you're right, but I still don't feel like I'm competent to do this job. Sally said from the door,
Finally you're talking sense. I've got some presents for you, Captain.
I said, let me guess. You have my medicine. Take one every 4 hours until I can find my butt with both hands.
And people say you're a dumb hillbilly. Right on the first guess, Captain.
I said, might as well get started. Light me up, Sally. When I got back from the land of learning, the cabin was full. Topper was there, along with Scotty, Zoom, Nunya, Millis, and Janel. Sally said,
Good to see you back, Captain.
Thanks, Sally. What can I do for the rest of you folks? Topper said,
It's good to have you back, boss. We wanted to tell you we are ready to start installing the new drive in that guide ship you found. Whenever you want to get started on it.
I replied. Do we have anything else we need to do before we leave the planet? Miller spoke up.
Sir, I've spoken with all of the ladies from my settlement who have gotten out of the autodock so far. None of them have any interest in returning to the cave they were living in. My grandmother hasn't woken up yet, so I don't know how she might feel.
I said, no offense, Millis, but your grandmother is going to complain no matter what we do. If our actions won't change her response, I don't consider her opinion to matter much. Millis said,
You're right, Captain, but I'm glad you'll be the one telling her.
I thought on that a second. In your shoes I would be too. Anyone else? Topper said.
I doubt you want to hear this, but our scans of the system have found a good-sized asteroid that will be colliding with the planet in about 50 years. If we act now, we might be able to deflect it enough to make it miss. But the longer we wait, the more time it will take.
I asked, So, what is our best option for deflecting it? Do we take up an orbit and pound the snot out of it with the main railguns? Mount a power core with some drive emitters and a guidance module? Find another rock to slam into it and play orbital snooker? Scotty said.
You catch on quick, boss. Those are all good options. Gene really wants to play with the main guns, but we could be more precise with the power core and emitters. Playing space pool would be the most fun, but lining the shot up well enough to get the exact deflection we want is probably asking too much.
I saw Zoom fidgeting. I asked, "Yes, Zoom?" She said,
"If we're going to put emitters on it anyway, could we spin it up and blow a balloon?"
"You mean for a habitat?"
"Yeah. It has enough mass to give us bunches of interior room."
"I know you're loony, so you don't care about such things, but would you be able to get it big enough around to spin up to a full gravity?" Scotty said.
"I told you he would catch that."
Zoom said, "No, boss, the best we could get would be about a third of a G. Marsish," I replied. "I like the idea of having more places to live, but that sounds like an awful lot of trouble to go to for Marsish. Talk to me again when you find a rock you can spin up to a full G without crazy Coriolis, and I might have a different answer, but it would be an easier sell than a different system." Gene came over the intercom.
"Boss, my main lasers are going to need a few upgrades if you expect me to heat up a rock that large without burning something out."
I answered. "Send your wish list to Scotty. I'm sure she'll do what she can." Scotty said,
"Gene, we both know you just want those bigger lasers for bragging rights if you ever meet any of the other ships of your class."
Gene replied, "Master Chief, I'm shocked you have such a low opinion of me. That's, well, not quite entirely true."
I said, "So, what are you two gonna order a kit for? An autonomous drone ship?" Topper laughed so hard I thought he might hurt himself. Scotty froze for a second till she found the reference, and said,
"Boss, just because I spent all those years in the black with him doesn't mean we're ready to buy a kit. Besides, I could print all the parts from scratch. Who needs a kit?"
Gene said,
"Oh, come on, honey. A sweet little stealth drone. Who knows what it might find out in the wild stars?"
Scotty said,
"Now look what you started, boss."
I said, "I started? You were the one tweaking all night, trying to get him that last 1/10% of performance." Scotty looked flustered.
"How did you know about that, boss?"
I replied, "I didn't, till you just told me."
Scotty said, "Are you sure you don't need to go back in the auto dock?"
"For a long time?" I said, "Okay, those are important things, and we need to get going on them. Scotty, I assume you've already started the emitters and power core for the asteroid?"
"Yes, boss."
"And you're just waiting for me to release a ship to go put in that drive?"
"Yes, boss."
"There's nothing wrong with the power core test, or you would have led with that. So why do I have a full cabin, instead of just you and Topper?" "None you spoke up."
"I requested to be your captain. I have a personnel issue I need your help with."
"These two not pulling their weight?" I asked, pointing at Millis and Janel.
"No, boss. They're doing well, but they still have galactic names. They think that means you're going to put them off at the first convenient port, and they have no future here. I can't convince them that you wouldn't put them ashore unless they wanted to go."
I replied, "I see. So this is about me being remiss in my duty of assigning nicknames, then?"
"Yes, boss, it is. I know you've been busy, but it needs to be seen to."
"Okay, let's see. Millis. How do you like Millie?"
"That would be great, sir."
"That's one. Now, Janel. We could go with Janelle, but that doesn't sound enough different for people to notice, does it? Janet work for you?"
"Janet. I think I like that."
You better be sure. Once you leave this cabin, you're stuck with it. Just ask Nunya. Nunya said,
Believe it, I smarted off to him the first time I met him, and that's been my name ever since.
Janet said.
I'm sure.
I said, that's settled. Any other business? I got no answer, so I said, thank y'all for coming. Scotty, could you and Sally stay just a minute, please? Once the rest had filed out, I asked Scotty, do you have enough bots to send a crew to put in that drive while we go take care of the asteroid?
Yes, boss.
I'd like you to add a med bot and 2 Marines to whatever you had assigned, please. Scotty said.
Sure, boss. But why? I don't have any human crew going with them.
I said the med bot is to make sure none of those auto docs are set to wake somebody up when you start working on the ship. The Marines are in case the med bot misses something. Scotty said.
Murphy is our shepherd.
Glad you understand. How long to print the emitters and core for the asteroid? Scotty replied.
I'm using Gene's spare emitters and printing him a new set, with your crew's improvements, so there isn't any time lag there. With your permission, I could also use his spare power core, since the replacement I'm printing him with the new technology is almost done.
How long is left on the test?
26 hours, and nothing has given us any cause for alarm. We haven't even had to compensate for wear.
I said, sounds like a reasonable course of action. I'm curious, did you give Gene the same power in a smaller package? Or did you go all Aussie on it?
When Ozzy saw the new specs, he was dancing around the shop. With the new core, we'll be able to power those bigger lasers Gene wants.
I asked, how's Gene fixed for structural integrity?
Scotty said, Boss, you've been hanging out with Ozzy too long. He asked the same thing. We can give him a little bigger emitters, but not enough to make a huge difference.
I should have known you had already looked at that. I don't have anything else for you, Scotty, unless you have something to ask me.
No, boss. Just keep finding me these eager human kids. They're really helping out.
After Scotty left, Sally asked,
What did you need from me, boss?
Gene, privacy, please. How are your calculations coming?
I've got it narrowed down to an area, but that area contains thousands of stars. There wouldn't be any way for us to search that many.
I said, it's probably a stupid question, but would the methods Fenelia's crew use help any with this problem?
It's not a stupid question, boss, but it is complicated. Applying their methods to a new dataset requires intuitive leaps that I'm not equipped to provide.
I replied, you're telling me that in order for their methods to help, you're going to have to read them in, so they can work the problem with you?
Exactly, boss.
And we already have doubts about their trustworthiness?
Yes, boss.
I said, can you narrow down what you have any more? Or are you at the limit of what you can do?
I'm still calculating, but my estimates show I'll still have a lot of stars for us to look at when I'm done.
Go ahead and finish up what you're able to do, and I'll try and come up with a way to narrow the area.
Thanks for being understanding, boss. I know this is important.
I said, it is, and it isn't. If we know they're out there, then it stands to reason they know we are here. They haven't caused any problems, so if we don't find them, they probably still won't. What we might gain from meeting them is a big unknown at this point. It might be nothing, or it could be a big advance. We won't know till we meet them. The only good reason I have for trying is plain old monkey curiosity.
Sally said, If it's not that important, why are we keeping it so secure?
I said, humans, in ones and twos, can be fairly reasonable. Large groups are a whole different story. If galactic civilization finds out that there are aliens, there will be panic, and people will get hurt. They might even fool around and start that war they were so afraid of, back when you were built. I'm not going to let that happen on my watch, if I can help it at all."
"Good answer, boss."
"I may not make things much better, but I try not to leave 'em worse than I found 'em." Sally asked.
"You're still bothered by what happened on the planet?"
"I am. Just because people were managing to live there, I assumed it was safe. I never thought to do any environmental checks."
"Think about it for a minute, boss. You've got guide veterans. More old Davy bots than you can shake a stick at. Even Andre and his Marines. None of those folks thought to run a check either. It just wasn't something that could have been predicted. If it wasn't for you and your funny vibe, a lot more people would have died. Maybe even some of ours. No being is perfect. Beating yourself up because you're not is just silly."
"You're right. I still want a company policy of checking environmental factors on any new planets, regardless how nice they look. Has anyone figured out why the steroids are in the air down there?"
"The best hypothesis I've seen so far is that the animals need to grow at ridiculous rates to get as big as they do. The steroids are what they use to do that."
"It's still a hypothesis because testing it would involve going back to the surface for animal specimens, and I said no more landings, right?" Sally answered.
"Exactly, boss."
I asked, "Would pinning that down give us an advantage in countering it?"
"Not that I can see, boss."
I said, "Then the landing ban remains in place. I'm not opposed to landing, if we take precautions, and there is something to be gained by it. But routine landings are not something I want to have happening anymore."
"That sounds reasonable. There are some bots still aboard that were scheduled to transfer to the colony. What do you want to do about them?"
I replied. "I want to take 'em and go, but see what the boss want. I know Abe was pretty set on going ashore. If anybody else feels that way, we'll find a way to get 'em to the colony."
"Oh, sir, I was supposed to mention that to you. Abe went down with the first group and helped build the wall and clean up after the attack. He got homesick for the ship and came back aboard. He's been worrying you won't let him rejoin the crew after he asked to go ashore."
I asked, "What do you think? Is he serious about rejoining the ship? Or does he just want to find a better place to go ashore?"
"The bots weren't treated very well at the colony. The fact of the matter is, only a couple of medbots stayed behind when the wall was finished. I guess I shouldn't have tried to break it to you gently."
I said, "No problem. We're still learning to work together. You're saying none of the bots really wanted to stay, but some of the medbots felt it was their duty?"
"That seems to be what happened, yes."
"As aggressive as everyone is down there, I can't see 'em treating bots very well. I'm just glad we figured it out before I left the many ships."
"Me too, boss."
Jean said.
"If you two are done with your meeting, the captain has people waiting to see him."
I said, "Let 'em in, Jean." Chapter 16. Sam and a couple of ladies from the exile camp came in. I said, "No, I don't know where we're going to settle you folks. Yes, we are working the problem. As soon as we make any headway, I'll be sure someone lets you know. If you have any preferences about any of that, please let either me or Sally know. Did you have any other questions?" Sam spoke up.
"That covers what I had. I think the ladies might have some other things to discuss with you, though. Thank you for your time, Captain."
He turned to leave. I said, "Thank you for coming to me with your concerns, Sam. If you think of anything else, please don't hesitate to come see me." He turned and looked at me, confused. He said,
"You mean that, Captain?"
I said, "The only way I can take care of this ship and its crew is to know what is going on. If people don't tell me, I'm going to get it wrong, and that won't help anybody, now will it?"
"No, Captain. I don't suppose it would. Have a good day, sir."
"Fly safe, Sam." I turned to the two women. "What can I help you ladies with?" one of them said.
We came to thank you, Captain.
She started to disrobe. I said, You're welcome, and we don't do business that way around here. Get dressed and get gone. They looked stunned, but did as I said. Very rarely I regretted the enhancements from going through the auto dock. This was one of those times. I heard as they walked away.
Is he gay? No, he can't be. That woman who claims to be his wife is pregnant.
I looked at Sally. I could have done without that.
Look on the bright side. Mrs. Wilson wasn't here. I'm nearly certain someone would be cleaning up urine right now if she pulled her gun on one of those two.
I said, Thank you for helping me see the bright side. If you don't have anything else, I need to get cleaned up and go act like I'm running this ship. Sally said,
Act like, sir?
You and the Master Chief are running the thing. I just smile and nod and act like I knew about your plans all along.
We've got to up your game, sir. The captain isn't supposed to be able to figure that out.
I replied, That's where you're wrong. The captain isn't supposed to behave as if he's figured it out in front of the crew. Big difference.
You're sneaky, boss. I think I'm going to like working with you.
I know I like working with you. Surely you have more important things to do than chewing the fat with me. Sally froze for a second as she looked up the reference.
Yes, I suppose I do. See you later, boss.
Later, Sally. She left, and I got ready to face my day. By the time I finished my shower, I realized I was hungry. So once I was dressed, I headed off to the galley. A bard I didn't know was serving. She said,
What can I get you, Captain?
Whatever sort of breakfast you have handy will do. I don't think we've met before, have we?
No, sir. I am ANG 818.
You may have heard. I'm terrible at remembering numbers. Would it be all right if I called you Angie?
Sir, as long as you don't ask me to go back and work for that colony I was supposed to belong to, you can call me anything you like.
Well, then, I missed a trick. Should have called you Veronica. She froze for a second, accessing. Then she said,
Oh, sir, that's such a nice song. Could I be Veronica?
Sure. Could I get a cup of coffee?
Of course, boss.
Scotty wandered in.
Annoying the waitress, boss?
Only a little. What can I do for you, Scotty?
A lot, judging by past performance. Right now, I just need permission to move the ship.
Your crews are done with their exterior work?
They are, sir.
I asked. Where are we headed, Master Chief?
To install the power core and drive on that asteroid, boss.
The crew that's working on the guide ship is already on their way? Scotty said.
Yes, boss. And they are equipped to retrieve the power core test article before we pick them up.
Being annoying, am I?
Not much. Thought I'd nip it in the bud, sir.
Good plan, Scotty. Anything else you need?
A project to keep Millie and Janet busy. Those two are even harder to keep track of than Nunya.
I said. I thought she was in charge of them.
She is, and she's doing a good job. But they finish before Nunya thinks they will, and then they're asking me for more work. I've had them helping the little bots pull cable all day.
I don't have a thing, but I asked Frank. I haven't heard from him in a while. Surely he's just before needing some kind of test hardware. Scotty replied.
You sure know how to scare a bot, boss.
Somebody has to keep you on your toes.
Later, boss.
Later, Scotty. Veronica brought out some coffee and a plate of breakfast. She said,
Andre said this was what he could whip up in a hurry. If you want something different, it'll take longer.
This will be fine. Did you say Andre's cooking? She replied.
Yes. He didn't have any other duties for a while, so he came by to help out.
Good for him.
Do you need anything else, boss?
Nope. Thank you, Veronica. I ate and went to the kitchen. Hey, Andre. Didn't know you were a cook as well.
The human officers they appointed over us had to eat, sir. Some of us got training as cooks.
Seems to have been pretty good training. That was a fine meal.
Well, boss, I cheated. I got a bunch of files from Sally on how your people prepare food. The Galactics aren't nearly as good with flavors and textures. They just seem to be interested in nutrition.
I said, I know. I've eaten their meal packs.
I saw one of the bots try to offer Snitz part of one. One sniff, and he was convinced he could get a better meal somewhere else.
I said, he's a smart dog. Andre asked.
I looked up dog breeds, but I didn't see any that looked exactly like Snitz. What kind is he?
Well, Andre, the lady who sold him to us when he was a pup, said that his mother was a registered border collie. She had the kennel locked up, waiting for his mother to come into heat, so she could introduce her to a male registered border collie. Snitz's daddy somehow snuck into the locked kennel and took care of business before all that could take place. So, you see, Snitz is a mutt. If I had to guess, his father was a mutt as well. Andre thought that over, and asked,
What made you choose him?
The most important thing was that Mrs. Wilson thought that he was cute. When I heard the story of how he came to be, I knew he would be a smart dog, and so I thought it was a good idea to bring him home.
A mutt, huh? I knew a bot like that, back in the day. He was one of the last off the Navy production line, and they didn't have enough marine parts to finish him, so they gave him some regular cargo bot parts, just to use up the parts they had. He wasn't as strong as the rest of us, so he had to make up for it by being sneaky.
I said, sounds like a bot I'd like to meet. Any idea where he might be these days?
No, boss. He got surplused out with so many of the other Marines, I wouldn't even know where to start looking.
I said, well, we need a lot of bots to work for the company. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Hope so, boss. Only problem with having my memories back is all the friends I remember. I miss them.
Sounds tough. Let me know if there's anything I can do.
I will, boss. I better get back to work, though.
See you later, Andre.
Later on, boss.
I headed on up to the bridge, but as I was leaving the galley, I heard,
You can call me anything you like, but my name is Veronica.
It felt good to make someone happy. Topper greeted me with,
Captain on the bridge.
I replied, as you were. Mr. Topper, would you be so kind as to tell me what's happening in our world today?
Well, boss, we made a small jump to the neighborhood of that asteroid we told you about, and we're just now coming into position for the crew to jump across and attach the emitters and the power core. In other news, it seems you were correct about the derelict ship. They had put in an override to wake up the first mate if someone started work on the drive. The medbot was able to remove the program, and repairs are proceeding smoothly.
I replied, very good. I relieve you, Mr. Topper.
I stand relieved.
Please sit down. There's no need to stand on ceremony here. Topper knocked the ash off his invisible cigar and said, That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I sat in the big chair, buckling in out of habit. I said, Mr. Topper, could we have the asteroid teams on the main screen, please?
Right away, boss.
The two recovery ships were moving the pieces over to the rock. Once they were in place, a team of bots was fastening them down. Topper asked,
Would you like the audio, boss?
Sure, why not? Soon the bridge was filled with the sounds of Scotty directing the placement of the emitters. I really should have taken notes. My vocabulary of galactic cuss words wasn't what it should have been. One particularly grievous offender was informed that he was the offspring of a vacuum cleaner and a garage door opener, while they were both under the influence of a power surge. Once it was all in place and connected, Scotty called,
Captain, do I have your permission to apply power to the emitters?
Not until you and your crew are safely back aboard the Gene. I'm sure it's all done right, but Murphy is our shepherd.
Understood, boss. On our way back.
The installation crew grabbed the legs of the two recovery ships and got a ride back to the Jean. I asked Ruth, at the helm, "Ruth, when they are aboard, back us away, before any power is applied to those emitters."
"On it, boss."
About when Ruth was comfortable with our separation, Scotty came on the bridge. She said,
"You are worried, aren't you, boss?"
"We're about to try and move a frickin' ginormous rock. If it doesn't do what it's supposed to, I don't want us to be in its way. Go ahead and apply power, Scotty." She brought the emitters online. So little force, applied to so much rock, didn't accomplish much at first. Then, suddenly, we were backing up farther. Ruth called out,
"It's turning, boss."
At the same time, Scotty called out,
"Shutting down."
I looked at Scotty and asked, "What happened?"
She said, "I believe, in the parlance of your planet, I made an ass out of you and me."
I looked back at the screen and the slowly tumbling asteroid. It came to me what she was talking about. So it's not the same kind of rock all the way through?
"No, boss. Looks like it has a heavy spot on one end."
I looked around and saw Taz on sensors. I said, "Mr. Taz?"
"Scanning, boss. Looks like there's a heavy ore body near one end of the rock."
I asked, "What kind of ore, Mr. Taz?"
"Various metals we could use, Captain, if you want to take the time to dig them out."
I looked around and saw one of Andre's Marines sitting fire control. I said, "Fire control, plan a fire mission to break that ore body out of the asteroid, and when you're done, I'll need you to brief me on it."
"Yes, sir."
Gene came over the intercom.
"For real, Captain?"
"Let's see how long it would take before we get too excited, Gene."
"Yes, Captain."
Fire control spoke up.
"I calculate it will take 20 hits for the main railguns to break the ore body loose. We may want to clean it up some with the smaller guns before we bring it aboard."
"How many rounds for the main railguns do we have in stock?" Fire control responded.
2,000 per gun, Captain."
I looked at Scotty. "Engineer, do you have any objection?" She looked at the report Taz had generated on the content of the ore body.
"None whatsoever, sir. We could really use that ore, and the guns need a test."
I said, "Fire control, proceed with your fire mission."
"I'll need the helm to fly a specific course while I'm firing."
"Send Ruth your requirements. If she can't put you where you need to be, you're just too picky."
"Aye, sir."
What followed was amazing and terrifying all at once. Ruth was slinging us around like we were a saucer, and every time she paused, a round went downrange. It suddenly struck me how much destructive power and deadly skill I had at my command. Less than a minute after they started, it was over, and the ore was floating free. Fire control asked,
"Sir, permission to fire another mission to clean that rock up?"
"Please feel free, Tex," he asked.
"As in, nice shooting, Tex?"
"Exactly."
"Thank you, sir."
"You're welcome. Now clean that thing up so we can bring it aboard and get on with our mission."
"Aye, sir."
Scotty was sitting at an extra console running calculations. She said,
"Sir, I need to take a crew out and move one of the emitters before we can push what's left of the rock."
I replied, "As soon as Tex is through cleaning up, feel free."
"On it, boss."
She left the bridge. We made another firing pass, this time giving the turrets a workout. When we stopped again, Tex said,
"That's as clean as I can get it, without going on with a hammer and chisel, boss."
I said, "Looks good to me, Tex. Good work." Ruth got instructions from Scotty and put us back where we were before. Scotty and her team rowed across and took one of the emitters loose. The recovery ship came in and moved it to its new spot. Scotty checked it with a rangefinder, and then her team fastened it down again. As soon as they were back aboard, Scotty came over the intercom.
"Engaging drive again."
We all held our breath until Ruth said,
"The rock is moving on the correct trajectory. The emitters are canceling out the roll. Looks good.
Scotty came back over the intercom.
Cargo Bay 1 is clear. Please ease that rock in, and we'll secure it.
Ruth matched velocity with the ore body. She had to roll the ship to fit it through the bay door. She bumped the docking thrusters, and we slid around the ore body. Once it was inside, Scotty had dialed a tiny fraction of a gravity in the bay to settle it. Once it touched, bots swarmed it with straps and chains, securing it in place. I looked over at Topper. Thank you for keeping us on the proper cameras to see all that. It was quite a show.
You're welcome, boss.
Do you know how long we need to let those emitters work before the planet is safe?
Topper said. That depends on how long you want the problem fixed for, boss.
I asked. Could you explain what you mean?
If all we're doing is saving the planet on this pass, we could pull our equipment this afternoon. That would leave them vulnerable again in 100 years or so. If we want them to be safe from this particular rock for all time, we'd need to let them work for 20 years.
I said. I see. How much time could we buy them wait until morning?
If we shut down and pull the emitters after breakfast tomorrow, that would give them at least 1,000 years of safety from this rock. There's another one we saw about this size that looks dangerous about 500 years out, so that would keep this one from being the most dangerous rock.
That sounds adequate. How long until the crew on the other ship has a new drive installed?
Topper replied. The last estimate I saw was sometime tonight, right before the test core is ready to be picked up.
You're saying we could clean up our tools here, go pick up the other crew, and be out of the system tomorrow?
Yes, boss.
I thought the power core test was going to run longer than that.
Topper said. It was. The early part of the test went so well, we were able to speed up the testing. Don't worry, we're still beating it to death. If anything, the faster test schedule works it harder than the original plan.
I like the sound of that. Do you mind taking over for a while? I want to talk to Scotty about a few things.
Sure, boss. I have the con,
I replied. As soon as I find the John, I'll stand relieved. Topper said.
Good one, boss.
As I left, I took care of my problem and grabbed a transit to engineering. When I got there, Velma was waiting to get on, with Millie and Janet. I said, Drinkies, Velma. Good to see you. I never got a chance to ask you the other day, what kind of nasty did they have under the bandstand? Janet spoke up.
I can answer that one, Captain. They made me work on it. It was supposed to scramble the bots' control signals so they couldn't help you when they tried to take the ship. You mean you guys broke it? I thought we just made a mistake.
Velma said.
I caused it not to work. I cut the power wires.
Janet said.
But I never saw you.
Velma faded out and back in.
Whoa, cool,
Velma replied.
I almost made a big mistake. If the captain hadn't told me I was leaving tracks, I would have gotten caught.
I asked. Where are you ladies off to? Millie said.
We have a few more wires to pull before Jean is ready to go to FTL.
I replied. Well, I better not keep you then. I headed off to the shop, where I found Scotty and Zoom going over a holographic projection. Nunya looked like she was trying to keep up. Scotty saw me and said,
There he is. There's the culprit.
What did I do? I haven't asked you for anything lately.
You're the one who suggested I should ask Frank if he needed any test hardware. He and Julie drew this up, but we can't make heads or tails out of it.
I said, They gave you a hardware design? That's not the way this should work. They should tell you what they're trying to test, and let you design the hardware to get it done. Why would they try to design the machine?
That's what we've been trying to understand. As near as we can tell, a bunch of these circuits don't actually do anything.
I said, Security through obscurity. Why is Frank pulling that crap on you? Scotty said,
When you find out, boss, let us know.
Leave this nonsense until he gives us a better idea of what he's trying to do, unless you think you can peel back all the non-functional parts and find out what he's up to. Zoom said. We could do that, but it would take all day and most of the night. Even then, I might not be able to tell what he has in mind. Don't bother, then. I'll get with those two and see what their deal is, Scotty said.
Did you need something, boss?
I just want to be a pain and ask you a bunch of stupid questions, Zoom said.
At least you're honest.
Scotty said,
Don't believe a word of it, Zoom. By the time he leaves, we'll have a whole new project to work on.
I said, I'm glad you have such faith in me, Scotty. I know you've been busy bringing Jean back up to her old specs. I just wondered how much you had done about bringing her up to company standards.
Scotty replied. We put in the software for smooth FTL transitions and did the mod to get better speed in FTL. The upgraded emitters and power core won't be ready to go in before we pull out of this system. What else were you thinking about, boss?
I was thinking Jean's emitters needed to be shielded, and as big as her power core is, she should be able to run a big drive killer.
Oh, I thought for a minute you had something else up your sleeve I hadn't heard about. Taz showed me how to shield the drives, and I took care of it. I just sent Velma and the girls to pull the last cables for the drive killer, and the ship-to-ship stunner went in yesterday.
I asked, does it strike anybody else as odd that we talk about Jean, the physical ship, as a she, but Jean the AI are running it as male?
Zoom said. Now that you mention it, boss, it is kind of odd, but we'll get used to it.
I asked, do we get a lot more range with a higher power?
Zoom said, Nope. Inverse cube law is a pain. We only were able to get about twice the range. I did find out, though, that the stunner can overcome some forms of resistance, if we get close enough.
I smiled and said, Murphy is our shepherd. How long did it take somebody to figure out you needed help?
ANG-818 was flying for me. She noticed right away.
She has a new name, by the way, Veronica. Zoom thought for a second.
Oh, we managed to pick up that song. She said, you can call me anything you like, didn't she?
She did. You guys listen to Earth music?
Well, we could sneak an antenna past the grown-ups.
I said, I had one more thing, Scotty, and then I'll get out of here and go bug Frank. How are you coming on the training course for those new fighters?
I've got the work spread out over about half the bots on the ship. It should be done by morning.
Sounds good, as long as we can send it to them before we go to FTL. I'd like for them to be ready to try out the fighters when we get there.
Scotty asked. Who should I send it to?
Ensign Bronkham.
On it, boss.
Fly safe.
You too.
Chapter 17. I went off to find Frank and Julie. I knocked on their door. Julie said,
Come in.
So I did. When she saw who it was, she said,
Frank, I told you your silly games weren't going to fool the captain. Come out here and explain yourself.
Frank came out of his office, looking sheepish. I said, What's up, Frank? He said, Scotty came by, saying you thought I probably had something for her to work on. I didn't, so I gave her a bogus set of plans I keep around to confuse people when they ask me what I'm up to. So you tried to baffle the best engineering department in this end of the galaxy with BS? You didn't think this one through, did you, Frank? Frank replied. No, I don't suppose I did. You can ask Julie. We have been making progress. Just nothing we can reduce to hardware just yet. I said, I don't have to ask Julie. I trust you, Frank. You've got me spoiled with all your wonderful innovations. You hadn't knocked my socks off for a week or so. I figured you were about due. I didn't mean to be rushing you. I should have just told Scotty the truth. I just didn't want to have to go back to Earth and lose my access to all this wonderful knowledge. I said, Let me get this straight. You think I'm going to put you ashore, Because you haven't come up with a world-shattering innovation this week? I may be an asshole, but I'm not a monster. Julie said pretty much the same thing. It was a stupid thing to do, but it was just habit. From all those years of working in industry with MBA managers who didn't know which end of a screwdriver to hold. I get where you're coming from, Frank, but I also need you to understand that I'm not one of those managers. I know it takes time to make progress, Julie said.
Tell him about your problem, Frank. You know he has a reputation for finding simple answers to complex problems.
I said, Sure, Frank, go ahead and spill it. I can tell you all the things you've already thought of, and you can make me feel stupid. It's a fun game. Everybody plays it. Frank said, Well, Captain, I've been studying a new kind of radiation that some of the galactic science predicts, but doesn't really explain. I've managed to build a detector, but so far, I don't understand how to build anything that will emit this particular type of radiation. The theory says that it can't be emitted naturally, but when I turn my detector on, I get signals that seem to be coming from a particular direction. I interrupted. Stop right there, Frank. We need someone else in this discussion, and we need privacy. Jean, send Sally to this room as soon as she can get here, please. Jean came over to the intercom. Right away, boss. I turned to Frank. Please don't tell me any more until Sally gets here, he replied. I thought Sally was a school teacher. Turns out she had some very interesting suppressed memories. She's quite a bit more than a school teacher. There was a knock at the door. I opened it. Sally stepped in. I said, That was quick. She replied, Mr. Branham isn't the only one who knows the priority code for the transit system. What's up, boss? I said, Jean, privacy, please. Yes, sir. Then I said, Frank has some odd results he can't explain, and they're giving him fits. I wondered if they might have some commonality with that problem you're working on. Sally asked. I need to be sure I understand what you're asking, boss. Are you implying the information transfer in this meeting should be one way? If at all possible, yes. Frank looked a little put out. You mean you think my data will help with your problem, but I don't even get to know what your problem is? I replied, You catch on quick, Frank. Don't feel like the lone stranger. My wife doesn't even know the details of what Sally is working on. He settled down. But you tell Mrs. Wilson everything. Normally, yes. This project has the potential to do great harm, and we're trying to keep it as corralled as possible. I'm sorry, but neither of you has a need to know. Julie spoke up.
I understand, boss, but it's hard to conceive of something that dangerous.
I thought about what I could say. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say any more without giving you enough to figure it out. Frank, could you show Sally the plots on your anomalous sources? Frank brought up a hologram of the galaxy. He said, We're here. All the anomalous sources are in this region. Sally locked up for a few minutes. Frank asked, Did I break her? Julie said,
Quiet, Frank. She's thinking.
Finally, she came back. She said,
Yes, boss. I see why you brought me into this meeting, and I believe you are correct. Could I have a copy of your data, Frank?
Frank said, Certainly. I'm a little confused. Didn't you come here to chew me out, Captain? I said, I came to see why you felt it necessary to send Scotty on a wild goose chase. I know that now, and I'm satisfied we won't see any repeats. Besides, this other matter has earned you a few brownie points. Spend them wisely. Yes, Captain. Go ahead and work on that detector. Any improvements you can come up with will be appreciated. Yes, Captain. I would also appreciate it if you two would refrain from mentioning this little meeting to anyone, Julie said.
Of course, Captain.
Frank said. What meeting? The captain chewed me out for wasting Scotty's time, and then he brought me to Sally to show me exactly how much Scotty could have gotten done if I hadn't been screwing around. I said, Nicely done, Frank. I think you'll go far in this organization. Sally and I left. She said,
Could I speak to you in the ready room, Captain?
Certainly. We took a transit and arrived at my ready room. Millie's grandma was waiting to pounce when the door opened.
Captain Wilson, what do you mean taking all of us away from our home without even asking? I thought you were supposed to respect people's rights, not kidnap them at the first excuse.
I said, Madam, the planet you've been living on is naturally polluted with chemicals that cause aggression. It would seem they haven't all worked their way out of your system yet. Going back to that planet is not an option. When I do have options for you, I'll be sure and let you know. Is there anything else? She said.
What do you mean, drafting my granddaughter to work for your ship?
I don't believe there was any drafting involved. She was offered a chance to keep busy, and she took it. By all reports, she's doing amazingly well. When last I saw her, she and her friend have been tasked with an important job for the functioning of the ship. I can't see where it's doing her any harm. She seemed happy and eager to get to work. She sputtered.
You have an answer for everything, don't you?
I said, No, I don't. That's what my assistant and I were about to go discuss before you ambushed us, finding an answer to a question that has been bothering us. If you don't mind, I'd like to get back to that.
Of course I mind. Take me back to my planet right now. Me and those girls, too.
I replied, Not gonna happen. I already told you. That planet isn't a good place to live, because of the chemicals the animals give off. In case you hadn't noticed, ma'am, I am the captain of a vessel underway in space. I can, and will, do to suit myself. The reason your annoying behind is still free to walk around, and not in the brig, is because Millie is a valuable member of the crew, and I do not wish to upset her. You are doing your dead-level best to get me to change my mind on that point. Do I make myself clear? The transit opened behind me. Will and Ian stepped out. Will said, Ma'am, you've taken up enough of the captain's time. I need you to move along now. She started to wind up for another go-round. My patience ran out, and I stunned her. I looked at Will. Do you suppose you could keep her out of trouble till morning? I think we could manage that, sir. Thank you. Jean? Yes, boss? Can you see to it that this lady no longer has access to the working parts of the ship and is confined to the quarters deck? With pleasure, sir. Can you connect me with Millie? Right away.
Hello?
I said, Millie, this is Captain Wilson. I have some bad news.
How bad did you have to hurt my grandma?
I just stunned her. She'll be fine in a few minutes, but I put her in the brig overnight. Do you have someone you can stay with?
I'm still staying with Zoom and Nunya. They're easier to get along with than Grandma.
Good deal. I just thought I should let you know what's going on.
Thanks, Captain. I wish I was surprised, but Grandma is just hard to get along with since we found her. I hope she gets better. She used to be fun.
Once things settle down, she'll probably ease up.
I hope so. I need to get back to work, Captain. Bye.
Bye. Sally and I went to the ready room. I said, Jean, privacy, please. Yes, boss. Sally said,
I'm not sure, but I think those emissions of strange radiation he found are the traces their drives leave behind.
You're saying we could track down one of their ships and say hi?
Yes, boss. That is what I'm saying. I could be completely wrong, but all those traces he found are in the area my algorithm found.
Sounds like the way to bet. I'm thinking we do up a nice, stealthy little ship and send it out to observe him for a while before we step right up and say hello. Sally said,
I'm sure Scotty can fix us up a ship. Who did you have in mind for crew?
I said. Gene, can you page Tyus to the ready room?
On it, boss.
Sally asked.
You're sending Taz out by himself?
Nope. I have another fella in mind to go with him, but he's not aboard right now. We'll meet up with him at our next port of call. Sally said.
Anybody I know?
Remember Willem, that you rode to Earth with?
The secret squirrel who doesn't like girls? Yes, I remember him.
Well, don't. He's dead, at least as far as the Galactics are concerned. I'm not sure what name he's going under now, but supposedly he's hiding out on Charlie's planet.
I noticed he and Fred were fairly friendly.
Really? Oh, well, not my business. Taz saved me from learning more things I didn't want to know. He came through the door and asked.
Yes, boss?
I said. Close the door and come on in. Gene, tile the lodge.
Tile the lodge. Aye, Captain.
I looked at Taz. How would you feel about getting your old job back? He thought a minute and said,
You're going to look for the aliens? And you want me to be on the crew?
Sally said.
How do you guys do that?
Taz said.
Aw, shucks, ma'am. Ain't nothing but plain old logic.
I said. I figured a small stealth ship. Just watch 'em until we get an idea if we want to make contact or not. You mind working with a partner?
You think you can get Willem to go on this wild goose chase?
Sally said.
Not quite so wild. Frank stumbled onto something that will give us an edge.
Taz said.
This doesn't leave the room, correct?
I replied. That's the way it needs to be for now. You can brag to Topper and Ozzy when you get back.
It sucks, but that's the job.
Thanks for understanding. He won't be taking off till we get to Charlie's planet to pick up Willem. Scotty is going to need a few days to get you a ship ready anyhow, Taz said.
Got it. So, act as if nothing is out of the ordinary until time to leave?
Exactly. Hang on a minute. Maybe we can see if your partner is good with this. Gene, do you have Fred's number?
Yes, boss. I have all the numbers out of your comm. Sally gave them to me.
I asked. Could you call him for us, please?
On it, boss.
Hello, Bob. What can I do for you? Hi, Fred. How are things out your way? We're doing well. Got the first load of cattle in yesterday. Should have another one today, according to Max. The way the young bucks are acting, you'd think cows were made out of garlic. I'm looking forward to seeing that. We should be out your way in a few more days, bringing presents for Morningflower. Did Steve and Bucky make it in okay? Fred replied. They did. Falling rain is glad to be home. Knox Hart is still getting used to not having a hide. I said, I'm looking for a fella I heard might be out your way. Friend of yours, I think. Not entirely sure what name he might be using these days. Fred said, Hang on one. I'll get him.
Hey, Delicious.
Hey, yourself. You bored yet?
What are you offering?
I said, long trip, way out in the wild stars, with only Taz for company.
Taz is pretty good company. I'm guessing you don't want to talk about what we'd be looking for over the comm?
You haven't lost your edge. We'll be there in 3 or 4 days. We can talk more then. Does it sound like something you'd be interested in?
It does. I'm not good at staying in one place.
I said, I've noticed that about you. See you soon.
Later, Bob.
I said, well, we've got a crew. Sally, could you talk to Scotty about the kind of ship we need? I'm sure between the two of you, you can come up with a plan.
On it, boss. Do you need the privacy anymore?
Nope. Go ahead. Taz said.
Thanks, boss, for putting me back in the saddle. Ever since I got my memories back, it's felt like unfinished business.
Go finish it up, then. Thanks, Taz. He left, and I sat there thinking for a minute. I was setting in motion a plan that might find real, live aliens. All of a sudden, I miss Missouri and my piddly little maintenance job. Sitting in the big chair carried a lot of responsibility. I hoped I was doing the right thing. Before I could get too lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. I said, "Come in," and Veronica entered, pushing a cart with a teacher machine on it. She said,
"Good morning, sir. Sally sent me. She said you needed to take some training."
"Sally knows best, I suppose. Light me up." When I woke up, Nikki was there. She asked,
"What are you learning, caveman?"
"Sally's trying to make a captain out of me." Veronica packed up the machine and headed out. I said, "Thanks, Veronica. See you later."
"Bye, boss."
Nikki asked,
"Veronica?"
"It's a song. She said to call her anything I liked."
"What kind of bot is she?"
I replied, "Friendly. Really, I don't know what her main job is. She must be a good pilot. She was flying Zoom around earlier. I met her when she was waitressing in the galley."
"How do you know about her piloting for Zoom?"
I said, "I was talking to Zoom earlier, and it came up. Seems Veronica had the ship when Zoom found out that the stunner they installed on the Gene was strong enough to overcome her resistance."
"Gene has a stunner now?"
"Yep, and a drive killer, too. They jacked the power way up, but the range is only about double."
"Why is that?"
I replied, "Zoom said inverse cube law, if I remember right."
"You haven't seeked Frank on figuring out the more directional antenna, so they can reach out and bite someone?"
"Never even thought to ask when I was talking to him this morning. Some other things came up." Nikki asked,
"More secret squirrel stuff?"
"Yeah, sorry."
"Why does Frank get to know when I don't?"
I said, "He doesn't. Sally and I pumped him for information when we didn't tell him anything."
"You're serious about keeping this tight, aren't you?"
"I'm doing the best I can. I just hope I don't screw something up and let it out when I shouldn't."
"Why do you think the guide knowing about it would be so bad?"
"I'm not afraid of what you would do, or most likely the person you report to. But sooner or later it would leak, and that might cause a panic. I want to avoid that." Nikki said,
"Gene, privacy, please."
Jean replied, "Yes, ma'am." Nikki asked,
"If I figure it out, that's only speculation, and I don't have to report that. Headquarters doesn't know that Steve's training would let me read your face like a book and know for sure, so I wouldn't have to report that either. As long as you let me assume I'm right, without confirming it, I can keep it from the higher-ups. If you were to say that I had figured it out, that would force me to report. Do you understand what I'm telling you?"
"Yes, you're going to tell me what you think is going on, and I mustn't say whether you have the right answer or not. Will it be acceptable to speak in hypotheticals about it, once you decide you know what is happening?"
"I think so. If you start to veer into an area I can't cover up, I'll warn you."
I replied, "Good enough. I hope you can figure it out, because I need your advice on this one." Nikki said,
"Well, I've been going over it in my head, and the only thing I can come up with that would have you this wound up, and might cause a panic if it got out, is that you got a lead on aliens of some kind."
She studied my face.
"Okay, I'm on the right track so far. One of the bots had memories of them, I'm guessing."
She studied some more.
"Since you were talking about his memories being James freaking Bond stuff, I'm guessing it was Taz?"
She looked and said,
3 for 3. That's all I've deduced so far. Hypothetically, what would you do if you were faced with a situation like that?"
I replied, "Well, if I ever was faced with a situation of that sort, I would get a bot I trusted to run an analysis of whatever data that we had, and try to narrow the area we needed to search. Of course, there would always be the possibility of some researcher in this crazy outfit just happening to be looking into an effect that might give us a better idea of where to look."
"Then What would you do with the information?
I said, well, if I were to find myself in possession of that kind of information, I think I will want to send a small team in a stealth ship to see what these alien folks are like before I just strolled in to say hello. Nikki asked.
Who might you send on such a mission?
Well, if I were faced with that situation, I would think the bot that gathered the original data should be on the team for sure. I would probably want to send someone with him, someone who also had some intelligence-gathering experience, say, for example, a retired secret agent, if I happen to know one.
Nikki said, "Let me see if I understand. You're saying that if you were faced with data appearing to show the whereabouts of an alien civilization, you would have Scotty build a spy ship and send Taz and Willem to check it out?"
I replied, "That sounds about like what I might do, if I were faced with those decisions. Of course, Willem is dead. I hear that Fred has a friend who might be able to help, though."
Nikki said, "Well, I for one am glad we cleared up the issue of what you might do. Were you faced with evidence of an alien civilization? Your plan is careful, but you don't seem to have as much paranoia about this as you do some things. I have to wonder why that is."
Well, if the data we were discussing came from a bot's memories that were suppressed thousands of years ago, the aliens in question would have had ample opportunity to start trouble, if they had such a desire. If they existed, and the Commonwealth was able to gather evidence of it, wouldn't it be silly to think they wouldn't have gotten the same sort of evidence about the Commonwealth and elected not to act on it?
Nikki said, "Caveman, it seems you've thought the possibilities through fairly well. What would make you think you might need my help?"
I replied, "I might need reassurance that what I'm doing is something approaching the right thing to do."
"You've had time to go over this." Let me think about the possibilities for a while, and we'll talk more."
"Sounds good. Did you hear we may be able to leave this system tomorrow?"
"Really? I thought the testing needed a couple more days."
I said, "So did I. Topper and Scotty were able to speed it up, because the early part went so well. Topper says they're actually testing it harder by using faster transitions."
"That's great! I don't know about you, but I'm more than ready to be gone from here."
"Me too. I always thought a planet with megafauna would be cool to visit. I never thought about how they get that big."
Nikki said, "Well, you've given me a lot to think about. I think I'll take off, if you don't need anything."
"Well, there is one thing." Once the tongue wrestling was over, Nikki headed out. I called Zoom.
"Hey, boss, everything's cool. Frank called and apologized for that BS plan he gave us."
I said, "I'm glad to hear that. I called about something else, though. I was telling Nikki about the stunner and the drive killer, and she was wondering why you didn't use some kind of antenna to focus the beam, so you wouldn't lose so much power over distance." The line was quiet for a minute. I was beginning to get worried when Zoom said, "She's right, boss. I'll get right on that. Bye." Before I could say bye, I heard the line disconnect. Chapter 18. I left the ready room and found Snitz lying outside with a frisbee. I said, "Gene, could you warn people that this section of passageway is in use and should be avoided if possible?"
"On it, boss."
Snitz and I played frisbee till he got tired. He seemed to be just a bit quicker since his stay in the auto dock. I sat down and leaned against the wall to give Snitz some pets. After we had been there a while, Gene came over the intercom.
"Captain, Sally wants me to remind you that it's lunchtime."
I said, "Thank you, Gene." I wandered down to the galley, with Snitz trailing along behind. When we got there, Veronica was waiting tables again. She said,
"Hi, Captain. Have a seat anywhere. Anything special you want today?"
I replied, "Nope, whatever is handy will be fine."
"Okay. Oh, who's your friend?"
"That's Snitz. Is it okay if he comes in?"
"You're the captain. You get to decide that."
"I think it will be fine, as long as he doesn't go in the kitchen." She came back with a glass of tea and a bowl of scraps for Snitz. She said,
"Andre checked with Topper, and he said everything in here would be okay for Snitz."
"Thanks. I gave him a little exercise. He's probably hungry. Tell Andre I said thanks, if you would."
"Sure thing, boss."
Nunya came in with Millie and Janet. Nunya saw me and waved. I waved back and said, "Come sit with me. Tell me how things are going." They came and sat down. Janet said,
"We got the last of the cable put in, and Nunya got it hooked up. Zoom is redoing some things, though. I'm not sure what that's about."
I said, "I think it has something to do with a nosy captain asking stupid questions." Nunya said,
"That would do it. Nosy captains stir up all kinds of trouble."
Janet got a shocked look on her face. She said,
There's something touching my leg. It feels like it's moving. Did some animals get aboard when we were at the planet?"
I said, "It's okay. That's just Snitz. He won't hurt you." I looked under the table. Snitz was sleeping, using her foot for a pillow, and leaning against her leg. I said, "He's just sleeping. If it bothers you, I can get him to go somewhere else." She said,
"I guess it's okay. He's kind of warm and fuzzy. I never met an animal that didn't want to hurt me before."
Nunya looked under the table. She said,
"That little guy is Snitz, the wonder dog? Who figured out how to keep the teaching machines from hurting?"
I replied, "The very same. Humble, ain't he?" Millie said,
"Wait a minute. The teaching machines don't hurt? I had headaches for days trying to figure out what Janet was saying on the radio."
Nunya said,
"Nope. Snitz here didn't like them, because they put out a squeal too high-pitched for humans to hear. The captain figured out what was bothering him and fixed the squeal. Voila! No headache."
I asked, "I guess I'm missing something. Why couldn't you understand Janet?" Millie said,
"She was using an old system of long and short beeps, because she couldn't scrounge enough parts to do voice."
I replied, "Oh, like Morse code. I understand." Janet asked,
"Morse code? What's that?"
I said, "An old system of long and short beeps, from when radio first started on my planet." Millie said,
"You walked right into that one, Janet."
Janet replied,
"I suppose I did. I'll have to look up this Morse code and see how different it is from what we use."
I said, "Since it's designed around a different alphabet, it won't be too similar, I wouldn't think." Veronica brought out our food and saved me from trying to remember more about Morse. After we finished, Janet asked,
"What should I do? I need to get back to work, and he's still asleep."
I said, "Just wiggle your foot. He'll wake up enough to move." He stood up, stretched, and wagged his tail. Janet asked,
"Is that a weapon he's waving around?"
I said, "Nope, that just means he's happy." She asked,
"You mean he communicates with gestures?"
"Yes." "What? You thought he could talk?"
"I hadn't thought about it. Talking with gestures seems odd."
I said, "Not really. At least not on my planet. Mostly it's people who were born not being able to hear. But there are other people who do it too."
"Really? Wow."
I decided she didn't really believe me, so I said, "I need to go now." "In trade talk?" she asked.
"What was that?"
I just said I need to go now in one of the sign languages from my planet. I got up, and Snitz followed me to the bridge. When we got there, Topper called, "Captain on the bridge!" and I answered, As you were, I asked. Anything I need to know about? Topper replied.
No, boss. Everything's quiet.
I said, I better have a seat. You just jinxed us. I have the con. Topper replied.
Your ship, sir.
I sat watch for an hour or so, but Topper's jinx didn't materialize. Veronica showed up and said,
Captain, your 4 hours are up. Could you come to the ready room, please?
I gave Topper back the con and went to take my lesson. When I came out of it, Nikki said,
Wake up, caveman. We need you.
I said, What happened?
Drive flare in the outer system, and the ship isn't sending a transponder code.
I said, Gene, get Zoom on the line, please. Zoom said, Yes, boss? Are you finished with the drive killer and the stunner?
Just finished up, boss.
Why?
I said, I think we're about to give them a live fire test. I turned to Nikki. Let's get to the bridge. We went across the passageway and onto the bridge. I called, Mr. Topper, I have the con. Him, calculate me a nice quiet jump that will put us in the neighborhood of our new friend. Jump when you have a solution. I looked over at fire control. I saw what I wanted to see. Tex, I want you ready on the drive killer. We're going to try to be nice until these folks give us a reason to be different. Tex said, Aye, sir. We came out FTL and got a look at the new arrival. I said, Gene, page Zoom to the bridge and give her priority on the transit. Gene said, Yes, sir. I asked, Anyone picking up any comms or radio from that ship? The bot working the sensor console answered,
No, sir. She's sitting quiet in space. Should I scan her?
Please. Let's see what we're up against. Zoom came running onto the bridge.
Yes, Captain.
I replied. Have a look at this ship. Tell me if you recognize it. She said,
Ugh, that's nasty, even by my standards. Do we know who's aboard yet?
I said, They haven't made a peep. We're trying to decide what to do next. The image on the screen changed. The ship was rotating toward us. I said, Tex, if you please. He replied, No joy, sir. She must be shielded. I said, Ruth, dance us around so that they can't try to ram. See if you can get Tex a shot on their emitters. Ruth said,
On it, boss.
Sensors called out.
Wait, boss.
I said, Stop moving, Ruth. What do you have, sensors?
Sir, when they pointed toward us, I saw a flashing light on the front of the ship. It's not regular. I think it's some kind of message.
I said, Ruth, line us up with that light. Gene, find Millie and Janet, and get them tied into a screen that's showing the light. See if they can decode it. Sensors, what does your scan show?
Sir, I read 5 people aboard. None of them look to be in good shape. It looks like they're running out of air.
Janet came over the intercom.
Sir, it's not our code. It's the same pattern, repeating over and over. 3 shorts, 3 longs, and 3 shorts again.
I shouted, Holy crap! Then calmer, Ruth, find an open bay and ease us round that ship. I want them in pressure soonest. Ruth called.
Aye, sir.
I said, Mr. Topper, you have the con. Gene, page Andre and his men to whatever bay that ship is coming into, along with Jane Branham and all the medbots you can break loose. Give me a transit priority to that bay.
Aye, sir. What of Mrs. Wilson?
Don't call her in yet. Zoom, you're with me. Gene asked.
Yes, sir. May I ask why you don't want to bring Mrs. Wilson in on this?
It may be something she would be obligated to report, if she saw it. The transit arrived at the bay. We stepped out, greeted by Andre and his fellas. I said, Stunners, unless and until you are fired upon. These folks appear to be from my home planet. I don't want to hurt them, unless they give us no choice. Andre said,
Understood, sir.
Zoom called.
The bay has pressure, sir.
Jane came running up. trailing med-bots. "What have we got, Bob?" I replied. "Danged if I know, but they were flashing an SOS and Morse code. Let's go find out." We all entered the bay, Andre and his men running to get ahead of me. Jane was beside me, and we both saw the American flag at the same time. Jane said, "Well, here's another fine mess you've gotten me into." I replied, "Ain't it, though?" I ran up and knocked on the hatch, saying, "Come on out! We've got good air." Getting no response, I started opening the hatch. I hadn't seen one of those new 9mm the military bought from the business end before. I said, "Hang on a minute. I'm trying to help you out. Put that thing away before you make my friends nervous." He said, "What friends? All I see are a couple of ladies and a bunch of bots. Even I know bots can't hurt people." I replied, "You've got a thing or two to learn, then. The lady there with the medical bag, she can give you a third eye socket before you even see her move. And these bots aren't your regular garden variety bots. They're from way back, before they started putting in that limit about not hurting humans. The taller ones there, those are Andre and his Marines. I would bet you good money that at least two of them have a kill shot on you right now. And they will take it if they think you're about to do something silly." He replied, "Even if I did believe you, why would I come out? According to the bot-running sensors, you folks are short of air, and have been for a while. We have plenty. From what he got on the scans, the lot of you could probably do with a spell in the auto dock. Now, if you'd rather, we could dump you back out in the black and let you gasp your last, if that's your preference." The cig vanished out of my face, and the hatch came open. The fella I'd been talking to came out with his hands over his head. He said, "My crew are going to need help. I don't think they can make it out here by themselves." A couple of med-bots went aboard to retrieve them. Our visitor looked at Jane. "Lady, I gotta know. Was he telling me the truth?" She had her pistol out, pointed between his eyes, and put away again before his mouth could even open. I checked his rank insignia and said, "Satisfied, Captain?" "Yes, sir, I certainly am." "Good. By the way, you just got a courtesy promotion until you leave the ship. I'm the only captain on this boat. You're a major." He snapped to and said, "Yes, sir." I asked, "Is this the part where we get down a name, rank, and serial number? Or are you willing to chat about what in the blue blazes are you doing out here?" He said, "Sir, I've truly not decided yet. I am truly confused. You speak English, but you're definitely not in any American uniform. You saved our bacon, there's no doubt about that. I'm uncertain exactly what I should do." I said, "Let me clear up one point, since you were in error. This is most definitely an American uniform. Don't you recognize Captain Kangaroo? I asked one of my crew for a dress uniform and didn't specify. Now I'm stuck with it." He laughed and then said, "Pardon me, Captain, but I don't believe I would have told that one." I said, "Quickest way to show you I'm from Earth, just like you. My dignity is secondary to the mission. If that's true, what ship is this? I know no nation on Earth can build a ship this big." "We didn't build her. We found her, way out in the edges of the Earth system. We call her the Gene Cernan." "The last moonwalker? If this is a scam, you folks are good at it." "Some days I wish it was, Major. Sitting in the big chair wears on a body." He said, "I bet there's quite a story behind that. I'd like to hear it sometime." "So would your bosses. I have no doubt. I still have people back home, Major, and I'm not going to put them in danger." "No offense intended, sir." "None taken. Just telling you how it has to be. I've got a lot of people to take care of, and you folks dropping in my lap doesn't make that any easier." "I understand, at least a little. We just got sent out to check on what the astronomers thought was a habitable planet. Well, we can save you a trip if you'll take our word for it. You dang sure don't want to get marooned down there. The oxygen content in the atmosphere is quite a bit higher than what we're used to, so everything grows big, like Earth in the dinosaur days. So far, it sounds like one of those science fiction books you used to read, right? Well, there's a catch. In order to get that big, the animals need bunches of steroids. The extra is floating around in the air down there. There are a couple of colonies down there, but everyone is mean as a snake. Not a fun place to visit. A whole planet of people walking around with roid rage? I'm glad we didn't get there, I suppose. But the animals would have been cool to see. I said, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Problem is, they're all hungry. What we saw when we first got here made it look like they were intelligent enough to work together a little bit. They had a nasty siege going on in one of the colonies. The big carnivores were stampeding herbivores into the wall, while the flying predators attacked anybody who got in the open while trying to turn the stampede. How did the colonists fight that? Desperately, until we showed up to help. The Major asked. How did you do that? Sorry, Major. I'd rather you didn't know that. If we wind up sending you home. Since we've yet to figure that out, you don't have a need to know. That's fair. I'll probably have to pull the same crap on you at some point. I said, maybe not as much as you think. I walked over to his ship, looked at it, and thumped it. Aluminum, not hull metal. That means it's only partially galactic tech. You fly out of Scott Air Force Base then, right? The color drained from his face. How could you know that? I didn't for sure, till I saw your face. Just a tip. Don't play any poker while you're aboard. Most of my people are trained in cold reading. More bots came into the bay, pushing auto docks on carts. I looked closer and saw they had their own power supplies. I looked at Jane. That's a good idea. Did you guys find those, or have Scotty make them for you? She replied. John had Scotty put them together after some of the problems we had down on the planet, needing a bot to carry the power supply around. I said, good work. Now he's nosing into my mechanical stuff. I'll have to razz him about it when he wakes up. About that, when he woke up, I put him in Dingus and Autodocs to clean out. They should be waking up soon. Excellent. I think we're going to need the help. The Major spoke up. Your people needed cleaning out? From what? Remember I told you about all those steroids down on the planet? Both of those fellas spent quite a bit of time down there trying to help out the natives. Heck, I was only down there a few hours, and they kept me asleep for a whole day, just to make sure I clean myself out. Jane said, we had a lot of people down from our trip to the planet. I got drugged at a celebration dinner and had to go in the dock. Heck, even the captain's dog found a venomous bobcat and nearly died. The Major looked at me, wonderingly. You put your dog in the autodoc? I replied, it's my wife's dog. I gotta sleep sometime. He put his hands together and bowed a little. It is all clear to me now, great Swami. Jane said, do we gotta send him back? He'd fit right in around here. I replied, I think so too, but he's probably got at least one political officer on his crew that we wouldn't be able to risk having round. The Major said, one and a backup that I've found. I wouldn't swear there's not a sleeper as well. I said, I have a 5-person crew? That's excessive, don't you think? The people who run the program are a whole nother brand of crazy. I know. Tried to hire one of the low-level guys. He was company through and through. He replied, you mean that crazy was telling the truth? Some hillbilly with galactic tech tried to hire him? His ex said he was nuts. Had him killed. Sorry to hear that. We told him that was what would happen if he tried to go back to you guys, but he was sure he wanted to. We thought he was trying to get her back. Probably. He had it bad for her. She only cares about her career. I said, Kind of sounds like the voice of experience talking.
What was it you said?
You don't have a need to know, I replied. Something tells me I like it better that way. The med-bots hauled out the first naked crew member and put her in an auto dock, the Major asked.
Why did they strip her? Is there going to be some kind of probing involved?
Jane replied. The auto docks won't work on someone wearing clothes. We haven't taken the time to figure out why yet. I said, it's got to be a software problem. It didn't whine about Snitz's collar. The Major asked.
Snitz? Did you sneeze when you were naming him?
I replied. TV character from where my wife comes from. If you ever saw the show, you would understand.
You keep talking about your wife. Is she here?
Nope. I need to ask you a question before I introduce her. He asked.
What's that?
The drive and FTL components on your ship. Homegrown or scrounged from a crash?
If you know I fly out of Scott, you should know the answer to that.
I think I do, but I want to be sure. If you turkeys have figured out how to build drive components, that makes everything more complicated. He asked.
Complicated how?
You could fly to the seat of the Commonwealth and demand member status. That would mean Earth falls under galactic law, and I would have to move my operation. We're not ready to do that yet.
That's all it takes? Is fly to the seat of government and demand it?
I replied. It has to be in a locally made ship. No galactic components, or components made on galactic machinery.
He said, well, so far you have nothing to worry about. We're still using scrounged components, when we can get them.
The way I hear it, the higher-ups won't let anybody tear into anything to see how it works.
That, and using the alien training equipment, hurts like crazy. Nobody will do it voluntarily, even if it does explain a lot.
Jane saw me about to speak and said,
Don't do it. That could give them the edge they need.
I replied, You're right, thanks for stopping me. Guess I just like to brag. Gene, could you page my wife down here, please?
Certainly, Captain.
The Major said. I notice you're being very careful to avoid using names, Captain. We still haven't decided what to do with you, remember? If you go back, I don't want you to have any more information about us than absolutely necessary.
That makes sense. How would I go about signing up?
First, you have to pass an interview to make sure you're serious, and not just going deep cover for your current bosses. Then we would need to see if you have some skills we could make use of. I looked at Jane. Anything else you can think of? She replied. I'd rather not run him through the auto dock and enhance him until he's out of probationary period. So I can't think of anything, no. He asked.
Enhancements?
I said she was quick before the auto dock, no doubt, but now she's just scary. And she hasn't had time to get used to it yet.
She's the medic? I'd hate to see what your fighters can do.
Jane said. Actually, I'm only the assistant medic. My husband is recovering from the planet, so you got me. I also happen to be deputy head of security, though.
You're only the deputy? I'd hate to see the head of security draw.
I said. If he was drawing on you, you wouldn't see it, unless it was your ghost doing the looking. Dingus spoke up from behind me. I'm not that quick. What kind of strays did you drag in this time? I said. Check out the flag on the side of the ship.
Oh, glory!
That's gonna be a poser, isn't it? I replied. It is. The Major here is making noises about joining up, but he says he has a couple of folks on his crew we shouldn't trust.
Son, don't mean to quibble, but them are captain's bars.
I said. Courtesy promotion. Ain't but one captain on this here ship. Dingus replied.
Now you're making sense. I'm guessing you want me and our lovely medic to give him a colonoscopy before we let him join up.
If she's not needed in medical.
Her hubby is up and about. He has it under control.
I said, good deal. He is aware we need to be careful what we say in front of these folks, right?
Think about who you're talking about, Captain.
You're right, I'm being stupid. Nikki showed up just then. I said, no names in case we have to throw 'em back. He knew the last guy we did that to.
Gotcha. I'll be careful. Oh, they made it out here in that?
I replied, just friggin' barely. The Major here was the only one conscious, and they were nearly out of air. We heard a shot from inside the ship, and then a stunner. One of the med bots came out, leaking hydraulic fluid. Zoom ran up and said,
"Oh, sweetheart, let me look at that."
She pulled out a pad, like a comb, only bigger. She said,
"You need to let me into your systems, honey, so I can help."
She tapped on the pad a few times, and the fluid stopped leaking. She said,
"You won't be able to move your left arm till you get that repaired, but you should be able to walk. Head on down to engineering and get fixed up, okay?"
The bot said,
"Thank you,"
and took off. 2 more medbots brought out a stunned crew member and dropped him in an auto dock. They didn't seem quite as careful as they were with the other patient. One turned to me and said,
"Here's the weapon that one used. We were trying to help. Why did he shoot?"
I said, I don't know. Confused and scared, I would guess. Your buddy'll be fine, though. Zoom got him mobile and sent him to engineering.
"I'm glad. We will be more careful, sir."
Would you like one of the Marines for security?
"I don't think they could get around inside, sir. It's tight in there."
All right, then. Watch yourself. I cleared the pistol and put the loose round back in the magazine. I stuck the mag in my pocket and looked at the gun. SIG 365. When did the servers start issuing those? The Major spoke up. They don't. And I didn't know he had it. You're telling me he snuck it aboard without anyone noticing? I find that hard to believe, on a mission this important.
No, I'm telling you that my bosses have an agenda I'm not privy to, and he is part of it.
I replied, that sounds believable. Is there anybody on your crew you do trust?
That girl you brought out first hasn't given me any reason not to trust her. But I don't know her that well.
The bots brought out another crew member, the Major said.
This fella here, I've known since before we got recruited into the program. I trust him. The other one I know is a political plant.
I told the bots. Watch the last one. He may try something stupid. I turned to the Major. One thing that's got me confused. How is it you're up walking around talking when the rest of them are in such bad shape?
He said, I grew up in Colorado, up in the mountains above Denver. I'm used to thin air.
We heard a stunner, and then the bots brought out the last crew member. I asked, this one here is your political officer?
The Major said, oh, yeah. She tried to get in my pants as soon as she was assigned. Kept going on about how we could do great things. Then I found that little pistol she brought aboard. When I confronted her about it, she told me I was only a figurehead to appease the brass.
Nikki said,
sounds like a real jewel.
He replied, she's a piece of work, all right. I looked at Jane. You saw the 2 he pointed out as possibly trustworthy?
I did.
You want the others kept sleeping till we throw them back?
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be sticky enough without causing ourselves more trouble. I turned to the Major. Do you have any objection to my engineers going over your ship, getting it ready to go home?
None, sir.
Okay, then. Go with these folks, and they'll see if you meet our high standards.
Nikki said. High standards? I think you're the one who's high.
The Major laughed. He said,
I think I would like it here, if you'll have me.
I replied, tell you the truth, I think I would like having you. Good luck. I turned to Zoom. I think you're probably best suited to get this beast back in the black. Try not to give them any tech they don't already have, but get the darn thing safe.
On it, boss.
Nikki asked.
Do you think we can get out of this without exposing our operations on Earth?
I hope so, Spice Cadet. I hope so.
You know, Caveman, this bucket looks familiar.
I replied, I thought so, too. I wonder if the Major was one of the guys chasing us that day.
Don't know. But if he passes his interview, I'm danged sure going to find out.
Zoom stuck her head out the hatch. I think we should call this ship Fish. I knew better, but I asked anyway. Why fish? Because you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. I thought my stuff was Bush League. These bozos take the cake. I asked, can you fix it without giving away the store? Zoom said, Boss, if the way this is wired is what they think is the right way to do things, anything I do is going to tell them something they don't know. What do you suggest? Well, boss, the first thing that comes to mind is to fill up their oxygen tanks and haul them back to Earth's system before we kick them loose. It's the only way I see to get them home safe without giving away a bunch of information. I asked. We could get this beast inside one of the smaller freighters, couldn't we? No need to take the gene. That would work. How do you figure to wake them up without getting seen? I asked. Could you rig a nighty-night with a time delay? Zoom said, You, boss, are a sneaky individual. That's why I like working here. Of course we could. Chapter 19.
Nikki asked, What next, caveman?
We better go by and make sure John knows which patients get a nighty-night when they get done in the box. Besides, I have to give him crap for doing engineering instead of doctor stuff.
What are you talking about?
I said. He came up with that cart to carry the auto docks around. That has a power supply built in.
So you're going to get payback for the whole auto-dock cures alcoholism thing?
I doubt it. John is way better at this kind of thing, but at least I can make an effort. When we got to Med Bay, John was directing the medbots to dock the auto-dock carts to their holders on the wall. The lights on the carts changed as they docked and changed over the ship's power. I said, Oh, looky here, he didn't just design auto-dock carts. He has a whole auto-dock system with hard docks and automatic power changeover. I don't think I want to hear any more about alcoholism. John said, I didn't design a thing. I just asked Scotty nicely if she could come up with a system that would work better for moving trauma cases in from the landing bay. I replied, and if I didn't give you some crap about it, you'd have me in one of those, trying to figure out what was wrong with me. John said, It's really a good thing you still have a good head of hair. Nikki said,
Yep, that point is uncomfortable enough now. When he goes bald, I'll have to wear armor in bed.
I said, I wonder why I thought this was a good idea. I never win these things. John said, But you never give up, Bob. That's the thing we like about you. Yeah, whatever. Did Jane tell you which of these get woke up for interview and which ones need a nighty-night when they get done in the box? Indeed she did. Did I understand right? These are Earth folks? Indeedy. From good old Scott Air Force Base. John looked stunned. They got one of those half-Earth tech monstrosities out this far? I replied. It was a near thing. They were almost out of air. Apparently, the planet of Roy's looks good as a colony candidate. I can see that. But how were they supposed to report back if they ran out of air? You got me. All I know for sure is that Zoom told me she couldn't find a way to make the stupid thing safe without showing them things they hadn't figured out for themselves. John said, Let me get this straight. Zoom said their workmanship wasn't even fixable? Not exactly. She said if she wired things the way they should be, it would tell them a lot about what they were doing wrong. John said, Wow, that makes it hard to have much earther pride, you know? I do. I guess we'll just have to try and make up for it. How do you figure to get them home? I said, Fill up their air and dump them out of the back of the freighter back in our solar system. John asked, How do you figure to get away before they wake up? Zoom is working on nighty-nights with a time delay. One other thing. Weren't there 5 crew members? I only got 4. I answered. He was conscious and walking around. so Dingus and Jane went ahead and interviewed him.
How did he manage that? The rest of these folks are not in good shape.
I said, he claimed he grew up high in the Rockies, and he was used to thin air. John said,
I bet he has a Peruvian ancestor also.
Could be. I never caught his name.
Nikki said, Good grief, caveman. He had a name tag on his shirt. Kachi.
I was too busy watching his face for deception. John was fiddling with his watch. He asked,
How was that spelled?
Nikki said, C-A-C-H-I. John replied, Got it.
Yep, just like I thought.
Peruvian. Nikki asked,
Why is that the big deal?
John replied,
Some of the folks up in the Andes have larger and more efficient lungs, because they've lived way up in the mountains for many generations. It would help explain why your Major Kachi was able to stay alert while the rest of his crew passed out.
Nikki said,
I see. That makes sense.
McComb rang.
Captain Wilson?
Captain, it's Zoom. Could you come back to the landing bay, please? We've found some weapons, and we're not sure how to make them safe.
I'll be right there. I turned to John and said, Zoom has found a weapon stash. Want to come have a look?
These folks are all getting what they need. I might as well.
We all headed to the landing bay. Zoom said, In here, Captain. As I stepped through the hatch, their lack of air scrubbers assaulted me. I said, rancid gym sock, my favorite.
John said, Suddenly I'm not sure if they ran out of something to breathe, or they just quit wanting to.
Nikki said,
You fellas have fun. I'll wait in the bay.
Zoom said,
I can't believe they don't have better scrubbers.
I said, From what I've seen so far, I guess they had something better, but it quit working.
Zoom asked, Should I fix it for him?
I replied, Use your judgment. If you can help without giving them too much, go for it. Where are these weapons? She showed us.
This is the bunk of the last person the Medbots took off, the one the Major said was a political officer.
She rolled back the mattress. A small blued automatic lay under it. I didn't recognize it, but John said,
Russian PSM. That's an odd choice for a space mission.
Zoom asked.
Why do you say that?
John replied,
It shoots a small bullet, fairly fast. A stray shot would almost certainly put a hole in the ship. Something bigger and slower would seem like a better choice. A 380, like the captain carries, for instance.
Zoom rubbed her butt.
That thing does plenty of damage, even if it is slow.
John said,
That's right, you would know, wouldn't you?
He picked up the pistol and cleared it. The extra round wouldn't fit in the magazine, so he put it in his pocket. He asked,
What should I do with this?
I replied, I don't know. Keep it for a souvenir? He stuck it in his pocket. I said, You mentioned a stash. Surely that wasn't all there was to it.
Zoom said, No, not at all. That drawer under the head of the bed has something under it, according to my scanner.
I pulled the drawer out and turned it over on the bed. I laughed. Those things have the worst reputation for reliability at just about anything. Why would you drag one out here? John looked and said,
No, really? A COP 357? Doesn't it say in the instruction manual to try using harsh language first?
I replied, I've read, if you keep 'em super clean and feed 'em ammo they like, you might get through a couple of loads of 4 before they quit. I pulled it out of the duct tape holding it to the drawer and popped it open to clear it. John said,
Isn't the extractor supposed to push those rounds out for you?
I thought so. I got out my knife and pulled the rounds free, dumping 'em in a pocket. I closed the pistol-shaped junk and put it in another pocket. Zoom said,
Wouldn't you expect those drawers to go all the way across the bed?
John replied,
Yes, I do believe you would. And the one Bob pulled out is quite a bit short. Do you have a light of some kind?
She handed him a flashlight out of her tool pouch. He got down to look into the cavity the drawer had come out of. He said,
We need to pull the rest of these drawers so we can get at all this stuff. We're just getting started.
I pulled out the other 2 drawers and laid them on the bunk. There was a rather large personal appliance lying on top of one of them. Zoom saw it and said, "Oh, my."
Ambitious, isn't she?
I replied. So it would appear. Were you counting that when you said weapons stash?
Perhaps I should have been, but no.
John, still on the floor, asked,
"What are you 2 going on about?"
I said, "You'll have to see it to believe it, John. I can't do it justice with words." He replied,
"Likewise with what I found. You ready?"
I said, "Sure. Start handing things out." He handed me a short-barreled AR. I checked the chamber and found a round. As I rolled it over to lay it on the bed, I noticed it was full auto. I said, "We may have found Jane a new toy, if it's reliable." John replied,
"You're joking. She brought a machine gun on this dinky little ship."
I said, "I wish I was joking. The sooner we're rid of this fine specimen, the happier I'll be." He handed me an 870. I pumped it empty. John said,
"Please tell me that was full of birdshot or door breach rounds."
I replied, "Nope, slugs."
What was she thinking?
I said, "I'm afraid I'm happier not knowing, John. How much more is there?"
"One more gun, a bunch of ammo, and some electronics I'm not too sure about."
I replied, "Hand me out the gun and ammunition, and I'll call Taz to come up here and look at the electronics. No sign of explosives?"
"Not so far. I wouldn't put it past her, though."
I called Taz.
"Yes, boss?"
"Could you come down to the bay where we brought in the Earth ship? We've got some James friggin' Bond stuff we're not too sure about."
"Sure, boss. What kind of stuff?"
"John says electronics. I haven't seen it."
"Be there right away. Bye."
"Bye, Taz." I got off the comm just in time to get the next weapon John handed out. I dropped the magazine and cleared the chamber before I went all fanboy. Scorpion? Really? I never figured I would get to see one of these up close. John replied,
"I know, right? Between that and the PSM, you have to wonder who she works for."
John dug out all the ammo and spare mags he could find, and I stacked them on the bed. Taz showed up about the time we finished. He said,
"Sorry I took so long, boss."
I replied, "Don't worry about it. We're just now ready for you." John got out of the way to let Taz down where he could get at the electronics. When John stood up, he saw the personal appliance that had caught Zoom's eye. He said, "Oh, that is impressive." Taz lay there scanning for some time. Then he said,
"Boss, most of this appears to be control circuits for the ship. I think they may be the right pieces, and this person has swapped in inferior hardware to make the ship perform poorly, since just having a stash of spares under your bunk doesn't make a lot of sense."
Zoom asked,
"Could I see some of what you have there, please, Taz?"
He began handing her parts. Once he finished, he pulled out one last piece. He said,
"Now this, boss, is a horse of a different color. If this one had been changed out with the right part, the ship would have detonated, rather than entering FTL."
John looked at me.
"I don't know about you, Bob, but I'm getting a real suicide bomber vibe off this lady."
I replied, "I wish I could argue with you, but I feel the same way. I almost wish I was still under the influence of the planet. Then I'd have an excuse for sending her on a walk outside." Zoom finished her scans of the parts. She said,
Taz is right. These are the right parts for the ship. Some of the garbage I've been grabbing about was deliberate sabotage. I can put these pieces back in and get the ship running quite a bit better."
I said, "Go ahead and do that. We're going to have to figure out what we're doing with the crew, and then we'll get this ship back where it came from." She took off to get started. Taz stood up. I asked, Could you scan this compartment and make sure we haven't missed any party favors? Heck, while you're at it, scan the whole ship for anything out of place. This boat just ain't right.
Taz replied.
On it, boss.
John and I put the drawers back and hauled off all the weapons. I asked, as we left the ship, "Are you still taking care of the armory, or does that fall to Dingus nowadays?" John said, "I still have it, just because Dingus hasn't decided he needs to take it over, more than anything." "We don't have any 32 in stock, do we?" "Nope. We can pick up a pallet the next time we're home, if you like that Scorpion that much." I replied, "I'd like to put a few mags through it, at least, just to see what it's like." "It would be nicer with a can on it, I know that. I'll see what I can find you." "Thanks, John. You don't think Jane would want it?"
"Jane? Carry a 32? Even if it was full auto? I don't think so. She's a big bore kind of lady."
I replied, "I believe I'll leave that one where it fell." John said, "Thanks. I really stuck my foot in my mouth, didn't I? You did a fair job, yes, sir." We got to the armory and started putting things away. John popped the handguards on the AR. He said, "Didn't Ian and Carl say D.I. was unreliable on a gun this short?" I answered, "As I remember, it was just Carl, but yeah, I remember that." He showed me the gas tube. I said, "Surely we could find a piston upper to put on it for Jane." John replied, "If they didn't pay any more attention to detail than that when they built it, I don't have a lot of faith in the rest of it." I said, "I see your point. You'd be better off building her one from scratch." Jean came over the intercom. "Captain, Veronica asks that you come to the ready room. She says your 4 hours are up." "Thanks, Jean. On my way." John asked, "What's that about?" "Sally is trying to teach me how to be a captain." I caught a transit and met Veronica at the ready room. She said,
"Sally wanted me to ask you if you're having any side effects from the accelerated training?"
I replied, "Well, I do have delusions of adequacy, but other than that, no." She said,
"Good one, boss. Have a seat, and let's get to it."
When I got back from the land of learning, Snoopy was on my desk, singing about supper time. I wasn't sure what was happening until Velma let her camo fade and said, "How did I do, boss?" I replied, "Dang good, your camo is really getting impressive." She said, "As long as I remember not to leave tracks." I replied, "We got that fixed before was a problem, and you know for next time. Seems like a win to me. You say I'm supposed to go and eat?"
"Yes, boss."
"Do you need a hand down, or can you get it yourself?" Velma said,
"I've got it, but thanks, boss."
She climbed down, and I headed off to the galley. When I arrived, Dingus and Jane was sitting with Major Kachi. I went over and sat with him. I said, "I'm guessing he passed?" Dingus replied, "Flying colors. He's afraid to go back. Thinks he's liable to get the same treatment as the last one we had to throw back." I replied, "Well, he's too nice a fellow for that. Suppose we'll have to keep him." Major Kachi spoke up. "Thanks, Captain." Dingus said, "Don't thank him yet. He'll work it out of you, no doubt at all." I said, "If we're going to be working together, we ought to get introduced." I stuck my hand out and said, "Bob Wilson, nice to meet you." He shook and said, "Diego Kachi, nice to meet you as well. Before you ask, I don't have a girlfriend named Joni." I said, "You're right, Jane. I believe he will fit right in." Dingus asked, "What was that about?" I said, "Some of that television you missed out on while you were in the box." Diego asked, "In the box?" I replied, "Dingus here got marooned, wound up in an auto dock for 140 years or so." "What planet?" "Ours. I just got lucky and bought the place where he was, right before his power core went out. We managed to find all the stuff he left to wake him up with, and get him out before he ran out of power." Diego got an odd look, studying Dingus. He said, "You look pretty human to me." I said. Near as we can tell, we were fairly close, genetically, and then the crew of this fine ship had to abandon and made for Earth, where they did as humans do and interbred. We're still cross-fertile, in case you get a date with a galactic lady. Be careful. If you can't do that, name it after me. Diego said. That brings back memories. A fella I worked with in high school always used to say that. I asked, other than being good company, what skills do you bring to our organization? He said, pilot, through multi-engine jets and spacecraft. Decent with electronics. I stopped him. I have an engineer that might debate that with you. Were you aware that your political officer was replacing some of your modules with inferior parts? Diego said. I was aware of system performance making step changes for the worse when I was asleep, but I didn't know for sure what was happening. Jane said. I saw John. He mentioned the two of you would rather send her out for a walk than send her home. I replied, that about sums it up, but I can't think of a reason to. She's not even the one who shot our boss. Zoom came into the galley. She looked Diego up and down. Then she said, Who's the new guy, boss? I said, This is Diego Cachi, recently of the U.S. Space Force, now a new hire at Bob's Saucer Repair. She replied, Cachi, huh? Can I change my name to Joni, boss? Let's see, last time I changed your name, I shot you in the butt. You want the right cheek this time, so you match? Zoom replied, That's okay, boss, I'm fine with Zoom. What department is he going to be in? I said, Well, he claims to know a little electronics, but he didn't catch those bad modules. You could have 'em, but you better run 'em through remedial diagnostics. Diego said, Why is it I feel like a side of beef? Dingus asked, Is there somewhere you'd rather work than engineering? Diego looked Zoom up and down, winked, and said, No, I think I like the looks of engineering just fine. Zoom turned red in the face. I said, A whole different game when he can throw it right back at you, isn't it? She mumbled, Yes, boss. We had a fine meal, with Zoom and Diego flirting the whole time. I wondered where Nikki was, but she didn't show up. Finally, I asked Jane, Do you know where Nikki has got to? She ate early, said she was headed to the simulator deck to get some practice in. I replied, We have a simulator deck? Diego looked at me, cocked his head, and asked, You're the captain, and you don't know the ship? Gene Cernan has been back in the black for not even 2 weeks. I'm captain because I'm the head of Bob's Saucer Repair, and we salvaged her in the name of the company. I'm doing my on-the-job training as fast as I can. Diego replied, No offense intended, Captain. I said, None taken. It's been a rough few days, and I'm a little wound. Sorry if I unloaded on you. He said, I can take a little of that, if it's the price for saving me and my crew way out here in the deep black. When I finished eating, I asked Gene for a path to the simulator deck. He said, Just grab a transit, and I'll take you there, Captain. I replied, I'd rather take the long way, if it's not too much trouble. Diego's right. I should know the ship better than I do. Yes, boss. My trip took longer than it should have, because I was stopping and looking indoors to find out what was where. I found Snitz on the way, and he decided to tag along. When I got to the simulator deck, I found Veronica waiting for me. I asked, Are you officially my training officer now, or what? Sally asked me to take care of it for her. She's got other things she needs to see to, and I get along with you well enough. I see. So I'm guessing there is a particular simulation you want me to work on while I'm here? There is, as a matter of fact. If you would step this way, please. The ghost of Groucho possessed me for a moment. If I could step that way, I wouldn't need the talcum. Veronica froze for a second, accessing the culture pack. Funny, boss, but it won't get you out of doing your lessons. I climbed into the simulator, and Snitz decided to sit in my lap. Veronica closed us in and started the simulator. The scenarios got tougher as the session went on. I was surprised how much I had learned in just 3 sessions with the teaching machine. It was hard to keep from laughing when Snitz joined me in leaning into the turns, even though the simulator didn't move. After what seemed like a half hour or so, the simulation stopped, and Veronica opened the door. She said,
"That's enough for right now, sir. It's time for another training course."
I said, "Isn't it too soon? Did John lower the requirements for rest again?" Nikki was standing there as well, and she said,
"Caveman, you've done a solid 3 hours in there. Come on out."
Snitz was looking at the screen, panting and waiting for the next sim to start. I said, "Sorry, but maybe we can play again another day." He slunk down off my lap and went to Nikki. I unfolded myself out of the simulator and realized I had been in longer than I thought. Nikki pointed me to the little boy's room, and I felt like taking on the world again. Veronica and Nikki were waiting for me. Veronica said,
"Boss, let's head up to the ready room and get you going with the teaching machine. We're taking the transit this time. None of your meandering."
Suddenly it hit me I had been snookered. I turned to Nikki. "You were the bait to draw me down here and get me in the simulator. Did you even fly any missions?"
Nikki replied, "Of course I did. Sally did happen to mention the simulator deck when it was convenient for her to draw you down here, but I wasn't in on the planning."
I asked Veronica. "So she didn't think I would come down here and do the work, just because she asked me to?"
"I believe she thought this method had a higher chance of success. She said I should mention the company motto if you asked about it." "What is the company motto, boss?"
I replied, "Murphy is our shepherd." Veronica froze for a second, accessing the culture pack.
"Oh, I see. We must always prepare for worse than we expect, because we can't predict what chance will throw at us."
Well said, Veronica. Chapter 20. We headed out and grabbed a transit. I did my training, and we headed back to our cabin. I took Snitz by his grass box on the way. When I got to the cabin, Nikki was already asleep. I quietly got into bed and fell sound asleep. Just a note: if you ever find yourself faced with a similar situation, don't train on space battle tactics and go straight to bed. I was fighting Gorns and Klingons all night. Snitz rescued me with a lick to the ear. Good thing they were figuring out all my tricks, and I was about to get clobbered. We went and found his box, and I went back to the cabin to get cleaned up before breakfast. When I stepped out of the cabin, Veronica was waiting for me. I asked, "Before coffee?" "That's cruel and unusual." Veronica said,
"Sally wanted me to remind you that any adversaries we might face will not be so courteous as to let you get a cup of coffee before they attack."
"Sally makes you do this so I don't get resentful of her, doesn't she?" Veronica replied,
"I don't know her motives, sir, but it sounds reasonable. You will have to work closely with her in the future. If you harbored resentment from training, it would hamper that."
"I suppose you're right." We got to the ready room, and she lit me up. When I came back, Snitz was sitting in my lap, looking up at me expectantly. I said, "You want to go in the simulator again? I've got to get some breakfast before we do that." I gave him some pets, and he jumped down and ran off. Once Veronica got the headset off me, I headed for the galley. Fanilia was there, apparently waiting for me. I said, "Good morning, Fanilia. I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you doing all right?"
"Morning, Bob. I'm doing better. I was feeling pretty mean for a few days after we got back. Jane thought it would be better if I avoided you till that passed."
"Probably best. I haven't been too chipper myself." Fanilia said,
"Do you have any idea what you might want me to do next?"
I replied, "You've found most of the castaways?"
"All my crew have left our low-probability sites. That was how we wound up here, chasing a glitch in the statistics."
Sally has your boys working on modifying their methods to find lost colonies, but it will be a few days yet before that is ready. Dingus was trying to set up a mission for you into Commonwealth territory, but I haven't heard how that came out. Outside of that, we're headed back to Charlie's planet. You can take a few down days if you feel like it. I don't think a lost colony is going to collapse if we are a few days late finding them.
Cornelia said, I don't know about that, Bob. If you hadn't shown up here when you did, it would have been a very close scrape. They might have made it through, but it was nowhere near certain.
I suppose you're right about that, but I just don't think we're going to be riding in and saving the day on a regular basis.
She replied, From what I've seen so far, that seems to be your normal operation. Ride in, square things away, ride on.
I did myself just a fine job of squaring things away this time. How many folks died because I didn't think to check the atmosphere before we landed? Sally's trying to make a better captain out of me. I hope it takes.
That may be how it looked from where you were. From the ground, it looked like you folks were angels coming to save us. That colony was fighting a losing battle, till you gave them a fighting chance.
We did do that much. Thanks. I needed a reality check.
No problem, boss.
Veronica brought out our food. I asked, Are you just following me around now?
Yes, boss. Sally assigned me as your personal assistant.
Okay, then. Can you tell me where the human crew members are this morning? Veronica asked.
Major Kachi is crew now, is he not?
Yes, he is.
He and Zoom are bringing the ship he flew in on back up to factory specs. All the other humans assigned to engineering are busy with the projects Scotty says I don't have a need to access. Mr. Branham and Greg are in medbay. Mrs. Branham and Mr. Sloan are interviewing one of Major Kachi's crew members. Frank is, of course, in his lab. Mrs. Wilson hasn't come out of your cabin yet.
I asked, What about the bots and my personal crew?
Sally is sitting bridge watch, where Ruth is at the helm. Julie is tending Frank. Taz is helping with that project in engineering. Ozzy is going over the results of the power core test. Topper is doing the Marine's art this morning. Anything else you would like to know?
The airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? She thought for a few seconds and asked,
African or European?
I said, Nicely done, Veronica. What does Sally have on my agenda today?
I am to escort you to the simulator deck after you have finished here.
I replied, Have Gene find Snitz and make sure he is there. He really likes riding with me.
She said, Gene reports that Snitz is already there, waiting for you.
I turned to Cornelia. Apparently I'm keeping people waiting. As soon as I talk to Dingus today, I'll let you know if we have a mission for you or not. Be thinking about what you might like to do if we don't.
Cornelia said, Thanks, I'll talk to you later then.
Count on it. Once we were safely in the transit, I asked Veronica, Please don't let me forget that I'm supposed to make those inquiries for Cornelia and get back to her with what I find out.
I've got it filed on the agenda, boss.
Thanks. The new session of video games was a lot tougher than the day before. The 2 training sessions I had since then seemed to be helping quite a bit. I began to wonder how much longer it would be until the Kobayashi Maru. The sim ended before it should have, and Veronica pulled the door open.
Sir, you are wanted in your ready room.
I asked, What is the situation?
Mr. Sloan has called a meeting. Mr. and Mrs. Branham are in attendance, as is Mrs. Wilson. They request your presence as well.
I ran for the transit, not knowing what was going on. Snitz ran alongside. Veronica must have gotten us a priority, because we had no wait, and our ride was short. I walked in and said, Tile the lodge, Gene.
The lodge is tiled, sir.
I addressed the room. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company?
Dingus said, We have an issue with one of Major Kachi's crew.
Which one?
The younger female he thought might be recruitable.
I asked, What issue do you have?
She would like to go back to Earth, but she wants nothing else to do with the organization that sent her out here. She refuses to go back on the ship with the other 2,
Says she fears what the other female may do. I said, I'm not sure I understand. It sounds like she's asking us to provide her with a new identity and a ride home in exchange for the privilege of rescuing her tender hiney. Jane said, That's the way I read it, too. She doesn't seem willing to give us much of anything in return. I asked, Does she have some justification for having such a high opinion of herself? Dingus said, If so, we've yet to find it. I looked at John. Didn't you tell me a story about a prisoner running a scam like this, just to get in the same room as the commanding officer? Yes, Bob, I did. I said, Help me, Nikki. I need strength to resist temptation. She replied, Oh, no, caveman. What is it you want to do? Throw her behind in a cell with Millis's grandma, and let them cuss their way between the stars. John said, That is beautiful, Bob, but I don't think it will help. I replied, I don't either, but it made me feel better to think it. We wouldn't be having this meeting if you folks thought her getting her apparent wish to have a meeting with me was a good idea. Have we scanned her person for trackers? John said, Not yet. What are you thinking? She seems to want us to fly her to the surface in one of our ships. I wonder if she's setting that ship up for an intercept. I would be willing to drop her somewhere on Earth, but I don't think we should be obligated to give her a new identity. We were planning to ferry their ship back to the Earth system anyhow. A trip to the surface wouldn't be that much extra trouble, as long as she doesn't have some way to call down interceptors on whatever ship we use. Jane asked, So you'd just dump her off somewhere and let her figure it out for herself? I replied, My personal preference would be a corner in Winslow, Arizona, but we don't have a flatbed Ford to give her. Nikki said, With the printers on this ship, the boys could knock her one out in nothing flat. I said, Too much trouble for just a joke, but it does sound like fun. Gene came over the intercom. Boss, I took the liberty of asking Topper about it on a different circuit. He says 2 hours. And what year would you like? I asked. Are we really doing this? Dingus said, It's better than anything we've come up with. I said, Gene, tell him 70, and don't make it look too fresh. Probably better make it an automatic, too. On it, boss. John said, You're going easy on her? Do you know how hard it was not to tell him 3 on the tree? I'm trying to exercise restraint here, and you, sir, are not helping. Nikki was working hard with her watch. I said, It's old type of standard transmission that very few younger drivers can handle, even the ones who know how to drive stick. She said, I've got the diagram here. It doesn't look that tough to get used to. John said, Once they get worn, they develop bad habits. The old Chevys would get to where you couldn't shift from first to third without going through second, or you'd lock up the linkage. Gene came on the intercom. Sir, Major Kachi is requesting entry. I said, Let him in, Gene. Diego almost fell when the door opened in front of him. I said, Yes, Diego, what can we do for you? He said, I just spoke with Bill Richards, my crewman you hired. He told me Jenny had refused your offer and was demanding to be returned to Earth. I replied, That's my understanding as well. I was training and missed all the drama. We were just discussing how to get that done. She seems to be done with the Space Force and doesn't want to go back on their ship. Not that I blame her for that. Your political officer gives off a suicide bomber kind of vibe. I wouldn't want to ride in a ship with her either. So you're actually going to take her back to Earth? Not without having a little fun, but yes. Diego said. I'm afraid to ask, but, fun? I said, Are you an Eagles fan, Major Kachi? The band or the team? I said, The band. He said, You're checking her into the Hotel California? Nope, we're going to drop her on a corner in Winslow, Arizona, in a flatbed Ford. Diego snapped to, saluted, and said, Sir, remind me never to piss you off, sir. Does that mean you approve? Wholeheartedly, Captain. I was afraid you'd send her for a long walk off a short airlock. I said, so far as I know, she has yet to do anything I would want to punish her for, much less execute her. Doesn't she have information about your operation? I pointed to Dingus and Jane. These two did her interview. I sincerely doubt they gave her anything useful, even if she was willing to go back to the Space Force. As it is, she'll be doing her dead-level best to keep a low profile. She's not going to tell anybody anything, Diego said. I see what you mean. Before you go to all that trouble, would it be possible for Bill and me to talk to her? Try to get her to change her mind? I asked. Dingus, Jane, what do you think? Any chance she might change her mind? Jane said. It's possible, boss. But I'd like to be able to read her while they're talking, to make sure she's not just going along with her superiors, and honestly decides to be here. I said, put a camera in the interview room and set up the meeting. Let me know what you find out. I turned back to Diego. She seemed to be scamming to get an interview with me, instead of these two. Any idea why that would be? None, Captain. But I'll ask her about it. I said, at least we know what our next course of action is. Let me know when we have her decision. Jane said. Yes, sir. Jean said. Veronica wanted me to remind you that you need to talk to Dingus. Thank you. Dingus, did you run your option past those ladies who got thrown out of their village? Jane did it for me, but yes. She didn't get any takers, though. I said, what do they want to do, then? Set up their own community somewhere with fewer large, hungry animals. I said, we'll have to see if the Starfoot will sell us a piece of ground for 'em. Diego asked. Starfoot? Dingus said. Oh, son, you're in for a treat. You know all those stories about Bigfoot? They ain't just stories. We're going to visit a whole planet full of 'em. Okay, but why do you call them Starfoot? I said, old Bigfoot elder, name of Mountain View, said that Mornflower wasn't Smallfoot like us, or Bigfoot like him. She was different. She came from the stars. She was Starfoot. Well, the name stuck. Diego asked, how did you come to be chatting with a Bigfoot elder? I replied, he got shot in the butt. We nursed him back to health. Diego asked, is it just me, or do a lot of people get shot in the butt when you're around? John said, you know, he's got a point. I said, get Tauber to print you out some bulletproof drawers and quit your whining. Meeting adjourned. People began filing out. I asked, could you connect me with Fanilia, please, Jean? On it, boss. Fanilia answered. Yes, Bob? Dingus didn't have any luck with that flight he was trying to set up. I don't have anything for you right now. Did you have something in mind? Not really, but I'll see what I can come up with. Thanks for letting me know. You're welcome. Talk to you later. Bye, Bob. John had hung back, he said. Those two off the American ship that we didn't want to wake up are ready to come out of the autodock. Do you know how soon we can send them back? I replied, no, sir, I don't. For sure, we'll have to wait till Diego's meeting is over, and if it goes badly, till Tauber finishes the truck. Hang on while I make a couple of calm calls. Jean, get me Zoom, please. Yes, boss. How's that ship coming? I was meaning to call you about that. We found another locker you should have a look at. Other than that, it's as fit to fly as it can be, without giving them any knowledge. I looked at John. He nodded. We'll be down to check out your locker in a few minutes. I had one more question. How are those nighty-nights with a delay coming? Zoom replied. You were serious about those? I thought it was only a research project. Yes, I was serious. I thought I made that clear. Got you, boss. I have a box of 200 sitting on my desk. I wasn't sure where you wanted them. I said, a good one. We'll need a couple on that ship you want us to look over. Send the rest to Med Bay. Meet you at the ship. See you there, boss. John said. She got you good. I replied, yep, Now I have to figure out how to get her back. We took the transit. When we walked aboard Diego's ship, the first thing we noticed was the fresher air. Zoom called, "Over here, boss." She had a floor panel up, looking at what was inside the floor. She said, "Diego showed me this. I wasn't sure what to do." John said, "I miss Steve." I replied, "So do I. That's a lot of C4. I asked Zoom, "Can you tell me if there are any anti-tamper mechanisms on that detonator?" How do you mean, boss?" "If we take the whole box loose and shove it out the lock, is it likely to go boom before we get it outside?" Zoom replied, "No, boss. As near as I can tell, it's designed to be removable, so the crew could take it off the ship and use it for demolitions, if they needed to. See these quick-release pins?" A calm Diego. "Yes, Captain. I'm in that meeting you asked me to have. Can we make this quick?" "I just have one question. Is there a release code we need to enter somewhere before we pull this demolition charge?" "When I was trained on it, they didn't mention one. I'm not as sure as I once was that means there isn't one." "Thanks. You've cleared things up for me so much." Sorry, boss. Don't sweat it." I hung up. I asked Zoom, "Is there any way to scan for switches that might detect this thing being removed?" "I have, and I can't find a thing." John asked her, "So what do you recommend?" "Scotty mentioned we have some remotely operated explosive handlers. That way we don't risk humans or bots." I asked, "Do you have good enough scans of this beast duplicated, if something goes wrong?" Zoom said, "Yes, boss, we do." John said, "Sounds like a good time to be somewhere else, then. Let's get this thing off the ship." I said, "Clear the bay and take it down a vacuum. That will keep down the blast damage if this thing gets excited." Zoom brought a remote into the bay. A couple of bots were running the control consoles, outside, behind some armor brought in for the occasion. She brought the bay down to vacuum, and shut off the force field. Then she told the bots to begin removing the charge. She said, "Fellas, there's a screen down the hallways where we can watch it all." I said, "Let's do that." And we were clear of the area. The bots took their remotes aboard and started taking the charge loose. I was relieved when they got it off the ship without it going off, but I felt a little silly at how many precautions we had taken. They threw it away from the ship with enough force it was drifting away quickly. I asked Gene, "Is Tex at the weapons console?" "He is, boss. Shall I connect you?" "Please." "Yes, boss." "Does Sally have the con?" Tex said. "Yes, boss." I replied, "Could you loop her into this call? I don't want to break that chain of command." Sally said, "Yes, sir." I wasn't thinking, and called Tex first. At least I caught myself before I gave an order that should come from you. I have a target that needs serviced. Could you ask Tex to do that for me, please?" "What sort of target do you have, sir?" "The demolition charge from that ship we brought aboard yesterday. A couple of remotes just kicked it out of the landing bay. I'd like to let it get out to about 10 kilometers and zap it with a railgun pellet." Sally replied, "Yes, sir. We're tracking it now. Do you think we should close the bay door before we shoot it?" I said, "I believe Zoom is already working on that." "You are right. Wait for the door to be shut before you fire." Zoom said, "Closed, boss." Sally said, "We show the door closed, and the range is 11 kilometers. Mr. Tex, fire at will." There was a pause. Then Tex said, "Firing." Sally said, "Good hit. I see why you didn't want that going off close to the ship, Captain." "Thank you for taking care of it. Talk to you later." "Bye, boss." I looked at Zoom. "Any more surprises like that?" "No, sir. Thank you for dealing with it." I said, "Eliminating threats to the ship and crew, that's the biggest part of my job." She replied, "I'll go back over that bucket just to make sure vacuum exposure didn't hurt anything, but it should be ready to fly." I asked, Do you know if Scotty has a ship ready to haul this beast back home? Zoom said.
Last time I talked with her, she said it was handled.
I better get with Sally about a crew then, Gene said.
I'll get Sally back on the line for you, boss.
Sally answered.
Yes, Captain.
Sorry to bother you again so soon. Do you have a crew selected to haul the Earth ship home?
Sally replied. I have a pilot, a Marine, and a medbot on standby, sir. Does that sound about right?
No, ma'am. That sounds perfect. You've briefed them on the mission.
Sally said. I told them to drop the Earth ship off as close to Earth as they could without being seen, and get out of Dodge before the Earth people wake up. I wasn't sure where you wanted them to report afterwards.
Charlie's planet, please. Good work. Hopefully we'll be ready to launch soon. I'll let you know if there's a change in the mission.
When are you planning to leave this system, boss?
I said, we need to get the Earth ship headed home and pick up the team that put the drive in that guide ship and grab the power core test. After that, I think we are clear to leave.
The drive team has already retrieved the power core, sir. They are just waiting for the medbot to program the countdown for the guide crew to wake up, and they'll be ready.
I said, sounds like we're waiting on the outcome of Diego's meeting then. I'll get back to you when I know more.
Later, boss.
I asked Gene. Can you give me a light trail to the interview room where Diego was talking to Jenny?
Transit would be quicker, boss.
I replied. 2 things, Gene. I don't want to rush 'em, and I still need to get a feel for the ship.
Yes, boss.
I headed out, trying to build a picture in my head of how Gene was laid out. I was nearly to the interview room when my comm rang. Captain Wilson?
Bob, it's Jane. We have some answers for you. She wants to go back to Earth because her grandmother and grandfather died a few days apart in a nursing home, after she was already in space. She wants to investigate their deaths and mourn them. She would like to work in space, as long as she isn't cooped up in a tin can with folks like that political officer.
I asked, did you figure out why she wanted to talk to me so bad?
Jane said, it looks like to me she wanted to see if she could make a deal to go back for a few weeks to see about her grandparents, and then join up.
I'm just now getting you. Why don't she and I have a little talk and see what we can come up with?
Jane replied. I was hoping you would say that.
Gene was blinking his guide light in front of a door, so I opened it.
Diego said, Captain, I'm glad you're here. I'd like you to meet Jenny Stone and Bill Richards.
I shook hands with both of them and said, it's good to meet you both.
Bill said, you too, sir.
Jenny said,
I'm sorry I've been so much trouble, sir.
I replied, trouble. Must be one of those days that end in Y. She said, thank you for being understanding. I should have told that nice cowboy who talked to me first what was going on. He tried so hard to be helpful. Dingus is all right for sure, but you might want to tone it down when you meet his wife. She considers weapons to be fashion accessories. Jenny looked at me questioningly. Sir, you sound like home. Are you from Oklahoma? I replied, no, ma'am, the stork got tired of toting me and left me in Missouri. Southwest Missouri, surely. You talk too good to be from any other part. I said, guilty as charged. What part of Oklahoma? South and east of Muskogee, sir. The light went off in my head. I asked, if it's not prying too much, what did your grandparents do for a living before they retired?
They ran cattle for a lot of years, sir. Why do you ask?
I replied, just a minute, let me check on something. I'll be back. I stepped out in the hall and shut the door. I pulled out my comm and dialed Dingus's brother Wranglers. Mr. Wilson, it's good to hear from you. Are you back home? No, sir, I am not, but I think I may have run into someone you know. Wranglers asked. Who might that be, Mr. Wilson? I just met a girl named Jenny Stone, who says her grandparents used to run cattle in eastern Oklahoma. They both died a few days apart in a nursing home. not too long ago. She don't believe a word of it, and she's hot to trot to get home and find out what happened to him." Rangelus replied, "Little Jennifer is out there in the wild stars? Oh, I thought you were supposed to be deployed in Iraq." "When was this? That the government told you the truth?" "You've got a point. Could you put her on?" "Go easy on her. She's had a rough couple of days." I went back in and handed Jenny the comm. "Somebody wants to talk to you." I motioned for the other fellas to follow me out, so she could have some privacy. Once we were in the hall, Bill asked, "What was all that?" I replied, "Autodocs can cure a lot, including aging, for the most part. Her grandparents had skills we needed, so a business associate of mine threw them in the Autodoc and cooked them up some phony death certificates. He's on the comm right now, trying to get out of the doghouse with Jenny." Bill looked stunned. "You mean to say that her grandparents are young again and working for you?" I said, "To tell you the truth, my business manager, Max, made all those arrangements, and I haven't seen him since. I don't know if they're technically working for us or the Starfoot." Jenny came bursting out of the interview room and gave me a flying hug. She started to kiss me, too, but I said, "Easy there, my wife is jealous, and she's not been real forgiving since she got pregnant." Nikki had shown up without my noticing. She said, "Oh, go ahead. You won't break him." This is the end of Bob and Nikki, Publisher's Pack 3, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more space opera sci-fi, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Bob and Nikki, Publisher's Pack 3, Books 6 and 7. Produced by Troy Odie. Written by Jerry Boyd. Performed by Chris Ciulla, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2019 by Jerry Boyd. Production copyright 2020 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.